No sound? Okay, IT, we have no sound on the live stream. Can they hear us out there now? He said it should be going now. Might double check. Gabriel Miller, can you please come to the front, please? Okay. All right, if you please raise your right hand, we're going to do our swearing in, okay? I, Gabriel Miller, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of General Counsel Representative and will do to the best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Okay, Mado, welcome aboard. Thank you.
Chair.
Representative Randazzo,
I have a statement.
okay. If you go ahead and come forward. Representative Randazzo would like to make a statement. Sound still low on live feed. It should just plug it up and turn it on.
Can you hear me?
Might have to hold it close.
I was duly elected by the members of the Tallahassee Band as their council rep in July 2025. That election represented the lawful voice and will of the Tallahassee Band expressed by the many families who make up the band. The outcome of the election constituted the official business and decisions of the Tallahassee Band. Subsequently, the recent Tallahassee Band meetings held on February the 5th and March the 5th were verbal accusations, and purported charges were raised that appeared to have been influenced by members of other bands and by the employee of the Seminole Nation. The February 5th verbal charges, I answered them and nothing was done because a lot of their family wasn't there. The March the 5th meeting, the chair, which is the band chief, made sure that his family was there by 6 p.m. For years, our band meetings have always been 6 p.m. potluck. I sent Mark Williams an email to post 6 p.m. potluck and 7 p.m. meeting. It was changed by the band chief, who I might add never posted or advertised publicly our band meeting announcements. I always do it and have been doing it for the last 3 years plus. When I arrived, the former council reps' families were all there. At 6 p.m., they started the meeting with verbal charges against me again. This time they had the numbers. Despite these events, I have never received any written statement or charges against me. He could have handed them to me on February the 5th, but he didn't. They just verbally accused me. Both Article 9 of the Constitution and Article 5 of the Tallahassee Band bylaws require that formal written charges be provided before any action of this nature can proceed. To date, I have not reviewed such written charges. Under the clear language of the Tallahassee Band laws, the failure to provide written charges and follow the prescribed procedures renders any purported action to remove a duly elected council representative procedurally invalid. Additionally, Seminole Nation of Oklahoma Constitution Article 4, Section 1 of the Band of the Seminole Nation governing provision states, within 90 days from the approval date of this amendment, each band shall submit to the General Council written bylaws which describe how the band is governed. A band which has not submitted written bylaws shall have no voice in the council. This provision underscores the importance of bands operating in accordance with their duly adopted bylaws. These bylaws are not merely a matter of record, They are intended to ensure governance is conducted according to the established legal band procedures. When a band acts outside the scope of its own written bylaws, such actions do not gain legitimacy simply because they occur. Rather, they demonstrate a failure to comply with a governing framework established to protect the fairness and due process. In this manner, there has not been no vote by the Tallahassee band authorizing the drafting of formal charges against me. I must emphasize again that I have no written charges, nor have I received them. They could have given them to me at the February 5th meeting, but they didn't. And during the March 5th band meeting, the action was called out of order. When the issue of written charges were raised, our band chief indicated that they were on his desk at work, referring to his position as a director for the Seminole Nation. The failure of the band for me to review within a 10-day period any charges and to follow the procedures mandated by the Constitution and the Tallahassee Band Law raises serious concerns regarding due process. As a duly elected representative, my constitutional and statutory rights, as well as the voice of the Tallahassee Band that elected me, are being placed at risk by actions that do not comply with governing laws and procedures. This isn't just for me. This action is for every council representative here and every council representative that comes after you. With that being said, I ask for a constitutional due process.
Widow Representative Gunville.
If we ask our band chief to come up to explain.
Okay. Okay, there's an objection on the floor. And I will say that our office has received band minutes on the removal of Representative Randazzo. Representative Yahola?
Now, I agree that the Constitution really stresses that vacancies are created automatically without discussion when it comes to resignation, a death, missing 2 meetings, or a felony conviction. That's automatic. We can't debate that. It automatically happens. But when it comes to removal, Article 9 is very specific. It comes here. That's our job. We police ourselves. That's why we have Title 16. That's our job, okay? We police ourselves. So yes, and it is a constitutional due process that has to happen here. If charges are made, they're brought here, and she answers to us. Band business is band business. Fine, keep it there. Don't bring it here, because anything that's considered here on this floor is council business. This is our realm. If you ask us to acknowledge something, then yes, this falls under us. So I don't need to hear from what happened there or whatever. I'm just going with the black and the white. Not only that, we have 10th Circuit Court of Appeals giving the same opinion. The bands cannot create a vacancy. They can fill it. They can pull names out of a hat for what I care. However they choose to do it, that's their right. But they cannot create, according to the 10th Circuit of Appeals and according to the Seminole Nation Supreme Court as well. Thank you.
Representative Gunville?
We, in the process of doing it, like I said, I know when Rick's got out to speak and everything, he presented the charges, which would have fell in 10 days, you know, and, by our band bylaws, of course, like I said, I don't know, like I said, what, you know, it tells us in there the election, you know, so the officers, and, we went by, like I said, what we thought, you know, by removal, filling vacancies in ours, so, you know, it was under Article 5 in our removal and filing vacancies that he or she he'll give gross neglect or duty of misconduct reflecting the dignity and integrity of the band. You know, so that's what I believe Rex, like I said, presented, and it was dealing with our council secretary and everything, how she was treating, harassing. I believe she even went to the HR and everything and filed, so that's what we presented, like I said, he presented the charges, so. Stating what was done in our band, like I said, so if you can't speak, then.
Okay. Representative Yahola?
Again, respectively, Representative, again, here we go again. Yeah, I understand you have bylaws, but bylaws do not supersede the Constitution or our codes. And that's the foundation. And I would ask the AG if she would answer this question for me. Do band bylaws supersede constitutional law? Or we can always just put this to rest once and for all. We can ask for an official opinion, which she could give us. And finally, we would know the answer for sure that do band bylaws supersede constitutional or codified law of the Seminole Nation? Do we want to do that and finally put this to bed once and for all? I mean, that's an option. We can do that. And because, like I said, here we go again. Time and time this happens. It's happened to me. Some of y'all know that. You know, that's why I'm so passionate about this, because I believe that this body governs itself, it patrols itself, it polices itself, and that when they say bad business, then keep it at the door, don't bring it here. We don't want to hear it. Yeah, so like I said, so I don't see the relevance as far as what pertains to band bylaws as it pertains in the constitutional law that is provided with constitutional due process in place. You know, it's irrelevant because you can't replicate Article 9. You can't do it because it's very specific on how you remove. It's tailored to us. They can if they want to use the same language to remove their own officer, that's fine. But a band representative is the officer of this body. Maybe they make him an officer over there. I don't know. That's their business. But as it pertains to us, she's an officer here, so she's entitled to due process here. Thank you.
Representative Fulbright.
And we've been through this before a few times. We've been around the block with this. And it's always, we've had previous attorneys prior to you that have given us opinions on this. She's in this arena right now. We all are. And we follow the Constitution. This council does. We're supposed to. So, to me, we need to move on.
Representative Gonzalez and then Representative Chepko.
You know, again, we have been through this before, and what I have to say about the band's bylaws is that if the Attorney General agrees that the bylaws supersede the Constitution, then that opens up another can of worms, because that means every single band's bylaws have to be in accordance with our Constitution, and they are not. Every band has their own rules in their band, and they handle their meetings differently. We're not all alike when it comes to our bands. So it's a very tricky answer that you're going to give us.
Representative Chepko.
She was asked for her opinion, so can she state her opinion, please, everybody?
I'm not going to answer the question you presented because there is no way that any document, like you've all stated, could override the Constitution. But I am going to say that band business and bands and their decisions, whether they're unique or the same for different bands, govern how the council reps get here. I've reviewed the Tallahassee band bylaws, and their removal section mirrors the Constitution, all right? And so the same due process afforded by the Constitution, I did not go to the band meeting, is mirrored in these bylaws, highlighted, and that was the constitutional due process that council rep received, or that was my understanding. Like I said, I don't know. So if it is not my job to interfere in band business, and I will not. I will not. So don't ask me that.
Representative Yohola.
We're not asking you to interfere in business. We're asking you, as your job as the Attorney General, to interpret the law. The law is the Constitution. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking anything else but that. Everyone that sits in these seats right here is due constitutional due process in accordance to the Constitution. There's no way to reflect or to mirror, as you so put it, Article 9, because it's specific to this body. There's no way. They can mirror it with their own officials, yes, but not here in this body. There's no way to mirror that. It's specific and tailored to this specific body. It doesn't say anybody else. It says, well, it says this body and elected officials, correct? And if we have the 10th Circuit of Appeals saying the same thing, that they cannot, then we have the Single Nation Supreme Court giving some inner look or some vision into this, if they read it as well, then that's why I'm saying maybe you should look at all the documentation that we have that's already the memorandums, because they're not opinions, they're memorandums. Every AG that we ever have is too scared to touch this. They'll only give guidance. They'll only give memorandums. So then it's left up to us, and this big mess is still.
Because you are the lawmakers, we are not.
That's why I'm asking you now, if we direct you to give us this.
Why don't you change the Constitution, change the law? Are you going to tell every band that their bylaws have to, I'm not going to get into band business. And if you'd like.
Okay, hold on, but here's the thing, I will say that we've also gone down the road of the AG has no business telling us interpretation. We have done that through the 12 years I've been here. We have also jumped on our AGs about them interpreting our laws and telling us what to do. So we as a collective whole, or you all as a council, need to come together and discuss this as how we want them to operate. I mean, I agree. I do agree, but this has always collectively, most of you have been here with me with the 12 years, this have always been back and forth as to band business, council business, and if the AG has the right to say anything.
Yeah, I'm not asking the AG to read their laws or overlook their laws or everything else, okay? All I'm asking for is simple, because it's plain. It's just like, it's a colonized government we're in, all right?
Yes.
The federal government is here, then we have state, and we have local, okay? They can create laws, but they can't supersede federal level. It's the same thing as our government is constructed as well in that image, is that these bylaws in here cannot supersede this law because this is the governing law of our nation. It's just that simple. I mean, it's a colonized government. Our traditional government is gone, more or less. You know, this is what we have, and this is what we have to work with. And we're going to continue to be stuck in this rut because we have too many people involved in the political realm that say, well, y'all been the other band. It may not be the same, but I'm sure it is. Oh, I don't like this person. What about this person? They got qualifications. Oh, no, I don't like them. It's political. It's got nothing to do with the resume or the experience or the knowledge that they have. It's all politics. It's just because they don't like them or they did something to them. You know, it's not about their credentials. It's not about their qualifications. It's just politics. So I'm tired of it. I'm ready to move on. And that's why I think once we realize that we police ourselves and we remove our own and give them due process, that'll make this job a little bit more simpler, that we have that right to be protected.
Representative Gunville?
I respect Representative Holmes' thoughts, and it wasn't that the person wasn't political. The charges were drawn up for her actions, and of course, like I said, in our bylaws and in the Constitution, which I understand, supersede the federal, then whatever process needs to be done, then we will. And on the February 5th meeting and everything, we invited the health secretary, to present, what's happening. We have Representative Deere and Kishketon, they attended, got to hear, sit in, represent, and be there for them. So, like I said, it was done, like I said, it wasn't gonna be presented that day. Of course, the 10-day due process, I believe, our band chief Haley, Rick Haley, gave it to somebody to take to her, which would have fell on 10 days had she accepted it, but I guess she denied taking it, so that there we can't make her take it or anything, And they brought up the 10 days, they brought up the certified, there's nothing in our bylaws that state that it has to be as long as it's presented, so that's why it was brought here today, so, if it needs to be, like you said, done at council level, then I can get with band chief, like you said, and present it at a different way. So.
Okay, and that's what we need to all remember. Each of us, we need to hold ourselves accountable. If we want to have it due process here, because again, myself, I'm not getting involved in band business, But if you all are relying upon each other, that's the thing that we collectively, again, you all need to discuss. How do you hold somebody accountable? That's your decision. Representative Dethridge and then Representative Pittman.
Yes, ma'am. I need to find out one or two things here. I believe that any band has the authority to remove one of their representatives for just cause. That's what I believe. And I think if we try to take that away from the bands, then the bands will disappear. It'll just be open, and, you know, so I'm scared that if we get into band business at the council level, I think what should take place is just exactly what was said a while ago. Mr. Petit, he stood up, he declared a vacancy in their band. Same thing over No Cheesy Band, they declared a vacancy. I think Tallahassee Band probably should do that, you know, and we need to move on. And I think this, that if Tallahassee Band, if they're gonna have an election, Ms. Randazzo can put her name back in, she can bring all of her people there. I mean, that's due process, and, you know, she's back on the council. They may not like it, but that's how it would work. So I think we need to move on, because I've got a lot of business to take care of myself.
Definitely Representative Pittman and then Randazzo, and then yes, we need to move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you receive, you said you did receive a copy of their bylaws?
Their bylaws are on file, but yes, we received a copy of minutes, sign-in sheet, and bylaws to go with what occurred at their band business or their band meeting.
Just one simple question. Do the bylaws reflect that they can hand deliver, or does their bylaws reflect that it must be certified and signed?
I don't know. I didn't read it. Again, it's not my band. Yeah,
Doesn't even have to be by a band member, they really don't state anything like that.
yeah, it doesn't state.
It says given a written statement.
It just says given a written statement. Okay, Representative Randazzo and then Yahola, and then let's move forward.
Chair, I didn't receive any written statement from them. I mean, he could have presented it he was reading it February 5th, but he didn't present it to me, and they were making stuff and arguing as we went along. So she came in, the general counsel secretary came in, and she was accusing me of hacking her email so that I could spy on the attorney general. Okay, if I was a hacker, I would have went directly to the AG's email and hacked her. Okay, so all of these allegations that were brought were just everybody talking. Okay, I didn't receive a written statement saying these are the actual charges against you. Please answer them. I was trying to answer them as they went.
Okay.
They were presented, she just didn't take them.
Representative Harjo?
Madam Chair, I'm just asking, we're out of order
Yes.
in a bit. Can we just move on at this
Yes.
point? We're literally at a band meeting right now.
Because we have
We're ready
several
for
in the
meeting.
galley that need to get going too. Moving right along to reading minutes of the last meeting. Representative Dethridge?
Make the motion that we've received December the 6th and the February 7th meeting, and would just ask that we declare those, I'd ask for those to be approved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the minutes for December 6th and February 7th. Do I have a second? Pittman, Representative Pittman? Okay. Roll call, please.
Willis Dethridge? Yes. Monique Carpenter? Yes. Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Tommy Chupko?
Yes.
Oli Gunville?
Yes.
John Randazzo?
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder?
Yes.
Gabriel Miller?
Yes.
Terry Spencer?
Yes.
Dustin Harjo?
Yes.
Thomas Yahola?
Yes.
Timmy Bear?
Yes.
Glenn Colonel?
Yes.
Ann Borba? Karen Fulbright? Yes. Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Rick Beard?
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Abstain.
Javon Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips. Yes. Eugenia Lena,
Yeah.
it's 23 yes, 1
Okay.
abstain.
Okay, with the count of 23 yes, 0 no's, and 1 abstention, I declare the minutes for December 6th and February 7th, 2026 have passed. 2301. Okay, there are no unfinished business. Representative Colonel?
No, just a quick question on agenda process. I don't see approval of agenda. I just wanted to add something to new business. I don't know where we do that. Potential moratorium on
You
data
want-
center.
Add other business?
Yeah,
Okay.
whatever is appropriate,
Okay.
at whatever time.
He requested to add other business at the end of the agenda.
Moratorium on data center development. That would be
No.
separate. It's in regards to the resolution, but this is in regards to the conversations that have surrounded it. So it's separate. It would be a verbal resolution. So it's new business, but I didn't see, this is what my question was, I don't see an approval of the agenda where I could add it to it.
Yeah, they put other business on there.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to reports of committees. Do we have any questions for any committees or boards? Representative Petit?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to call Environmental Health Services.
Okay, Environmental Health Service, we'll go ahead and move on to directors. Yes, okay. Greg, are you in the audience, please? Yes. No, we're not under directors. If there's no board or committee, then we're gonna move on to directors. Nobody's had called up a board or committee.
So, for our conversation, we have a resolution in place that directors don't need to come to the meetings unless they're on the agenda.
Or they were requested.
It doesn't say that in the resolution.
Representative Carpenter and Representative Petit.
I would like to call up SNGE, please.
Okay, first we had Representative Petit asking for environmentals, oh wait, no, SNGE committee board. Sorry, gaming commissioners. Sorry. We'll call him next. We're on the committees and boards and they're calling.
My apologies, Chair. Like I said, I didn't hear anybody call, and probably I should have called them because I have questions for them also.
Okay.
So,
Good morning. Billy, I believe I've already sent you the format. I just wanted to discuss on the floor about, are there what the positive things are going on with SNGE? Are there any updates with state and federal regulations? And I believe you have the rest of the questions I had.
Hello, can you guys hear me? All right. Can you say that one more time, Representative?
Do you remember the questions I had for you?
It was in regards to the RFP.
No, one of the questions I had was, can you give us some positive feedback on what's going on with SNGE, some updates and what you guys are working on?
Yeah. What I may do is let Chuck, the GM, give his update. I think we've sent our report out, but I can add just a few things. We're kind of starting to look outside the box about what we can do specifically at the I-40 location. And so there were a few things that I wanted to mention today, just as ideas. Right now with the Loves that has gone in across the street and our decline of our current convenience stores, we're currently looking to expand and take back over the floor that we lost due to offices that were put at the location. And so we believe that by capturing some of that square footage back, we can put more machines in the facility, which will help our overall performance there. However, with that, I would be curious to ask the question about what is that convenience store currently bringing in, and whether or not that convenience store could be closed down and SNGE could take over that floor space to put more gaming machines in. There could be an option also to keep the pumps running 24/7 with cards. That way we still have the opportunity to fuel. But that was something that we kind of were talking about, but obviously we know it would have to go through council approval. But it seems like we could, that square footage for the gas station there could probably be much more usable and profitable for the nation if we had machines in the space as opposed to an empty gas station. And so that was one of the things that we're looking at, kind of going outside the box. I wanted to come obviously present that to you guys at some point. But then we're looking at other advertising options and trying to look at partnering with Loves in a way to where we can actually take advantage and try to get their patrons, largely the truckers, and try to do some advertising with Loves to bring the truckers over to our I-40 location. Truckers are a big patron to casinos, especially ones along interstates. However, I don't know we're capturing that right now, just because truckers can't use our facilities. They can't pull their trucks in and get fuel. They'll go over there, get fuel, get food, and then sleep. And so trying to find out ways to partner with Loves to try to figure out a way to bring those truckers over to our facilities. So those are just a few things there as far as regulatory or state compliance. I don't think we have any issues right now. There's a lot of talks right now going on about sports betting. And almost every month there's a NOLIGA meeting. And so we do believe that there is sports betting legislation that's been proposed. OIGA was a big part of presenting the language in the sports betting. However, based off the current political structure and status of what's at the Capitol, we believe that the governor would probably veto any sports legislation that would be presented in if approved by Senate and House. And we would like to think that we have the 2/3 vote to override his veto, but we do not think that we do have we don't think we have the 2/3. And so we believe that we have good sports betting legislation. We think the governor will veto anything that's approved, and then it'd just be up to seeing if the House and Senate would be willing to override it. And so that is on the horizon. That's something we're trying to prepare for. There's still a lot of ins and outs on how that's going to work. And if you want to come to one of the SNGE board meetings, we could definitely talk a lot more about it. There's a lot of specifics to it as far as sports betting, online sports betting, brick and mortar sports betting, and then also there's been the talk of trying to include online gaming as well. So, but I will turn it over to Chuck so he can talk about maybe the performance of the casino and anything else that's kind of going on right now.
Good morning.
Representative Chupko and then Pittman.
So, Mr. Shepherd, you said that office space took over gaming space?
At some point, it was before I came on the board. I think if anybody remembers going into the front side of the gas station, you could go to the left and go to the casino, go right, go to the gas station. At some point, floor space was taken, and then they put in office space.
Okay, so what offices are there?
I have not counted them. We have, HR is there, we have some accounting stuff down there. There's some area that actually isn't even being used, that could be used as gaming space.
Okay, where were they at before?
We had a building we actually still own the building here in Seminole. I think SNGA is there right now. They have a lease with us. We've actually spoke to them about possibly wanting to request the building back to move our administration offices there and then reclaim that bottom area for gaming space.
Well, can we do that? I mean, do we need to
That's
make a
what we're
motion
moving
here?
That's
Or
what we're
can
moving.
y'all do it?
What's that?
Can y'all get rid of that office space?
Yes. Well, I mean, so that's what, we have to put a proposal and plan together and obviously bring it back to council to make sure. But I believe that you'll find that the square footage would be much more usable and profitable for the nation if we did that.
Bring that to the next council meeting.
Representative Pittman and then Representative Dethridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. I have two questions for you. In your gaming legislation where you're considering online betting, sports betting, have you included a tax code so that online gaming from any state, if it's hitting us here, do we get the tax base from it?
So ultimately, there should not be any, I think maybe you're referencing the Kalshi, the prediction markets. And right now, there's a lot of pushback. I mean, we have the Gaming Commission of Nevada that's filed suit that actually got a stay in federal court, and so that's been good. So I think we're seeing a lot more pushback on the prediction markets, which essentially are sports betting. And so I've had conversations with the AG's office in different respective positions that I hold with other tribes, and everybody's pushing back against this. We want to see something done here in Oklahoma to push back against illegal gaming like this. And so if it moves forward, I think then we'll figure out ways to, if it stays and it sticks, it'll be bad for the tribes, but then we'll go forward and try to do something like, okay, if you're going to be here, then we're going to tax this. But right now, we believe it's illegal and we want it gone, so.
Thank you. My follow-up question is, if the legislation passes, do you have a clause for those who become addicted?
Yes, so the same provisions, if this legislation passes, it's something also will have to be approved. There'll have to be amendment to our gaming compacts, and in our gaming compacts, there's provision and clauses that speak to the addiction to sports betting and kind of a percentage of certain amounts of money that has to go towards that and kind of helping with that, so yes.
Thank you.
Representative Dethridge, then Representative Pittman, and then Chupko, and then Spencer. Petit, sorry.
Quick question. I'd spoken with you several weeks ago. I know that we're having some issues with CINDOC at the nation. I see where CINDOC presents negative budgets. I don't know how much longer we can afford to have a negative budget with CINDOC. So my question to you at that time was, could you possibly run some numbers? First of all, I think, and we'd have to check this for certain, but I think that all of the land out at I-40 where the casino is, where the convenience store is, the gas pumps, I think all of that property all the way to the bar ditch going east is trust property. And if it is, and that's what I'd ask you, and I guess we'd have to ask the land management person to, to verify that, to make sure that if you got that land, that you could put gaming all the way, further to where the convenience store is, the gas pumps are. I don't think we're going to sell 14 gallons of gas personally. My wife and I, we came from Oklahoma City last week, and she said, "You want to stop and get gas at y'all's gas station?" And Love's was selling at $2.19. We were selling at $2.35. I said, "Let me do the math right fast. Plus, that's how fast it took me to go to Love's, as opposed to spending 20 cents more a gallon, to support the cause. I'm not going to do it. No one else is going to do it." So I think personally that we need to look at that as a tribe. We need to look at doing something along the lines of just closing down I-40 convenience store gas pumps. And if we can, let's put in something in that area that would attract business, that would attract customers traveling east and west on I-40. So that's my take on this deal. So could you, and I don't know whether I got the authority to ask you to run some numbers and to make sure that what I suggested to you is a feasible possibility.
Yeah, so listen, we could go and look at square footage that we're not utilizing right now and put together a plan for what the floor would look like with additional games. And by taking that, we could come up with the amount of games and then come up with the daily average that a game would take in to then project kind of what that floor space would add to us. Now, there would be some things we'd have to submit to NIGC with our own gaming agency as far as, where gaming takes place and expanding that square footage. And so, one, I think that, yes, we could definitely move forward with, expanding into the current structure that's there. If we were going to do any kind of add-ons, that may be a little more cumbersome right now. So, but definitely I think it'd be a lot easier to kind of move into the space we have. We'd have to obviously submit some documents to NIGC, but I don't see anything there because the structure is already built But I do believe you're right. I think that whole, I think it's about 15 acres. It's all in trust. It was there. It's trust land, I think, that was put in trust before 1988. So there's no issue with gaming on that land. It's just the facility licensing that we'd have to kind of submit, the square footage, kind of where we're gaming and those things. But we could definitely put together some rough numbers as far as what we believe we could add to the I-40 location just by the number of games that potentially we could put in. So yes, we could definitely do that.
Representative Petit?
Yes, Chair, thank y'all for being here today. I applaud that these are some good ideas that need to be taking place because revenue, and this affects BCR's revenue also, is if the convenience stores, and you can take this as a joke, but our stores are inconvenience stores because access to them is difficult. And that I-41's been that way from when it was a casino in the front part until now when they've moved it into what you call it, the gaming or office space, stuff like that. If you're driving down the road, I-40, and you're going to pull in, you can't access that if you have a trailer behind your vehicle. Semi-truck, same way. We've done away with the diesel pumps out there, so your income from that's down. That is an effect to not only the compacts, but it affects the compacts, the sales tax revenue that is contributed back each year, and our tobacco sales and everything. I mean, I think it's a grand idea. There's a lot of complications as far as contractual duties that have to be taking place, personnel, but, you know, I think that what y'all have stated is going to be a fair deal approach that this nation needs to recognize and evaluate. Now, on to the I-40 property up there that we've talked about recently. And you gave us some indications at our last meeting there in December. Okay. The 3.75, which is CDs, and it's listed as 2 CDs. Now, does SNGE own both of those CDs?
No, we put up the money for one of the CDs, and essentially this whole 50-50 thing, which was not in any of the documents or resolution, but that's kind of how it was relayed from the executive office. And so we put up half of that full amount for the CD portion. So half of that money came from SNGE, and the other half came from the government, from somewhere. I don't know where they came up with that money, but SNGE funds represent half of that, or at least one of the CDs there.
Okay. Yep. And now, I've just kind of done some figuring on this thing. I don't know what the CD rates were when y'all bought them. 24 analysis says it between 5.25% and 6%, depending on the year rate. You know, were you buying them for 6 months, a year, 2 years? You know, because there's a variance of what you can make a return on those. Do you know how long those CDs are?
I think the CDs were, I wish I had the documentation. I think is either 2 or 3 years, because it was presented in a short term, because currently it wasn't known what we were going to do with the land or how to move forward with it, or even truthfully pay for it, that whole $5 million. And so this was structured to have a little bit better interest rate, since we are paying interest on that part of it, right? But we're also earning interest that will offset some of that. And so by doing so, it really at the end of all of it, the interest rate's a lot lower than what it would have been if we mortgaged the whole $5 million. That was the strategy. It was like, let's do this, and then in a couple of years, we'll start trying to figure out what would be the best structure to move forward with it. And then obviously not knowing how the nation would allow SNG to move forward. Again, this whole 50-50, like, are we going to divide it down the middle and SNG gets half and the nation gets half? Or, you know, like, what's the best use for this land too? We looked into doing a feasibility study on the whole property, not for gaming, but for the nation, to really look at, this is 90 acres on a major highway. What economic endeavors could be put here, not just gaming wise, but for the nation, just because I believe that land is valuable. It's just, we've got to put together a plan on how to use it. And so we haven't moved forward with that because the evaluation to the feasibility was $80,000, and I thought that was a little bit too much. So, but we have looked at trying to figure out ways to bring back to the nation, hey, these are some options that you could look at, but ultimately we do need to come up with a strategy and a plan on how to use that full amount, and also to figure out a better payment option, how to move forward with any kind of fee to trust application. We'll have to have whatever portion we're going to submit for the application paid off. And so whether or not we partition the land, and 50, we decide this area is S&G, we'll partition it, we go pay that amount off so we can start a fee to trust application. It probably makes sense to do the whole 90 acres with one application, but I think that has to be part of the strategy on paying it off. So at the time, I think it was kind of positioned, we don't really know how to pay it all off. This at least cuts our interest rate down for a few years. If we want to roll the CDs back in as collateral and keep just paying off, doing what we're doing, we could do that. But I think it was kind of positioned just to stall and delay to have a better decision. So
currently, because they're used as collateral, you have no access to those funds in 1.8.
No, we don't have access to that funds.
Now, I've calculated the 1.25 interest that the loan A says on this thing. And of the interest part, in addition to losing the benefit of making 5 or 6% interest on $1.875 million, you're paying about $46,875 a year in interest alone. And then in 3 years, when these notes are called due in October of 27, you'll have paid $140,625 approximately. So that's why I just want to let the council know.
Yeah.
And the other question I have is, you said y'all discussed plans. Did y'all have plans for that and present that to the chief chair, whatever it was at the time?
Plans.
Bring this purchase forward? Had y'all had a meeting previously, and is this your minutes where y'all had discussed potentially purchasing this land prior to the purchase that appeared?
I'm trying, so did I have a meeting with the chief or?
No, did your
we?
board,
No.
board?
It was positioned to us and I was like, that's way too much. We don't have the money to go buy it. It was positioned to us. We had the realtor contact us saying that you guys really need to look at it. We had the executive office tell us we need to go look at it. You have the authority to go purchase it. And like, per our statute, I think we can purchase up to, I don't know, 1 million, and then over that we have to have council approval. So I was like, we have some money we could put towards it, but at the time it didn't make sense to go and actually move forward with it because of the price. And we knew also that the company that just purchased it the year prior bought it for $4 million, and then they upped it to $5 million because of the Maple Leaf thing. So they bumped it up $1 million just for fun. So.
Okay. But, and also, since there's 2 loans on that property up there, the loan B payment, and this is just, like I said, again, it's the interest rate based upon the market rate that's going on in this thing. And right now, we're paying $5,076 a month. We probably should be paying about $6,700 because we're actually losing value on it, where when that $5 million loan comes due, we're going to have to calculate back. The bank will tell us at that time what is to be due or need to be refinanced. It's going to be based upon that additional interest, because it's about $6,700 a month is what that payment ought to be at a minimum, just to stay with what their market rates are in the loan. So that's why I just want this council to know that, there's going to be some.
I agree. We're paying a lot of interest for a property that we're not using. That's my problem right now, is we don't have a plan for it. We're not doing anything with it. We're just paying on something that eventually has really great potential, and we need to move forward with something. So yeah, I agree.
Well, so that's just one of the things this council is going to have to consider.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to do that? Because in 3 years, are you going to be able to refinance?
I would say the plan probably needs to start now, and we probably need to have a better idea before 3 years comes to end. Maybe there's a way we can get into something better before the end of the 3 years. So.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like I say, it's just something that needs to be taken effect now to plan ahead, because that's 20 months before these notes come due in October 27. Like I said, it's not going to be just $5 million. It's going to be in addition to that. And in the meantime, we've spent over $320,000 in just interest alone on that. So basically, we're losing $100,000 a year through that whole time period of the loan until it becomes matured. So anyway, like I said, I appreciate you bringing that to me, but like I said, I understand you don't know those figures on those CD rates. Like I said, I just did a little research to find out what they were in October 24, and like I said, there's ranges on it, but I appreciate it, Ms. Jones. All right, thank you.
Representative Chupko, did you have another one? And then it was Representative Terry Spencer, and Representative Borba, and then Representative Pittman.
I did, but I'll email Billy because I
Okay,
feel like we've
and
done
then-
exhausted this time. But
Yes.
you can go ahead and move on.
We'll go with these, and then we're done. Representative Spencer?
Mr. Shepherd, thank you for being here. You mentioned the truck area. Just for clarification, okay, who's responsible for on that parking lot west of the casino, on I-40?
The parking lot on the west side of the casino, that's the tribe's land, so that's our parking lot,
Okay.
so.
And all the trucks? Is that where the trucks are parking too?
That's where whenever we do have a semi come in, once that comes in, we'll have semis parked back
So
there.
are we just offering free
Well,
overnight?
that's part of what we're going to try to talk with Loves about, and obviously expand their ability to house truckers stop and they have to sleep for so long, and so being able to use their services because we don't have the diesel pumps. We do have a little cafe or place to eat, but we don't have everything else that the truckers need.
Right.
However, we've got parking, so maybe there's a way we can funnel some parking over, some overnight parking, but also be able to take advantage of everybody that's staying the night, having them come over, shuttling them over, some way to get them inside the casino.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, Representative Petit and I were talking about that, and the showers.
Yeah,
would be needed.
there's some casinos. The Peorias did it at Buffalo Run where they had a house and they put some washer and dryers and a couple of showers in, and they allow truckers to use it for free. And the truckers come in, and that everything they spent on that they've paid tenfold because the truckers appreciate it, and it was a place that they were looking for and something that they needed to use, and it just so happened to be right next to a casino. So.
And so you think we are getting some of that Love's truck traffic, or is that something you're just wanting to do?
I can't tell you that I've seen truckers walk across the street, but I would hope that if they're sitting around not doing anything, that they may be inclined to come over and spend a little dollar at the casino. But I like to make it more visible, because even from that side of it, if you're looking back to the west, you don't even see that we're a casino. It just looks like a gas station from that side. So it's the ambiance of what it is. If we want to attract them over, we got to make them come over. So yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Borba, and then Representative Pittman. And then we need to move on.
Okay, our store had showers at one time. We were very trucker friendly, and then we had a chief that came up and put a big pole where the trucks couldn't even get in the parking lot. That same chief turned gaming flooring spacing frontage into offices. I always thought that was a bad idea. But yeah, we need to get something going at I-40. And I seen where you recently did a deal with Harris in Las Vegas for the Iowa tribe. And I was like, my first thought was, he's a tribal member. Why didn't he offer something like this to us, or at least present it to us? And is this a conflict of interest by you working with them and us?
It's not a conflict of interest, but that what you're talking about is my representation of being a general counsel for the Iowa tribe, and that's something that they had in place before I even started doing anything with them. And so, however, what it does do is it gives me a lot of insight and background into how going out and finding a third-party partner to work with operates. Working with putting together a management agreement, a consulting agreement. I've been through, I can't tell you how many meetings, and dealt with NIGC in so many ways. And so I really hope that maybe what the value of that shows in the verbal motion to look for moving forward with the RFP for a third-party agreement here. Now, as far as the opportunity that they had, I was not a part of that, and it would have been a conflict of interest for me to try to lure them away to here. However, they were set up to move forward with that a lot quicker. They already had all their land. It was original Lottie land. They had been working with that group for a long time, and so for them it's very exciting, but I don't see why we can't go and do the same thing. Maybe not with the same partner, but we have the ability to operate and look at, I mean, our the other part of our tribe that's in Seminole owns one of the biggest brands in the world, Hard Rock. And so I'm not sure if we've even reached out to them. I know at some point we have, but I would prefer to go down and talk to them. But we have 90 acres. Obviously, we got to figure out some ways to use it. But we have the same opportunity to do that. We're just further behind. It's going to take some time to get there, to be somebody that can go out and actually lure a group like that to come in. So, but on the first part, what you said, I do think we think alike. I was like, I don't know why we took all that square footage and turned it into office space, but no, there's no conflict of interest. That's purely me operating as an attorney. Here, I'm operating as a member of the Civil Nation of Oklahoma.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And I think at the convenience store, I mean, it's terrible looking. You go in there, it's not welcoming at all. I mean, one of the things that, you know, I stop a lot of times down at River Mist. They've got that little bitty place, but it still functions for what people need. And if that was kind of opened up to the casino too, because a lot of times patrons will leave the casino and go across to Love's to get something to eat. And I don't know how long the snack or the place to eat at Seminole is, or cigarettes, you know, they will leave. But if we had it available there for them to access, that would keep them there a little bit longer. So, but
I agree.
Representative Pittman, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, did we ask you a couple of years back to consider the living wage and the paying wage? When we get the casino where we want it, we were not paying our employees at a rate where they would stay?
So I'm not sure. I can only tell you this, that my goal is to have a good casino, you have to have good staff. And to keep good staff, you have to be able to pay them. Right now, I would love to pay staff more. I would love to get better staff, but we have to make the revenue to be able to do that. And so, you know, I think we've taken steps to move towards that. We had to get some stuff kind of figured out and fixed when I first got on the board. And I think now we're taking some positive steps. But ultimately, yes, I would love to pay staff more. I'd love to have better incentives for our staff because we're losing them to everybody. We come in, we get them licensed, and then they go off to Chickasaw. They go over to Muskogee Creek. And so that's definitely something. I know that I think we stay up with the cost of living in our pay, but that's the cost of living compared to what the inflation has done. I mean, it doesn't match, and so we understand that that's a difficulty, and I think hopefully you guys understand that it's a difficulty for us whenever we're kind of limited in our capacity to grow right now. But that is something that is very important to me. Sitting on the board is taking care of our employees, and especially whenever we have, I think, around almost 40% of our employees are tribal members. And so that's important to me, so yeah.
Thank you. The reason why I'm asking is because I wanted to make sure when you're submitting your proposals to ensure the increased rates and percentage rates so that we can retain our members after we train them.
Yep.
And then my last question is, how many gas reservoirs do we have in Seminole? How many places of petroleum do we have? Is it all on that 190 acres property, or do we have the potential to put gas stations in other locations?
I mean, listen, I think I actually, this is kind of a sidebar, I'm gonna hurry real quick. I was contacted by a group out of Western Oklahoma, very big, his name is Rick Cook, runs ASAP Energy. They have a lot of gas stations all over. At some point, somebody referenced me as being the contact point for that, but he was calling because he was interested in the property right next to Seminole State College. And he had a lot of big ideas as far as what they could do there for the nation. And I said, unfortunately, I'm not the person that you're supposed to be talking to about this. However, but I knew Rick because I used to live in Weatherford. And so I think there probably are other opportunities for places of some kind of a gas station. However, listen, you can have a great idea and you can have a great location, but you have to have people that can actually, you know, we probably need to have some people that can run a gas station and run it correctly. And so, you know, I'm sure there's probably some other areas that we can look at. And again, you take away I-40 gas station, but maybe on the north side, when that all gets developed, you can put a bigger gas station or pair or partner with a QT or, I know everybody's talked about Buc-ee's, but I think they already settled on a spot over on the other side of the state. So, but there's opportunity, yes, to do that. And so, but it has to be done right and, you know, and respectful to the nation. And so, yeah.
Okay, but
also, next time, if you guys could ask these guys some questions, I'd appreciate it, so.
Okay, but any other boards and committees, Representative Harjo? Oh, yes, I totally forgot. Sorry. Princesses, please come forward. Thank you for that reminder. I apologize. And it's okay. Yes, I think you just have to flip the bottom switch to turn it green. Yep.
Good morning. It's Jay Stongo, Olivia Wapskini, Joe Chipkudos, Ochizi, Amidoidos, Nagozi, Amalegidos. Hey, what Miss Seminole Nation. Hello, my name is Olivia Wapskini. I'm a proud member of the Great Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I'm Ochizi Band and Bear Clan, and I am Miss Seminole Nation. It's good to be here today. It's good to see everyone. I'm glad you guys are here. I'm glad to be here. We are having a food sale at the OAP building. We're selling pulled pork sandwiches, so if you guys want to get a little hungry during lunchtime, we're over there. We have chips and cookies and drinks, so come stop by, say hi, visit for lunch, and get a little break in. Mado, thank you.
Hinchday, Stongo, Taya Jones, Chachivkidos, Istajari, Bali, Ostagagindos, Amalegida, Nogozagidos, Mikisuki, Abagados, Heowat, Junior Miss Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, Mado. Hello, how is everyone doing today? My name is Taya Jones. I'm 14 years old. I'm Bear Clan and Mikisuki Band, and I'm the current Junior Miss Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, Mado.
Hishjay, Stungo, G. George Burgess, Chow, Jifgedos, Gimalegeta, Ostabagan, Atnalama Mahaga Jaga, Jokahijif Athletos, Sharon, Javozidos, Momen, Sanya, Jetskidos, Janahambagi, Obeda, Gimalegeta, Opwagedos, OGZ, Idalbedos, Hayafgan, Janita, Flaskis, Goedos, Meadow. Hello, how are you? My name is G. George Burgess, and I am 9 years old, and I attend Nolima Elementary School. I am the granddaughter of Sharon Burgess, and I am the daughter of Sonia Burgess. My family is the Alligator Clan, and my band is the Ochizi Band, and I hope you all have a good evening. Thank you. And I am the Little Miss Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I am the 2025-2026 Little Miss Seminole Nation. Meadow.
Meadow girls. Oh, Representative Chepko?
Oh, no, y'all can go. It was just
Okay. Meadow girls.
So from now on, can they be excused from showing up every quarterly meeting because they're busy? Unless they got something to come and announce, there's no reason for them to come every quarterly meeting.
I agree. I think they come because of part of the Princess Committee. So if the committee's the ones that should be here, then it should be the committees and not the Princess. I mean, but that's, if y'all want representation and requested, that's your call. Okay. Okay. You're excused. Meadow, any other boards or committees we need to hear to? Any other boards? Yeah, Representative Petit and then Pittman.
Chair, I'd like to have the Trust Fund Management Board.
Trust Fund Management. Is Miss Madonna out in the galley? I don't think so. Is she coming? Okay, she's coming.
Just to let you know, the Trust Fund Board, I'm it right now, so we're actively recruiting.
The black microphone. Yeah.
There's 3 of you, I know, the whole other
Should be green. Slide it over. Let's see. Yeah, it's green.
So you know what
Yeah.
our responsibilities are. And so right now, before Madonna gives the report, we have stayed, I was looking at some of our older records, and, we can't go below 35 million, and we're very close on that as far as getting our funding for the programs. So I don't know, it's just gonna be real difficult, and I don't know if we will have the funds. You know, we may have to come back to this council for some help, at some point. But, it's in, you know, the ARPA money was good when it lasted. The burial, she'll tell you, the burial is already used up. We're just not getting the interest money that we should be getting. We didn't take advantage, Representative Petit said we didn't get the advantage of using some of that money that wasn't used during that time, ARPA time, you know, to invest and get better return. A lot of issues in this area. So anyway, go ahead.
Sorry, Representative Petit called him up, and then I'll have Representative Chepko, sorry.
I appreciate you being here today. Now, Mr. Spencer, could you tell us currently what the value is? Because you just mentioned $35 million, but could you tell us the amount that is currently available?
What we're predicted to have is, isn't it like is that one right there? 984? Yeah. 984,753.
So
is what.
Now the total actual cash value, I guess if you were to cash in what we currently have.
Well, the best I can see would be the 36 million.
Okay, I had asked about this previously because the figures I showed were March 25, and it was, you know, just barely over that amount and stuff. But at least it sounds like it's increased about $600,000. But like I said, I don't know what that date is that you have of what that statement is.
Okay, we get our information from the Office of Special Trustees in Albuquerque. We use the March reports to make our balanced budget. That's how we get the information. Right now we have 36,382, 962 in the account that's available. We do have CDs and bonds, which is it's 5.6 million that is sitting that we need to, I guess the board needs to, once it's established, to try to either move the bonds or cash them out, or however the board wants to go forward with that. That would add a little bit more into the budget. But we first need to have a board. We've been requesting for like 4 years now, and we really don't have a full board. Warren Austin is our accounts manager. He oversees it, so we do, the board will directly talk to them and see what's going on. Right now, since we don't have a board, the finance committee is overseeing and receiving all the Office of Special Trustee reports.
Okay, so, but like I said, because we don't want to drop that amount below the $35 million.
That is correct.
Based upon the 36,380 something, is that what you said it was? Okay. Okay. Here's the dilemma our band sees. Your 26 budget was a little over $1,002,000 or something like that, which 800 and something thousand is for, you know, the program clothing, college, and burial, which in the list that you had was $198,000 in burial. We've just spoke about the fact that the ARPA funds have now, you know, depleted or reached whatever the maturity date or that we can use it for. Okay, so I know you can't anticipate how much money you'll have to use between now and October 1st. So that's a dilemma that Trust Fund Management Board is going to have to look, because we're going to have to try to figure out if we can find some money to supplement that program more. Because right now, we can't modify your budget, because if you seek that same amount again in the next fiscal year, then you're getting back down to that 35 million again, and that's the problem that you have, is increasing that revenue on those either CDs or money markets, whatever that the trust fund management has invested in. And that's something that we've got to seriously look at is, and hopefully some advisement can be given to y'all or some, that's one thing, I don't tell you how to invest your money, but I think that's something that this council is gonna have to come together and get some avenues to suggest to you as a trust fund management board, once we get one established, on ways they gotta approach this, because it's, with inflation, I mean, it's gonna get worse, and like I said, that $1,002,000 may not go that far, and, it's the same as we'd set aside money back December 10th of 24 for the clothing for the children. We don't know how much that's left, and unfortunately, at that meeting, it would have been nice to have had you present to give us an idea, the council an idea of how many children we had at $200, so we could set aside whatever that amount was, and they could have done as they've done, bought cards, so
Yes.
they could use that as an obligation. And that's gonna be limited. Your office is gonna have to deal with it.
I just received an email yesterday. I have been requesting from the Treasury Department the actual balance for the clothing. We have a account at the Citizens Bank in Ada, which disperses our cards and loads them. And then we have also a account on the tribal side. I just received according to what was given to me, we should not have anything left in clothing. But from what my understanding from the last administration, just to let you know, I didn't work on this or anything or do any modifications to the budget. It's all the executive office. So I didn't have any knowledge until they told me, here's this money, execute, and start services. So that was my extent of that. Yesterday, he sent me an email saying that according to Citizens Bank, we have $606,691 left in Citizens Clothing ARPA account. So that would equal to additional 3,000 kids for this year. Now, last year, with the administration loaded 4,667 cards at $200 each per card. We almost used the whole thing last year. We have, as of this date, we have 766 cards left, which is the total amount of $153,200. So if there's really the amount in Citizens, then that would give us like $3,766. 66 cards for this coming year, this coming school year. So that would actually, if the amounts are correct, that would actually save us. We won't have to have additional money needed. Now, I did request on the tribal side, the clothing, ARPA clothing tribal side, but I did not get a response yet on how much the amount is in that bank. All he said, I have to call into bank first to get the balance of the ARPA clothing. So as of yesterday afternoon, he did not get back with me with the bank first account. So that would actually save us for this year. So we wouldn't have to worry about this year. We'll actually close out ARPA funding for the clothing side.
Historically, can you tell us about how many children you're servicing on that $200 clothing deal?
It varies from year to year because you have graduating seniors and then newcomers coming in. So it averages from 33 to 4,200. It just depends on each year.
Okay, so we're talking about a little over $85,000 at a minimum is going to be needed in that part of the fund. Is that correct?
Yes.
and that's taking the 4,200 and doing it by 200 because that's in the ordinance, I guess, or code.
Yeah.
That it's
In
$200.
case we do run out of ARPA this coming year, judgment fund can supplement. But the question is, according to our program, it is at $100. So it would actually need to be increased at 200. But as soon as I get all the information from Treasury, I can have a better report. So at the next council meeting, I can have an actual, almost exact report for the council to review. And we will know better how much we can actually service by then.
Okay, and also in your budget, you declared some funds available for incentive for, I guess that's college educated people, and
Yes.
college funds, but you decreased those in your 26 budget of about, I can't remember, it's $36,000. There were two different amounts. One was like 18,000, the other was 20-something thousand, to get to your $800-something thousand.
Yes, actually, on the undergrad for this year, budgets, we decreased undergrad, it was 127,000. We decreased it by 21,000. So we have a remaining of 106,000 for the fiscal year.
Okay.
And then in the incentive, we had it at 50,000, decreased 18,000. So we have a remaining 32,000 for incentives.
Okay. Do those funds carry over each year?
No, it did prior to, but the last 7 years, it didn't carry over.
Okay, so we start fresh next fiscal year.
Yes.
Is we're gonna start fresh again. I believe we'd heard at our previous meeting that the 27 budget's looking kind of bleak, but this council's gonna have to figure out some way to get some additional revenue.
We won't know the actual, we cannot prepare a budget until after we receive the March reports from OST.
Okay, that's understandable. Like I said, and you can't guess, you can't guess how much under the barrel, which you had $198,000. You can't even guess what that might be. That's an unknown liability too that you face, as well as the enrollment of the children that are going to reach that age. So like I said, some just are removed because they graduate school. But then, like you said, you have new ones coming in to replace some of those. So that's something we're going to have to start considering is how are we going to make those funds available to service our members.
Well, all funds are first come, first served.
Yeah.
So we're out. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't go over budget anyway. On burial, we do have ARPA burial remaining for the final payments. It's $55,651.56 that is left, and we have $0 in ARPA burial. That is 11 pending final payments and 4 pending death certificates. So we don't pay until we receive the actual death certificates before we can make final payment. So a total of 15 that is actually pending, which totals that amount of $55,000.
So those 15, they're pending under the $5,000 benefit?
Yeah.
Then after that, you have to revert back to use your $198,000 at the $3,000 level, is that
Yeah,
correct?
it'll be $3,300.
Okay.
Once it's, well, actually, as of February 9th, it returns back to $3,300.
Okay. And I think that's been provided to the
Yes.
nation.
Yes.
So the 3,000 has been there since 1991 when this program started. We haven't increased the burial. It's great that the council was able to get, more money for the raising 5,000, but, now it's unfortunate we are not going to be able to continue that right now.
Like I said,
Oh, sorry, I have several, sorry, I have several. Okay, Representative Chepko, then I have Representative Fulbright, Representative Deere, Pittman, and then Dethridge. And then we
So-
should call it end.
So about a year ago, whenever John Narkeby was the only person on this board, he brought to this floor, I think it was like 4 different banks to move that money so we could draw more interest on it. And just like a bunch of other things that come to the floor are talked about, nothing ever happens. So is there a reason why we can't do that now?
If we do any more investments or anything, that's my understanding, according to the code.
It wasn't investments, it was moving the money to a different bank to draw more interest.
The ARPA fund.
No, our trust fund.
The trust fund.
The regular trust fund.
Regular trust fund, yes, we had some banks come and propose to us, and it was just to move our trust fund, to take it out of trust status and put it into a bank for better interest. And that it never went anywhere.
So is there a reason why we can't do that now?
No.
Do they need to make the motion, I mean, bring it to the floor, or
They would need to bring it to the floor and
y'all do
the
that?
council
Because-
decide.
can y'all do
Because I
that?
know
'Cause
that's
there's
what
no reason.
Representative Fulbright was going to suggest as well, what we need to do.
Yeah, there's no reason why we shouldn't do that. I mean, it's just money that we're losing. I talked to Brian Kane, it's Brian Kane that was Sovereign Bank president. Last meeting, he said we lost over $1 million just from that time in interest that we could have gained because nobody ever did anything about those presentations ever brought to the floor. And then as far as burial, I want to make up, whenever we come out of going to the agenda, I want to make a motion to use some of the ARPA interest money to put into burial.
Okay.
Representative Fulbright and then Representative Deere.
Yes, that was my, what I was going to say, Mr. Jepko, was the, bringing those RFPs back, the banks, back to this council, so the new council can be aware of what we had done in the past. We have to do something. I mean, we can't just sit here and talk about it anymore. And also, we have ARPA interest that we're going to be paying off a couple properties, which we need to also, because it's going to save a lot of interest. Yes. Why don't we use some of that money and put it into judgment fund? Instead of paying off the sale property, put it into judgment fund, and maybe paying off DeGrisso with the rest of it or something to supplement them till we get on our feet to get something done with this judgment fund to take care of our people. That is something that, I mean, I don't know if I'll make it on judgment fund or not. I'm not popular here, and I would never wear a crown to you guys, but that is one thing that I would certainly be working towards, is bringing that judgment fund money up and getting our people taken care of.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That's it.
I know regular investment, if we wanted to invest some of our own money that's there, or it would take, with the 2/3 vote. You have to submit a plan to the Department of Interior if you want to develop any kind of investment plan on the money that's there. So, and they would take 60 days to rule on whether they did this. That's just some things I think the next board will discuss and look at that too.
Okay. Representative Deere.
One more comment on that. Do we have to go through, you just mentioned we have to go through a process in order to take our money out of trust?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay, so one of the banks that came forward, I believe it was Sovereign, is that what it was, Mr. Jeffco?
I do believe so.
The CPNs, they had the same situation. They have money in trust, and that's what he's talking about. We lost a lot of money so far, and we have to take a different approach on this to take care of things. And so the new council, I would certainly like you to be privy to that information to take care of our business here.
Representative Deere, Representative Pittman, and then Representative Dethridge, and then we need to move on.
I just want to give a little history of this judgment fund, trust fund / OTFM that's providing the service to our trust funds, our judgment funds. We had a director of the judgment fund when I was in a council seat back in 1997. And that person that was the director of the judgment fund at that time gave us training in investments. In the investments world, we had to learn the terminology. We had to learn all the ins and outs of all the investments that was going on. And the reason he did that is because of the fact that we had to sit across the table from the OTFM in Albuquerque. That had a hold of our funds, that was investing our funds. Well, whenever we got the paperwork on the investments that they had us in, every one of them was a small interest rate. And then some, it was a zero interest rate. They call it a zero coupon bond, which is nothing. You're not getting anything back in return. And the other one was an invert floater, they call it. And what an invert floater is that whenever the stock market's low, the bonds are high, and vice versa. So at the time Clinton was in there, the stock market hit the bull market. So the bonds were down, and so was our interest on our monies. And the third thing that we found out was that OTFM did not just take our money individually and invest it for us. They did a block, which was the Cheyenne Arapaho, the Blackfeet, the Crows, the Creeks, the Seminoles, as a one whole block, and that was over $100 million plus. And they would invest that money, and then they would divvy up the interest of each tribe. And that's their game plan. That's exactly how they're probably doing it still to this day. And so I'm being a loudmouth, and I am. And I was back then, I still am. And I sit across from the executive director of the OTFM. His name was Mr. Parsons. I remember him very clearly. He kind of looked like Husky. And we had all this group here, and everybody in the group was bringing up all these investments that they had us in, and most of them was federal buildings in Washington D.C. they had us invested in. And like I said, it was just small interest rates that they were getting on our monies, and so we compiled all that information and just loaded it on him and his group sitting across the table from us. And you know what the man told me, and I still remember this to this day. You know what he told me? You Seminoles, take your money and get out of my office. That was his very words. I said, sure, we could, but we trust you. Our people trust you to make a good plan for us on our investments. We came back with a plan to give to the council to at least take $5 million out of that judgment fund, that trust fund, and do our own investment at that time. We had a man that was an expert on this investment world. His name was Leon Lusty. He dealt with futures daily. He lived those futures. And I mean, he was an expert. And we had him on board on the trust fund. And we brought it to the council, said we want to take $5 million out and invest it. Not no futures, because that's risky, but a very moderate conservative. We brought it to the council, they said no. So if we did, and if the plan worked out at that time, the council said yes, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this. Because a lot of your things that you got going on now could have been played out like that. Like me, I should have started doing a 401k when I was 20 years old. But no, I didn't. I waited till I was 50. But we do all that, and we don't think that the future is going to be coming up, But It is. And so that's why it is what it is today. And that's why we're dealing with it, because you can't blame the director or anybody else. And then Hutke, he just got in there as trust fund management board person. But you got to have a plan in order to fulfill the obligation you gave to your people. And as a council reps, you owe your people that, because you have made a position as a trust fund management to supply your people with monies that they need for such natures as school clothing, as burial, and that's the biggest thing, is a burial. And that's where I think I've got a heartburn with that, because of the fact that, you know, you're reducing it down. But I think you need to, you know, kind of finagle, you know, use your mind and money-making mind to try to figure it out, you know. I did a funeral for one of our members of the church out there in Hijita, and Judgment Fund gave them $4,700, but they had to pay additional $3,000 because that $47,000 wasn't enough. And then on top of that, it was not a quality casket. It was very, very shabby. And that's where I get upset, because of the fact I see my people getting misused and abused out here in the country because of the fact that we're not even concerned about them, you know. When it comes to death, you know, that's a hard time for families to be dealing with, you know, because everybody has to deal with it, but the point of the matter is you shouldn't have to deal with that at that point in time. You should it already should be covered and taken care of and going on down the road with you. Because that's why we're here in this meeting today, is for our people. Our people are more concerned, we should have more concern for them than the monies that are available for buying land or whatever the case may be, like Leon says. And then we should go ahead and use what we can to go ahead and provide those services that we had promised our people to do so. So I just want you to know there is, you know, the background of that is, it's not, like I said, it's not the Judgment Fund director's fault. It's not the chairman or the Trust Fund Management Board people's fault. The blame is on the OTFM, because they do not care about how much interest you're making off your monies. That's where it comes down to. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You can.
I was on the board from 05 to almost 10, and we did have some good people on there that had a banker, and, you know, our own people that we met regularly with the BIA person in New Mexico on our funds at that time. But it's my understanding, you know, this doesn't sound good, but, you know, whatever funds we get is never intended to pay the full amount. It's the help. But I understand what you're saying, though. We do need, you know, the 5,000 to me was a good step up, but now we've got to tell people, no, can't do that anymore. But I'm actively looking. We have, the board is made up of 3 councilmen, current councilmen. So I'm actually looking for 2 people who are, and they don't have to be Seminole or even Native American, that are highly trained, maybe special people that deal with investments and things like that. Any other questions?
I'd like to say one more thing. At my band meeting last night, we had made a decision to go ahead and up the ante to $5,300 on the burial. And I agree with Councilman Chupko, you know, that we need to do something in that category of that nature, because of the fact that you have monies that you can move to where it needs to be moved. But we want it to be $5,300, and that's what it should be, because that'll be adamant enough to where they can get a burial that is more accommodating than what you're seeing now presently.
The only program we have that's together that takes care of the kids all the way to seniors. So, and they're all, each one is very important, and it's hard to distinguish one above the other, but, you know, we're still living in 1991 figures.
Yes. Yes. Representative Pittman and Representative Dethridge, then we're in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for serving, Representative Spencer. I just want to say this. He touched my heart when he said that the caskets were not appropriate. We need our people to be encouraged and enlightened. You can buy a casket from Walmart now, and you can have it delivered. But one of the things that I think we should think about, and I don't know how many, maybe you can tell me how much ARPA funds we received, and are we utilizing the interest off of that, or have we spent it all?
As in the total amount for ARPA, or?
Yes, the total amount.
No, I do not have that knowledge.
Okay. So you will be able to present it?
Yes.
Later.
Are you talking just about the budgeted amount, the awarded to judgment fund?
Yes.
Yes.
The entire amount.
Okay, for clothing, we received 2.3 million for clothing. It's $2,350,000. And that's with the additional funding that the council had gave us.
That they
later
decided.
on.
Is that money currently drawing interest?
That I do not know, because that would be for, like for the budget officer. They have, from my knowledge, they have all ARPA funding in a pool.
Yes.
So I don't know how much is for, just for judgment fund.
I thought
The interest rate.
originally that the ARPA money would stay with the fund that we have, get an extra to draw the interest and whatever, but I guess, I'm not sure now.
It's rolled into a pot.
Mm-hmm.
That was the clarification that I needed. And just for the record, I did bring Sovereign Bank to the table for our former executive team, to let them know they were losing interest on not just one account, but several accounts. So if we can get you the people that you need on your board and you can make those recommendations to us, we'll be more than happy to increase that when our interest rates increase. So I want to say thank you for your hard work. But if we need more specific numbers.
Representative Dethridge.
Thank you.
That might be a treasury question.
Representative
Correct me
Dethridge.
real quick, I said 5,300, I meant 5,500. That way with the cost of groceries too also going up, 300 is not enough. That may be 2 bags of something from Walmart, So 500, 5,500.
The burial doesn't just have to go with the casket. If you've got extra money, it can go to flowers and transportation, whatever it specifies in the code. But of course, the dollar amount, most of it goes right towards the casket.
Yep. Representative Dethridge, and then we've exhausted our time.
All right,
I was just wanting to ask real quickly, Madonna, would you be available after a while, because your legislation is coming up, second piece of information, second item on this agenda, looks like to me. So,
Yes.
are you gonna
I'll
be
be
here? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, Meadow, yes, that's it, Meadow. Okay, any other boards or committees? Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the Older Americans Program and
Okay, OAP?
And BCR.
Older American Program, or Older American Program Advisory Board, which the ones that are on the agenda have been the acting. I don't know if they're here, I don't look like any of them. How about, we said BCR Commission? BCR? Looks like we have the director. Would that suffice? It doesn't look like we have any BCR. Oh, no, we have one, yes.
Thank you.
We have 2?
And if the Older Americans Program would give us some accountability.
I'll try to reach out to the director and let him know.
Okay, thank you, Madam.
Morning.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your hard work. Would you take a moment to explain what the level of the tax assessment is from 2021?
A tax assessment for what?
Yes, the ad valorem tax.
We don't collect ad valorem tax in the BCR Commission offices.
But you have the erroneous tax assessment?
Oh,
What is,
it's a test case, and I don't have the amount. It's for an individual tribal member that we're trying to get through in court. We have had hearings rescheduled, and so we're hoping to go to court on March 11th. I think that's March 11th. No, not March 11th, it's March 19th, I believe. It's on a Monday. I'm getting my meeting dates mixed up. But
that's
yes.
okay, so it's coming up.
It's coming up.
Will you be able to provide us with?
We can give
the
an
outcome?
update, yes.
And then secondly, can you explain to us what the timeline was? It says your requests that were completed, it says October, November, and December. Were you using the whole year and they were completed in those months?
I don't have my report in front of me. Can you tell me what
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
pertaining to?
These, a substantial amount of requests, assistance requests were completed.
Oh, these are department requests from Land Research Program. And so your question is,
How many did you complete and in what time frame did we do
those
it?
are from a 3-month period, from October to December. And so just doing a quick math here, it looks like 50, 60, 70, almost just under 100 requests were fulfilled by that department.
Okay, thank you. And that, so are we now starting on new requests?
Yes, we have an ongoing list. When we have tribal members coming in, we have requests from departments and from other businesses. Whenever the nation is working on a construction project, we have those requests. We have requests from individual council members. We have property owner requests, and when the property owner comes in, we have them fill out an intake form, and they're on a list, and so we get to them in order that they were received.
And so are we striving to complete those, the requests incoming for this year, will they be completed by October?
It
November?
depends, because every individual situation, especially with landowners, is different. And so some of them are just wanting basic title work done, and others are complicated, preparing for wills. And so those involved, maybe if they're restricted land, then you can talk about anywhere from 1 or 2 people to hundreds of people. So there's no set timeline to get those resolved.
And what does it cost?
That's free of charge to the tribal members that have restricted land.
Thank you. Madam?
Representative Chupko, then Representative Monique Carpenter, and then Representative Fulbright.
Yeah, so in the tag office, how many employees do you have?
We have 2 tag office employees. Total, the BCR Commission employs 5 people.
And are they all full-time?
They're all full-time and they're all cross-trained.
What's the hours?
Our hours are 8:30 to 4:30.
That's not full-time hours.
We don't take a lunch.
So 8:30 to 4:30 or 8:30 to 4?
8:30 to 4:30. Our tag office hours are 8:30 to 4 o'clock. But we're there for the extra 30 minutes to do our reporting and our mail out.
So that's 7.5 hours. That's not 8 hours.
8:30 to 4:30?
8:30 to 4.
8:30 to 4:30 is our employee hours.
But you're not open for business from 8 to 5.
We're not open for business from 8 to 5. We're open for business from 8:30 to 4:30.
Chair, I thought we was gonna have these offices open from 8 to 5 for business.
May I interject, please? We did bring this concern to our council representatives, our commissioners in December at our meeting, and we discussed it, and I'll let you answer. Office hours?
What they have to do, the reason they closed the business section at 4, they have to make their deposits for their, the tax, that the money they receive for their tax, that has to be deposited. So they have to figure all that out and then do their reporting. And that's why they have to, the cutoff for tax is at 4 o'clock, but they are there till 4:30.
But it takes that many employees to do that?
The tag office employees, there's 2 employees that are responsible for getting those reports done, and they do have to be deposited every day. When I first started 10 years ago, we were open until 5, but because people procrastinate, there were times that we were there until 7 o'clock to get those 5 o'clock people in, and once the car dealerships and the state tag offices and the banks close, it's difficult to get the documents that those people need in a timely manner to get them taken care of that day. So the commission, we brought that issue to the commission. The commission decided several years back to stop doing new tags at 3 o'clock. That gives us time to contact their dealership or the lending company or the state tag office to get whatever documents, or the insurance company, whatever documents that are required to get those people's vehicles registered. We close the office at 4 o'clock for renewals and title work at 4, and that gives the 2 office people in the front 30 minutes to get their reporting done. And depending on how busy the day is, we may not leave there at 4:30. We may have to stay to get those reports completed. Because they take the money, they are responsible for counting it and doing the report and giving it to our finance specialist so she can input it so that that deposit slip can be printed and taken to the bank.
Representative Monique Carpenter and then Fulbright.
Sharon, I think you already know what I'm going to ask about. It's just about the presentation over how tribal members can form a nonprofit or an LLC within Seminole Nation, and I asked for a PowerPoint to give instructions on that. Can you give me an update on where it's at?
Okay, the original request came to the council through the council secretary for an information sheet or a PowerPoint. I brought that to our attorney, and we were working on getting an information sheet that can be passed out and posted to a website so that it could be clear. But because we report to a commission, any documents that we release out of our office has to go before the Board of Commissioners for approval before it can be released to the public. Unfortunately, we were tasked with revising some codes that needed to go on this March quarterly meeting, and so unfortunately that had to be set back. The document is completed, and we have a meeting on the 24th, I believe, of this month, and so that will be for their review. They may want us to change some things, and I will tell you now that we do know that Title 4A needs to be revised and updated, and that's the code that pertains to LLCs and corporations, so we do need to update that. There haven't been any revisions to that code, Title 4 and 4A, since they were implemented back in the 90s. But we hope to have that ready for the, hopefully, if they don't require us to make revisions, we can get that approved at our next meeting, and then that will be available to add to an agenda, whether it's a special call or the June quarterly meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Fulbright and then Representative Petit.
Has BCR ever considered doing the online titles, tags? I know through the state, they're doing that. You don't get a title now. You have to get it online. Have you considered or even thought about doing anything like that?
As the state has changed their laws, we have considered, we've discussed it, done the research, we've gone to the Capitol, we've brought back that information to our commissioners. We don't have our dedicated website that we used to have up and running. It needs to be rebuilt. And so Seminole Nation, as our codes are written now, we don't hold titles. So the title is given to the tribal member as soon as it's registered. If there's a lien on there, we have that documentation to reflect that lien. If the lending company requires to hold that title, then when the tribal member comes in to register their vehicle, instead of giving the title to the tribal member, we will send it directly back to the lien holder. And how we know to do that is because the lien holder will not give the title to the owner. They'll send it directly to us, and then they'll give us an envelope to send it back directly to them, usually through UPS or FedEx. But we've talked about it, but because we are also working to try to be able to have renewals online as well. You submit your information, but we're just not there yet. The software upgrade that was approved maybe 2 years ago is going to allow us the ability to have those options, but we're just not there yet.
Hopefully, we can be there soon, because that'll help a lot of the tribal members that are outside the jurisdiction to renew tags, or, you know, since the hours are just not the same as the tribe, you know, people don't know that, you know, and they come from out of town and to take care of business, and you're already closed and stuff, because I just think that would be easier, and I'd like to see that.
Without having, I appreciate your concern, but we have had policies in place, procedures in place since 2018 to allow people to register their vehicles via mail and do renewals via email and telephone. So there are mechanisms in place where tribal members don't have to travel across the state to come to our office.
Representative Petit and then Kishkatan.
Yes, I'd just like to ask you, what are your revenue sources? How does BCR incur revenue?
The BCR Commission proper, the operating account, that funding comes directly from the motor vehicle registration revenue. That motor vehicle revenue funds the BCR operating account and the land research program, and then we take $250,000 off the top of that revenue and submit quarterly payments of $62,500 to the land acquisition account for the nation.
Okay.
And so the other revenues that the BCR Commission collects, motor fuel rebate, tobacco rebate, we're currently out of compact, so that's not there. Sales fee in wholesale tobacco, those go into separate accounts, and by code, motor fuel goes to fund, motor fuel, gaming, and sales fee are required to go into a revenue reserve account. Those percentages of each, it's 14 point something for motor fuel. I can't remember if gaming is 30%. I think it might be 30%, 40%, no. Sales fee is 30, and gaming revenue might be 40. I got them reversed, but anyway, those go into a reserve account, and from there we fund Head Start and early Head Start programs. The other monies that we collect for the regular motor, those rebates, go to fund general fund, and so whatever. Then a portion of that's where I'm getting it. Mixed up. A portion of the gaming revenue account that we get from SNGE goes to supplement the gaming agency's budget. And so back in 2020, there was a period of time where the casinos were closed and not generating revenue. And since then, we've talked to the treasurer at that time. There's been and so what we've done is hold that to a monthly allocation rather than a quarterly, so it's actually based on revenue collected.
Okay. You mentioned the 62.5 that goes into land acquisition?
That's quarterly, so the total amount per code is $250,000.
Okay. And of that $250,000, could you give us, this council, kind of a breakdown of what that usage of funds is for? If it's by code, what they can use those funds for?
Unfortunately, the code only requires us to make that payment, and so it's up to the treasurer and executive to decide what that comes from. We have asked questions in the past, but that's what all we are required to do is pay that money, not direct how it's spent.
Okay, so you have no say, so there's nothing in the code that says it's be used for attorney fees, for abstract fees and stuff like that?
No.
That's just listed in your budget request?
Right.
Those areas that it can be used for?
For that particular fund, yes. Now, there are codes that say motor fuel, the collection that we get out of there goes to revenue, and then a portion of those motor fuel rebates are also supposed to go to the roads program for roads and bridges and such.
Okay. And previously, when we were speaking to SNGE, they indicated, the potential to take over shutting down one of the convenience stores and making that gaming area. Mm-hmm. But this council needs to see, a feasibility study essentially to see what is the income going to be greater from that to, cause to get rid of that store. Because if the revenue's not great there, then that's something they need to consider. But that's what I've often wondered on that is, you said long ago, some of your sales taxes. Have y'all seen a decrease in your sales tax?
A sharp
receipts?
decline, unfortunately, yes, in both the tobacco wholesale, because that's based on the licenses that we issue to tobacco wholesalers. So that directly reflects how much tobacco products are sold to SINDOC. And the sales fee that we collect comes directly from the stores, the C-stores. And so there has been a sharp decline, which also affects the amount of money that we can set aside in those revenue accounts, revenue reserve accounts for Head Start and Early Head Start. If gaming wished to take over, I think I heard him talk about I-40 in particular, and just close the store down and put more casino games in there, then that would benefit the collections that BCR collected on behalf of the nation.
Okay, and we have in our code severance tax. Could you bring something up, because I think it's been probably about a year and a half, and you told this council at that time that y'all were setting up some meetings with some producers and stuff like that. How's that coming?
We're still in a holding pattern just because the governor of Oklahoma is so combative with tribes. If you'll remember back in 2020, we did issue some letters to oil companies and had some pushback from, what's the state oil consortium, had some pushback on their, OPEC. And so there was some headlines in the newspapers. And so we do have a case that should we move forward, and I think that's part of the reason why the reserves from the cash in of the CD to pay off the Phillips property was set into a war chest. Is when we're ready to move forward with implementing that, we have a company that we would like to set forward, moving that forward to make sure that that can be implemented. But the political climate in the state right now is not advantageous to that, but we are collected, and fortunately, the council at that time had the foresight when they approved the oil and gas severance tax to allow us to still keep track from 2014. So we still have that. They have those letters. They know that this is coming up, and so they will be responsible for those fees dating back to 2014.
Okay, so it'll be retroactive back to that point?
Yes, sir.
Then? Okay. And now, would that be the responsibility of the producer or the state to reimburse us back?
The producer.
The producer, okay.
Yes, and I think what will help us is that at the federal level, there's a bill called the Tax Parity Bill that nationwide tribes and tribal organizations have been working on for years. It's finally going to get a hearing on by Congress later this month. They put out a call to ask for tribes to comment and submit questions that they want their representatives to ask. I know the National Finance Officers Association, NFOA, has put, we have bi-weekly tax meetings, and they've asked for us to submit questions, tribes across the country, so that their representative can ask that or submit those for record.
You just discussed compacts previously, and like I said, given the current state with the executive office we have in the state of Oklahoma, pending the next election, it's probably going to be 2 years before we could potentially bring back to negotiate a compact again, agreements with them. So that's some time that we're going to have to set and do without funds from the compacts until then. So that's another thing financially this nation needs to start considering.
Correct, and because the compact negotiations broke down like late last year, we have moved forward with looking at black stamps, those are those unstamped cigarettes. And so it's taken us a while for the Oklahoma Tax Commission to give us those figures back on how much we can sell. And so now unfortunately, we're going to probably have to revise the code pertaining to tobacco tax to allow a collection directly from SINDOC, so that we're not getting those rebates back, since we're not getting those rebates back from the state.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Representative Kishkachon, Chepko, and then Dustin Harjo. Please be mindful of your time. We've got others waiting for other things as well, presentations.
Okay.
Meadow.
So Sharon, on this highlights of requests completed, October, November, December, the 22 tribal members assistance requests completed, what is that?
They're inquiring the land research program about their land. Usually it's allotted land, or the tribe descendants will call and say, hey, I've got this land that I just found out about, but maybe they don't know who the ancestor was that they're descended from that actually owns that land. So that's when our land research program manager will have to contact the BIA to get whatever records relate to that parcel. And then we'll have to go to the courthouse in Wewoka to pull that research out and to see where it falls out and who, if that individual that called does in fact have a right to inheritance, or if, and if they do, how many other people?
Okay. And then, as far as, is there not maybe one evening that you guys could stay open later till 6 or 6:30? For them tribal members that work out of town or cannot take off, or even a Saturday, half a day? Let's, try to help.
Okay, I appreciate that question. The banks close at 6 o'clock, so 6:30 would be out of the question. We did open up on Saturdays, one Saturday a month, but we did that for 3 years, and there was an average of one tribal member that would come in. And so it was not cost effective to continue being open on Saturdays. There have been times when we've worked during Nation Days on a Saturday to allow people coming in because we knew that more tribal members would be in office. And the last time that we did that, we had one tribal member that came in for a renewal, and there were no renewals during that time.
I mean, you could make your deposit the next morning, though. Banks close at 6, do it the next morning, first thing.
We've given those opportunities in the past, but unfortunately, tribal members don't take up those opportunities where we have been open and later in the evenings or on Saturdays. And when the commission stopped doing new tags at 3 o'clock, we know we're all procrastinators. I'm worse about it too. So it'll be low traffic in the morning, but at 2:30, we'll get 10 people wanting to register new vehicles. Each new vehicle takes about 20 minutes if they have all of their documents to process. And so even though we say that we're going to stop doing new tags at 3:30, they just have to be in the office at 3, they just have to be in the office at 3. And so many times we're still processing those. And it depends, especially now, it's our high season because of the income tax returns. We can be there, even though we're only supposed to be there till 4:30 because our hours are adjusted because we don't take a lunch, to allow people to come in during their lunch hours that are local, processing those and getting those reports done, and that the credit card transactions and the check transactions to line up with our computer program to make sure all the money is there, and the deposit slips are printed. That still can go until 5 o'clock, and especially on holidays and the weekends. The Fridays before the holidays are typically our most high volume, where we can take anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 with over 100 transactions. And I understand your concern, but we have tried to figure out a way to help as many tribal members as possible. And we felt like, and we have had an increase of people mailing those new vehicle tags into us. Works out very well, and we do a large number of those every month. And then allowing people, the majority of the people that are renewing their tags are doing those through the email or through the mail. And the most renewals we do is through email. They'll call us, they'll email us their insurance, we'll verify it. They'll call back and we'll take their payment, and they never have to leave their house, and we mail it directly to them. And so we found that we've served more tribal members through those options rather than opening late or on a weekend.
How did you advertise that you was open on a Saturday or later in the?
In the tribal newspaper and on the tribe's website.
Yeah, I do Facebook. Everybody's on Facebook, I'd like to give it a shot to try to help our members, because that's what we're here for, to.
We will certainly put that on the agenda for the next
at,
VCR.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll look at that. Representative Chepko and then Representative Dustin Harjo.
Yeah, well, I just want to make this real quick, but why is it that the state can stay open till 5, but we can't? Are they managing their offices better than we are?
I don't have any idea how they run their business.
Well, maybe we should figure that out, because if they can do it, there ain't no reason why we couldn't do it.
We'll look into it. We'll take some consideration. We'll figure out
We'll take that back to the
something.
commissioners for consideration.
Yeah, we'll look at it. Representative Dustin Harjo?
I yield my time.
Okay, that's it, Meadow. Thank you. I know we're at the lunch hour. We have directors still, and then we have a treasurer that's online that's been waiting for an interview, and then, so you all tell me how you want to do this. I know we still have, if you're done with boards and commissions, we have directors that have been requested. I know Representative Fulbright, we did have the resolution of 2024-98 had superseded as to directors were only to be present when they had something on the agenda. I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, in 2024, there was a verbal request of something of Representative McCoy said that requesting that they be here and present at that time. And so I know there were 6, maybe 4 requested. Representative Dethridge, did you have anything you needed to say? No? No? Okay, so if we want to, it's noon. Yes. So we still have our directors and we still have an interview online. Do we go ahead? Representative Fulbright.
I'm just asking the council to let us follow what we have in place with our laws. I know you want to talk to the directors and you have all kinds of questions, and we could sit here all afternoon with the directors. But let's follow our laws this time. If you want to change it down the road, change it down the road again. But at this time today, that's what law is in place, and I'm asking that you follow it. And you can call, email the chief and say, hey, I need to talk to OEH for something. You know, I've got these questions. That's her baby. She's over the employees.
Representative Chepko?
What is you said there's an interview online?
Yes, so on treasurers, we have only had 3 applicants since running it. And so we have an interview, just questions, interview. I have all 3 of them. I do believe Mr. Archer's here as well. So we've had Billy Archer, Mr. Bill Larney, and then Mr. Chris Hicks, and that was recommended by a tribe that they would like him questioned. And so he's online. He lives out of state and he's been waiting. And then we had the 1, 2, 3, 4. We had 4 directors, and I have a director that also works on Saturdays.
Chair, on TR 2026-24, it shows that it's withdrawn.
Yes, he is not being appointed. It was only supposed to be interviews only.
That's the wording.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Representative Yahola.
Yes, Chair. Most of the time in the past, it's always been the discretion or the executive office's choice as far as it pertains to the secretary. You actually do the interview and then you present them here as your nomination, and then we vote on it. So in my mind, that would be best suited for executive office to make that decision and indicate why they're more fit to be the treasurer.
Okay.
In my opinion, that's just my opinion. I really don't see any of that. In my judgment, I would believe that at your discretion, because you would have all the information to actually conduct that. To see when they'll be serving you, working with you. And we're just going to go off of as far as your nomination of who you feel comfortable.
We'll support him.
Representative Chepko?
Yeah, we support
Okay.
that.
I think is Andrew back there? Can he notify him? You can let Andrew know. Okay, so reports of directors. Nobody? Okay. Reports of directors. Again, we had 4 directors requested to be here. Now, Representative McCoy in 2024 had put a verbal, well, I need to look and see, but if anybody remind me, that in 2024, she requested at least 10 days before that they should have been a director given notice, and that was what happened, and we had 4 notified, and we told them. With that, Representative Fulbright did bring back, and we did rescind that to where if in 2024-98 that they would be here prior to only if something on the agenda. But again, I recall that we also could call them if requested. So if we have directors, that's what I'm going on the agenda report, who has a director that they want to call forward. Representative Monique Carpenter.
HR director, please.
Excuse me?
The HR director.
HR? There's that one.
Good morning. I believe we've already had correspondence, and I've already asked you questions. Can you just state what the questions were and then give us an answer to what the question, or what the answer was to those questions? Do you remember?
I think I do.
Okay.
Let him introduce himself.
Oh, will you introduce yourself,
Yes,
please?
my name is Adrian Bartley. I'm the new HR director. I've been here since January 26th, 2026, about 6 weeks. Remember those questions now?
Is she?
Representative Chepko, she had emailed him questions and she's wanting him to read them and
So she wants
answer.
him to read her questions?
Mr. Bartley, do you have Representative Carpenter's questions there?
Yes, sir.
Would you read them aloud, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Please.
The first question is, how many positions do we have within the Seminole Nation workforce? And I responded to her general counsel, the secretary, 150 active positions within the Seminole Nation. With those 158 active positions, there could be 4 or 5 people in those positions. So I didn't see how many active positions we have, not active employees. How many of those positions are vacant? 11 vacant positions as of today. How many terminations have taken place in September 2025? 13 has been taking place in September 2025. How many resignations? 26 employees that have put in resignations. How many unemployment claims has Simulation received? We have received 2 unemployment claims. I have one of those claims I'm going to appeal with the unemployment office. I'm still in the decision. And one, they were denied benefits, unemployment benefits. I got the letter in last week on that one. How many unemployment claims have we paid out? Talking to payroll, anything, we have not paid out anything on unemployment right now. Depends on this appeal, how it goes, if we could be given unemployment claims on that individual. How many departments are without directors? We have 3 departments, agriculture, we have 2 new positions, agriculture executive director, this 1 position available, program director, community development, and Terrell director are the 3 director positions that I have available right now.
I don't think your mic is on.
Is it green? It's got to be lit. Okay.
I apologize, Ms. Fulbright. How many directors are without directors? Agriculture, program director, community development, and Terrell director are the 3 positions I have that are director open. Not as directors, we just hired a COPE director. And we have 1 more that we just hired. I can't remember that one, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Controller.
And at what percentage of employment are we operating based on your current employees and terminations and resignations? 80%, 87.9% of employees and terminations we're operating at as of today.
And I just have one more question. Do we have a controller yet?
We have a controller that is starting actually March 16th, which will be a week from Monday.
Okay, Chief, I want to know, when it comes to audits, are we in the clear to move towards 477?
On that, it is going, we have 2 CPAs that are contracted and working with our accounting office. So the CPAs are actively on that, yes. Representative Chepko?
Yeah, so hey, what's the labor law on somebody working 8 hours straight?
Labor law on 8 hours straight?
Yes.
Our law should say that if you're working an 8-hour shift, you should get at least a 30-minute lunch break and 2 15-minute breaks.
Chair, do you acknowledge that statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So with your last statement regarding the violation, so we're currently in violation of BCR. If they're working till 4:30, from 8:30 to 4:30, they're entitled to a 30-minute lunch and 2 15-minute breaks.
Yes, ma'am.
They work through lunch. So we're in violation, is that correct? Because it's not at their discretion. I mean, you can eat at your desk and say, I had a lunch, but at the end of the day, if they're closing 30 minutes early,
Yes.
is that considered their lunch break?
That could be considered their lunch break if they're closing 30 minutes early.
If that department agrees with that.
We have the director back if y'all want to.
I know, I was just trying to get your attention and calm hands here. My apologies, but the BCR Commission doesn't report directly to the chief. Our oversight comes from a board of commissioners. We did check with the Department of Labor laws regarding lunch breaks, and they are not required. They do have 15-minute lunch break, or 15-minute breaks throughout the day that they can take. Those aren't required. A lunch break is not required by the Department of Labor.
For an 8-hour shift?
For an 8-hour shift.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Petit?
Mr. Martez, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said you've just been with the HR for just a short period of time. Have you had an opportunity to review all the benefit packages that we provide to our employees?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 26 budget, it showed that there was over $550,000 in an increase in health insurance costs for our employees. Do you have input into the potential budget for 27 as to whether or not there needs to be some corrections to that, or if this council can make adjustments to that benefit package?
My first week here, the second week I got here was when we did open enrollment. I've looked at the benefit packages and stuff, and I'm talking to our Alliant, which is our broker and stuff, and they said that it's high, but we have a lot of claims that come through that I am looking at for the budget and see if we need to raise it or how we need to do that. And that's one of my goals this next couple of weeks or this next month is to look over the budget and look over the benefit packages and see if I can be able to help our tribal members, our employees have better benefits for the next fiscal year.
Okay, well, and the reason I bring that up is because that's not just a current ongoing cost over $500,000. It's going to be increasing in the future because of what we're seeing in some other, the federal government not allowing some certain coverage and stuff. So that's something that this nation has to look back and reevaluate their benefit package for their employees, because there may have to be some adjustments cut back in that area for revenue reasons. So that's why I just wanted to kind of let this council know, because we have so many new people here that don't know the finances of this nation. But that's something that they need to review in the budget process, because they've got a new one coming up that they're going to have to do in probably the next quarter or so that is going to need some attention. And you know, I've discussed this with the assistant chief, and I would hope that maybe that can be something that can be resolved. And now, as far as retaining employees and stuff, that's going to be a decision those people are going to have to make. But we've got to look at revenue and avenues to either increase that, or do we need to shop around, you know, where do they buy their health insurance from? And
I've actually talked to the broker and stuff, and we've already talked to them about shopping around and see what type of ones we can get. If we can get a better rate with other companies, I've already looked into our medical, dental, and vision on that also.
Okay. Now you said the broker. Who is the broker?
Alliant.
Okay. You just mentioned that. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
But yeah, I think that's something this nation's gonna have to start looking at, is we see a decrease in our revenue and our, I've always said, revenue's gonna be down, liability's gonna be coming up in the next few years, and we may have to make some cuts that, you know, we've talked about previously. I'm sure you've heard about the burial and stuff like that.
Yes,
under
sir.
judgment funds. That's gonna be benefit packages that employees may not be happy, but, I mean, we've gotta sustain our nation more than we, you know, than how that goes.
And they don't want us to start looking around till about 6 months before open enrollment, so they told me get with June or July, that we're gonna start setting up times and see what we can do about finding some better options.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was a concern I've had.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question from my band. Is the incoming controller a degree accountant?
Yes, the income for the controller, am I correct, ma'am? Is that what you said? Will you repeat the question?
Is the incoming controller a degree accountant?
Give me 1 second, let me.
How did they say it was? Let me see if I can pull up her deal again.
Apologize, I didn't bring that with me.
Do you remember? Was she?
I want to say yes, but I know she's got like 20 years.
I believe she is, ma'am, but she also has got with the degree, she actually has 20 years of experience as a controller. Yes, sir.
I was wondering if you got the 401ks that you said, is that all taken care of with the employees that you?
I am sorry, I'm hard to hear.
401ks, the discrepancy.
Oh, yes, I have actually, I'm glad you brought that up, sir. I've actually been with our Mutual of America. All the stuff has been taken care of. I talked to the employees. They had two options. We could double their payments. It depends on how high their payments were. I had about 6 or 7 that actually wanted to just double their payroll payments, which I got that taken care of. And then I got them all modified where they didn't have no penalties and everything, and where they could start their loan back over, so I took care of that. And I've reached out to all the employees, and they've already got that taken care of, and I completed that, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, is the current hiring process, is that policy or is that codified law?
Policy. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? No other questions? Okay, Mado.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Next director, Representative Petit. Greg, are you still available? Sorry. Yeah, well, it should have the green light on as long as it's flick that little bottom switch. Nope. Right there where you go.
Testing. Thank you for having me, guys.
Thanks for being here. In April of 22, this council passed resolutions 2022, 75, and 76. 75 was for $2.5 million to do the water and sewer here on this mission ground. And then $200,000 under 76 to do the Veterans Center, connect it. And then later on in TR 2468 added another $3.2 million for that. But that was directed towards the executive as far as doing the water and stuff on it. Now, we wanted to request, because we've always felt like this needs to be done. On the way here, I went by and noticed that y'all put in some lagoons back over there in that other area and stuff. And
Yes, sir.
there was, someone had sent me, I think, a picture of a well being drilled. Now, the contracts for those services, did you have the Attorney General review those contracts for us?
Representative Petit, that was before my time, so I'm not aware if they did or not.
Okay, well, our concern was who was the contractor with and was it reviewed? Because we want to make sure, because I had asked I guess the previous director about this in December, well, I asked her in June of 23, and December 23, and I never got an answer for it. And one of the statements I'd made that time, we'd already lost around 30% of our buying power because of inflation and material cost increase. And that's my concern now is with this $5.9 million set aside, are these projects going to be completed within those amounts? Because, you know, and that's why I would have liked for the AG to review the contracts to see, to make sure that there wouldn't be any cost overruns or something, or that was a guarantee that those providers, contractors, or whatever you want to call them, we're going to do that within that amount, so that, because it's pretty obvious we don't have the money to pick that up in the event that the ARPA funds are expended.
Correct. Well, what I can speak to today is the lagoons are almost finished, other than the fencing around them and the rehab on the old lagoons. And the well has already been drilled, and we need to get the well house done and the pressure tank, and then run a line to the standpipe. The Veterans Center, we're going to do a lift station, and we still have approximately a little bit over $2 million left, and we're going to come in well under budget. We're going to have a surplus on those projects for the water and wastewater.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the lift station for the Veterans Center. You can see the elevation change here from where that is. Will these facilities here, what we call it, Wellness Center and our council house and, you know, the North Community Center, those particular facilities, and the 2 new or 3 buildings up north of there, is there going to be a need for a lift station to get that over into those lagoons over there?
Well, it's going to go in, the lift station for the wellness centers, or for the veteran centers going into the main sewer line, but there won't be one over here. These already operate properly. The current lagoons, the waste will be put into the new lagoons, and those will be rehabbed, so it won't interfere with any other stuff. The Veteran Center right now currently isn't on anything like that, so that's why we have to do that there. So it's not going to change anything out here.
So you're going to have this well, supposedly, that I saw a picture of being drilled, it's going to be able to provide water for the whole mission grounds?
Yes, sir. It's producing 33 gallons per minute.
Okay.
And that's going to be enough as during the time the standpipe fills up, it should be enough to definitely take care of. Okay. And there's another well too, and so that should be enough to take care of. 33 gallons per minute. 33 gallons per minute, yes, sir.
Will it be in a storage facility? I mean,
It'll be on the standpipe, yep.
Okay, well, we've got this big tank, I think it's still out there.
Yep.
That we're going to use it. Does it need to be refurbished?
I don't know if it needs to be refurbished or not.
Representative Petit, if we can call Miss Rachel Dinwiddie up, she's the one that's actually over all these ARPA projects that are out here at the mission. It's her and her contracting team. It's Rachel Dinwiddie.
Okay, well, I understand that, but when you read the resolutions, they're back to directing environmental health. So it didn't say anything about whatever committee or director she is over. It says that it's specific language that the resolution says directing EHS to do these projects.
I understand that, but getting from this side where we're at, where I used to be, and getting in there, those departments who are in those were not involved. The contractor was with Rachel Dinwiddie.
Then that's another miscommunication deal there.
Yes, it was.
I've been brought on board since.
They should have came back to the council and said, we need these parties in substitution for who you've directed to do these things. And that, because like I said, at that time, we could have looked at reappropriating some money then. If it looked like he's just talking about they're coming under budget, we could have done that, and we could have used that resource to benefit the members of our nation. If anything, we just talked about the burial program, we could have reappropriated some more funds and put it into that project.
Yes, I agree.
It's a lack of communication that we've received this council. Well, not only just this, and these people, there's 14 new in here. The previous council did not get the information needed to move that money around. And we're talking about $95.5 million. Well, I tell you what it was. It's 95, 458, 576, and 44 cents is what we got in ARPA funds. That doesn't count the LATCF funds that we got. But those are things that this council needs to be informed. And I would hope that your administration will do, I think so far you're trying to do that for us and give us information, but that's things that, I mean, it's past now, we can't do anything with it.
Yes.
But it's things that this council needed to know what happened.
No, I agree. And even now, today, I get told I had no clue. I wasn't a part of it. But then in the emails and in the contracts and in meetings, it was the CMCG team was built up under Rachel Dinwiddie and her transportation program. She oversees the Barking Waters, IHS, the pool, and the well water. The other projects were up underneath procurement. The awning, the splash pad, green space is what it was called. That's it. And then childcare did their own down here. But trying to get information out of the CMCG team or who created it and those departments and trying to get answers to these and moving along, not been easy, including the ARPA funds and the ARPA amounts and having contracts. When we came in, there was nothing in our offices. We had to take everything we could get through email or at the request of individuals or what, by chance, if anything, the Attorney General had. So even though, like I said, that's what we're finding out, even though those programs are supposed to be over them, I can go and ask them, and it's underneath transportation. It's under Rachel and her team that she created. They're the ones that did the planning with these projects and overseeing every one of them.
Okay, and that's what I'm sure. I appreciate your comments on that. But my deal is, this is the legislative body of our nation.
Yes.
They need to be informed of what was taking place so we could make more adequate decisions to benefit the members of our nation. That's my thing right there. I mean, we could the Fasuchi Band requested numerous times to have a conversation so that we could at least look at those funds that have sat stagnant for years and maybe reappropriate some of those funds.
Yes.
He's just made a statement right there. There's monies that could have been used that now can't be used for anything else because they were set aside.
I know.
For specific purpose, and that's what the word appropriation says. It even says it in our Title 14 what appropriation is. Money set aside for specific purposes.
Yes, and
and that's where I think we are today. We're approaching, 26, and we have no guarantee that these projects will be completed.
No,
and as we sit here and talk, we don't have the revenue coming in to do this.
I agree, and that's the one thing that coming in, I've been coming to these meetings and it's been, what do you want to do? No, I'm not making changes. I'm not doing anything. Let's keep going because we have to have it done by December 26th. But then I get told, well, we don't know what to do. We don't have plans. That's why I said, even me trying to get that information has been very hard. Same thing as you just heard Miss Madonna come up and say, getting numbers. I just specifically asked for numbers and I got told, well, I don't have anybody in accounting in this position that's off today. I can't get those numbers. We are not able to get those numbers. We have been asking, and it's not just that, it's everything. So I agree. So he can answer what he can to this, but Rachel would be the one to really ask and answer for you.
Our office was able to participate in an idea that came up through our office through some research that we've done when I started, And we were able to implement it through our office totally and save the project over $700,000 to an idea that we had. And it worked, and we were able to save the project $700,000. And that's kind of the surplus I'm talking about, because we were able to save that through, instead of transporting all the sludge off to a distant area, and it was gonna cost over $1 million, $1.5 million, we were able to bring in a bioremediation team to, the bioorganisms eat the sludge and save some money. We saved over $700,000 with that idea.
So now this well that you're talking about is gonna supply all this water and stuff like that. Now, just our band had discussed, a possible suggestion would have been to drill 4 or 5 wells if needed, so that if that well goes down, it doesn't shut down the whole mission. You could have applied one for like over here, BCR and that building over there, one over in this area, one for, just different areas that, and aerobic systems. We could have done that and diversified all that so that one deal didn't shut this mission down, because if that well goes down, once again, we've shut the whole facility down.
I agree with that.
This is our home.
Yes.
That's what I've always said. This is our home.
I agree with you, but I wasn't involved in the planning, so.
Well, and I understand that. You somewhat, as our new chief did, inherited something that needs assistance from this council to kind of help get them, because we've got to get over this hump somehow.
And Ms. Dinwiddie's been more than helpful, and I wasn't director at the time, but since I've been director, I've had meetings with her about the projects that we're responsible for, the wastewater and the water, and she's brought me up to date on things that'll be complete in June. That's what the project, we're looking at June when those projects are completed, and she's been more than helpful to me. Since I realized, hey, that's part of my responsibility, she says, well, let's have some meetings and talk about it. And I was glad this office was, even though I didn't know we weren't involved at the time, we were able to save some money with an idea, and it worked. And
that's great. I mean, I would have liked to know if we were going to come under budget back in September, so that we could have reappropriated that money in. And if anything, we could have supplemented judgment fund then on our burial to provide more additional coverage. If they spoke, kept that amount up there till the December 26th, whenever that's the end of the ARPA fund usage and everything. But anyway, I appreciate you telling us that. But like I said, in a way, I kind of hate it for you because you inherited a mess also, it sounds like.
it's a good challenge. I enjoy it. It's fun. The lagoons look great.
Thank you. Oh, another deal. Okay, now that we're talking, I just now dawned on me who you were. We just talked to you the last meeting, I guess.
We did?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, you call time minute. If you want to go ahead and talk, but, well, I think the people need to know, when you inherited this job, you came to the council the last time, and we had to appropriate some more money, modify our budget, so that you could get some funds to pay off some outstanding debt that we had back.
We already had the money. It just needed to be moved. That was the budget modification. I just need to move it from, we get program money and we get construction money. I needed to move some program money that we had surplus into the construction funds to pay some debt that we had.
Okay, well, okay, you missed that word debt. Did the providers that we owed that money to, did they not ever bring action against or make inquiries as to when were they going to get paid?
No, I was able to talk to them prior to that, and they understood, and they were patient with us, and we got the money to them.
Yeah, no, they've been reaching out to us and saying these have been outstanding since 24, 25.
23.
Thankfully, yeah. Oh, 23. Well, there's some others that have come and just different bills that we've been trying to catch up in different areas.
We have a good relationship with the vendors, and they know we're going to pay. And the last thing I want to do is soil the Seminole Nation name. And that's the last thing I want to do.
Thank you for that. But if I were a contractor, I don't know if I'd want to do business with you because that's eating into their profit margin. But anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I know it's 12:42, but I have Representative Monique Carpenter, Gunville, Terry Spencer, and then Gonzalez. Oh, Pittman, sorry.
Just one quick question. How much ARPA funds did you have for these projects?
It was around $5 million is what we had for these projects.
Did we accrue any interest on it?
You know, ma'am, I don't know if we did or not. That's not something I wouldn't know. I don't deal with that side of it. I deal with the construction side and make sure the public health side. I'm sure that we did because the money hasn't been used yet.
I'm sure too. Now, my last question, what's the timeline on your current projects?
For out here?
Yes.
June is the timeline for our current projects. All we have left to do, the new lagoons are constructed, the fencing's going up in a couple of weeks. We're gonna rehab the other ones, which is not gonna be a big task. And then we got the well has been drilled, a well house and a water line to the standpipe. And then the Veteran Center, we're gonna do a lift station and it's gonna be connected to the main waste line, and that, we're looking at June 30th, maybe end of June.
Okay. No, Representative Gunville, and then Spencer, and then Gonzalez.
Yeah. I didn't say that.
Keep doing what you're doing, but, the other part of not getting the information you were looking for, there's really no need why the tribal members shouldn't be able to see and everything where that money's being spent. So there's got to be a way and everything to present it. If you want to, you mean to say corruption, and we need to get away from that, so.
Okay, will do. Representative Spencer, and then Gonzalez.
Mine's a real short question, but all the times I've been around here, we've been told that our water is not good here. I just guess I want some assurance that whatever all we do is our water will be drinkable and all that, because it hasn't been the case. In fact, it was the #1 issue of a lot of our people.
Well, the water test for the new well has come back. It's good water.
Okay.
It's going to be good, and it's flowing good. I actually personally went out there when they drilled the well and checked the total dissolved solids that came in under. It was good, and it's good water. The sample came back great.
Representative Gonzalez.
I just wanted to make a statement, that this Mission Grounds sits over an aquifer. And this aquifer, we had the opportunity to drill our own wells here, and we would have had water. We would have been able to provide water to all the counties around us, but the council voted it down. And the chief brought it back 3 times to try to get it passed. The council kept voting it down. So when Mr. Petit says, oh, we're gonna have to drill the wells here, Mr. Petit, I think, must have forgot that issue was there. I mean, I don't even know, were you on the council then? Okay, but that was in 21 and 22 when we were trying to get those resolutions passed. So, and it was also tried, Mr. Chief Harjo also brought it forward. And so the water is an aquifer. It's sitting right underneath us. If we would have went ahead and had it drilled, it would have cost, a couple of $100,000, but it could have been done then. So the water, Mr. Spencer, is excellent water. And if they drill at one well, it should be enough to provide this entire facility here. The grounds, the Mission Grounds. So I guess people on the council forgot, but I know there's a lot of new people, but still, that was the issue, so.
Okay, all right, Meadow, Greg, thank you, Meadow. Okay, it is 12:47. We can break till 2 o'clock, but I know there's 2 directors you still wanted. Do you want them to return? Okay. It's your call. Okay, if you can do them real quick. Okay, who would you want next? ICW. Director and staff. Yes, 10 minutes. And then we have, I have Rachel Dinwiddie. Is that what you want, who you wanted to? Rachel Dinwiddie? Somebody else had Rachel Dinwiddie.
I'm just saying, if we had to listen to all this other stuff, man, it would 15 minutes. If we got a real issue going on, I feel like it deserves another 10
We've been out here all this other stuff.
Okay. All right.
Point of order.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, okay, hold on. Okay, Representative Fulbright.
This is for directors. Why are we having the employees?
She requested them.
The employees also?
Yes, she requested them.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to see the faces of ICW. I know there's been a lot of conversation about where it's at and what work needs to be done. So I had a question for each staff member about what makes your heart want to do this work? If you don't mind, I'll start with you, ma'am.
Amanda, make sure it's on. It's gotta be green.
So your question is what makes me want to do this work? I always knew that after I got my degrees, I wanted to come back and work for the tribe in some form or fashion. I have always loved kids, always wanted to help kids. And then I did 2 years with DHS and realized that child welfare is my passion, which...
You gotta hold it up close so they can't hear you online.
I did 2 years with DHS, realized that child welfare is in fact my passion, which is what led me to this job.
Thank you for having me. I'm Shalia Wilson. What makes me want to be a child welfare worker, which I've been for 6 years, is my compassion for the kids that I meet. The families that I'm trying to keep together is first and foremost, because we want to keep our families together. As a tribe, the children are our future. And if we don't stand up for them, because as everybody knows, in the state of Oklahoma, most Native children are swept under the rug. And that is something that each one of us fight for. And the rights of their parents. They can be trying and then they get pushed away too. But I have wanted to do this ever since I was little. I grew up in a rough home. I was never in DHS custody or tribal custody or anything like that. But I knew what it took and what I wanted to do to make sure that no other kids are affected by what happens to them on a daily basis. And sometimes even when they go into foster homes, they still get abused. So who's going to stand up for them? Us. And together, this panel here has 51 years of experience of child welfare history.
I wanted to work with kids for a long time. I grew up in an abusive home, so what I really wanted to do was be a voice for these kids. I want to make sure that these kids have someone they can lean on, even if it's just a worker.
What is your name?
Huh?
What is your name?
Tina Burns.
How long have you been with the ICW?
With ICW, 4 years. I've been doing it for 7 years altogether.
Chair, is this necessary? I mean, I feel like they're not gonna sit up here and say anything that's negative. I mean, they're in front of all of us. Is this really necessary? Can we just get to the point?
Yes, I understand, but this is what Representative Carpenter requested and her questions of them.
Is there a point to it, though?
You have to ask her if we can let them finish, and then she can probably elaborate.
My name is Maria Scott. Although I am not Native, I have been married previously into the Seminole Nation. I'm not no more. I, too, like Shalia and Tina, grew up in a home where I was not protected. And when I spoke up, nobody believed me. So growing up, I had a lot of feelings to fight through, and I vowed that I would never allow another child to go through that. And so that's what I do. When nobody protected me, I want to protect the children. And I have lots of friends and family that I still call family that are Seminole, and it's dear to my heart, and it's my honor to work here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayani TV. I am a member of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I've been with ICW for 4 years now. I started out as in case aid after my return from the military from an injury. Being case aid, I got to read over some cases to assist with the caseworkers. In that moment, we resonate. We all come from a background of, uncertainty, exposure to DV, exposure to alcohol, substance abuse. But I was never in custody. But in that moment, you realize that you could have been. Whenever I became a caseworker, they took a chance on me, but I've been there since, and I grew to love the job. And I study psychology, minoring in Native American studies. I've always wanted to work with the youth because, like I said, just coming from that background and being a young adult with the nation and getting hands-on with all these cases, you just grow to want to stand up for the children, especially dealing with state cases. I think I fight very hard to make sure that state is following ICWA guidelines. I'm pretty well known in a specific county for court, and it is pretty known that I do look at active efforts to make sure that they're following those guidelines, to make sure that these children stay with Native families and Native homes, and that they are getting an exposure to their culture. So that's my passion for this position and for this department. It continues to grow every day as I grow older and as I get an experience being a leader with my tribe and getting into, the politics side and everything. But at the end of the day, these are our children, and I'm not probably on the same level of you guys with wisdom and everything, but it grows every single day, and this passion is real and everything. Even whenever in this department, you kind of feel targeted, certain things, but at the end of the day, it's about the children, making sure that our children are getting exposure to their culture, their people, and that they have their lineage recorded and that they know where they come from.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Bible. I have actually worked for the nation in ICW for 27 years. I could repeat everything these ladies have said. We all have the same feeling. We're here for the kids. That's our main purpose, just to make sure that they're safe. And at this point, I couldn't imagine doing anything different. I have a degree in human resources counseling with a specialization in services to the deaf. I have a minor in social work, and I'm working on my master's in Indigenous Peoples Law. So I just don't know, if we're not here for the kids, who's going to be? So that's our purpose. And like I said, I couldn't imagine doing anything different.
My name is Joe Walker. I'm an administrative assistant for the office, and I don't do casework, but I'm there and I fill in and do all I can for the caseworkers.
The point is why I wanted to talk to you and see your faces and hear your stories is because I have gone through some of these things that you're witnessing with children when it comes to sexual assault, 4 years old, going to different homes because I have a lifetime protective order from domestic violence from my own biological father. I know what you're dealing with in those offices, and I want to say thank you, because you have a hard job, and I don't think you get enough recognition. I want to advocate for you, because you're doing hard work for our children, so thank you.
Is that it? Any other question? Representative Harjo and then Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious, you all showed up here for a reason. I don't know, I hear of issues within the office. I don't know if there's an elephant in the room, or if you got the floor right now, and I don't know if if you have a voice and you want to make something known, now's the time. But we hear of the issues, you know what I mean? But all I know is when I first come in to anything, I would probably restructure it in some kind of fashion, but I don't know, you know what I mean? We don't know unless you you speak up on what the issue is. But I mean, to have all of you here, I don't need to know your passion. And again, thank you, just like Representative Carpenter said, thank you. I don't even need to hear your stories, just to know that you take the time out of your days to do what you do, to travel the distance you travel just to keep the kids safe is very honorable. So thank you for what you do. But now would be the time if you guys have something to say.
None? Okay, Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too transferred to Oklahoma from Florida as a native child, and it was prior to ICWA being in place. So I understand your work, but I also want to ask you, have you found any male figures? So when you have these crises, are all of the male children being mentored by a male, or do you not have that vision, or no male is applied?
Actually, we've had that vision for a while. I worked in foster care for the last 3 years, where I've went out and tried to get people to mentor for male and females, especially the males though, because they get kind of pushed back. You know, they're a little harder to deal with because they have a lot going on. They're the protectors of their younger siblings, and there's just nobody there for them. There never has been. You know, we've reached out to different council members. I spoke with a few about becoming foster parents. We need homes like crazy for our children. We need them like crazy. So we need anybody that can step up to do it. Please do so, because these children deserve a chance to get to know their culture, because we have to stick them in non-native homes. That is something that we don't want to do. But the other alternative for that is being in the office with them. What kind of life is that for a child? It's not. They're already going through a lot. They've been ripped from their family, which is their norm. They don't see anything wrong with it. But as we know, you know, you can't live like that. You can't expect a child to live like that. So therefore, there goes the generational curse. It just keeps going. But yes, I have reached out to a couple of the elders to be mentors, and they've talked about it, you know, and we know everybody's got things going on too. You do. But this problem, the child welfare problem, is not going to go away. It won't.
Do you have any opportunities to partner with the Boys and Girls Club in Seminole?
I believe we're working on that. Right now we are not. I know that we've had a couple of kiddos that we've tried to get into the Boys and Girls Club, but they don't hit the age minimum.
Last question, Madam Chair. So what is your trouble age group? Are you finding it hard to place our babies at 13 and up, or?
So right now what I'm finding is there are a lot of people reaching out to be foster homes. They're not all native. Some of them are white families that don't have a set in stone plan to keep kiddos connected to culture. But what I'm finding is the older the child, the harder they are to place. And that doesn't begin at 13 or 10 or whatever. I've had hesitancy starting around, I would say, what, 7?
6, 7.
Yeah.
And it's also sibling groups. They're the hardest to place. But you know, trauma bonding is something that I'm familiar with, and that's what a lot of these children are going through. They have their siblings, and that's it. So when you remove the siblings, what do they have? So a lot of them are like, why should I keep going? You know, and unfortunately, they go down the road that their parents went on, or their grandparents, you know, and a lot of our elders are going home that are taking care of these kids. They're going home. We need homes. There's a lot going on in our department, a lot.
Representative Borba and then Representative Deer.
We want to hear your voice.
If you have something to say, you have the right to say it. We support you in what you are doing for our children and for our future. Know that you're not alone. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Deere?
First of all, I'd like to commend every one of you for your loyalty to these kids, because it takes a lot out of you, and it takes a lot of dedication for the kids too also. And then look like all you are mothers and grandmothers too also, so you know the feelings that these kids have and where their direction of their life may end up. You know, the biggest thing about kids is that they're vulnerable amongst adults. And it becomes a hectic circle, a recycling circle over and over again, but you need to cut the cycle off. And the biggest thing is this, is that our tribe is not really culturally aware, and we should be. We should be culturally aware of all our history and all the things that we were grown up to be like. You know, when I grew up, at one time I used to be little. It don't look like it, but I was. But there was always this thing on Channel 4 that says, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How you're older than me then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I am. I'm older than you.
But my point is this, is that there was a lot of dedication in the kids back then in the day, you know, and they didn't have these cell phones either. The cell phone is probably the most menacing thing about kids in the world today, because you see everybody with them and they're, you know, going like crazy on them, you know. But culture needs to be in place too also. And the reason I say that is because if you have a troubled child, there's a piece missing inside that child, a piece. Mm-hmm. And the only way to do that is culturally find out what they need in their life. And I've been sober for 18 years, and it wasn't the church that helped me. It was a sweat lodge. My sweat lodge brothers called me and says, hey brother, we heard you stopped drinking. I said, yeah. And they said, well, why don't you come join us? So that's what I've been doing. And I did it for 2 years straight, every Friday night. Instead of going to the bar, I was sweating at the sweat lodge. And that kept me going. And to this day, that's where I stand, because of the fact that sweat lodge, it wasn't for them, then I would still probably be in the world and recycling the same old. But these kids need attention, not only from you guys, but from this whole tribe as a whole, because that's our future. Mm-hmm. These kids are our future. They might be the ones that be holding your hand in the nursing home, you know? Mm-hmm. You never know. Or they might be driving you to your next appointment, doctor appointment. But that's what kind of ingredients that we need, and you know, your loyalty and dedication to these kids is going to be a wonderful thing. That's not for you, only you, but for them too also. And they can look back and say, hey, I remember her helping me out at that time.
And it just takes one person.
Exactly. And one small word.
And it can trickle.
Yep. And it could just be, it could be just like, I love you, or something like that. Yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to piggyback off that real quick. I just wanted you to be aware, because we've received emails this week through HR and our executive that the staff is about to be shortened. 2 have resigned, so the remaining will be carrying. Can you inform us how many you all will be carrying of cases?
So at this very moment in time, I believe my count for in-state cases is 53. Kid-wise, can I say that?
Mm-hmm.
I believe throughout the whole United States, we have 156 kiddos in custody. So that will be distributed between myself and 3 caseworkers. I am working to get those positions advertised so we can get them filled, so we can get help and I don't want to say spend more quality time on cases, but when you do have so many, it becomes stressful trying to spend the same amount on each case, and I understand that. So I am working to fix that issue. But I would just like to say that you're absolutely correct. These kiddos are our future. I am working on opening more foster homes because we can't take cases from state court and move them into tribal court without foster homes. Because state can use our foster homes, we cannot use state homes. So if anybody is interested in becoming a foster parent, or you know anybody that is, have them reach out to me. I think right now our count on applications out is 7. And right now, as of today, I believe we have 7 open homes.
Representative Borba.
What seems to be the problem? There's got to be a problem. How many people have y'all already lost in the last quarter? Several. What can we, I was thinking about this the other night. We've had a lot of people either quit, get fired, or just resigned, or just walked out. There's got to be a reason. Our people, our employees, we invest a lot of time in them. We send them to trainings, we send them and get all this information, and they work for us. And then we just fire them or get rid of them instead of working on a plan of improvement. That's what most places do. If you have a problem with an employee, let's work together to keep them employed, because they are an asset. We've put time in them, we've put training them, and a lot of them have a good heart. Let's keep our Seminole people employed with our Seminole tribe.
So I am one of the employees that resigned this past week. Reason being, I think one of my strong suits is that I'm young. I have a whole life ahead of me. The continuance of my career and education is going to stay with the children and psychology. A lot of that has to do, I'm graduating this spring, but I will say it's okay. I will say that I am the one that I took up the responsibility. A lot of us do this as well, but I took up the responsibility, I want to say a couple years ago, because I don't have no children. I'm not really on a time limit, so I'm the one that travels everywhere. My commute time for these cases will probably be 6 hours in one day, and I'm getting home late. Recently, we've been taking comp time isn't offered to us anymore. We can't do overtime anymore. Like I said, I'm graduating, so on top of school, it was kind of becoming a burnout, and I can't commit to these cases the way I want to be whenever I'm taking care of myself as a young adult. But I will say, leadership has been an issue for me. I can't remember the last time I went to a training, and I don't know the ins and outs of everything, so maybe there is a definite reason and everything, but the clear transparency, I haven't seen it, and I haven't heard it in a while. I'm not gonna complain about anything to get everyone pointing fingers and cause a whole, riot or such, but I will say that just being a young adult and growing, there's no transparency, there's no formal leadership, I guess you could say. I'm always having to wonder what's happening next, and I'm not afraid to ask questions, but there's sometimes where someone doesn't know anything. I will say in the Department of ICW, I think culture is super huge, and that has to go further than just foster homes. That has to go into what we implement into our cases. What questions are we asking our parents? What questions are we asking our children, even our foster children, or our foster parents? Because, we can sit here and say that we're opening these homes all the time, but there's these children in other counties where there's no one in their jurisdiction, and they've been in this home with a non-native person since birth, and now we're fighting that because they have a bond. And then what did we do to help their parents besides just going to them and saying that we can't offer this and that because we're out of jurisdiction? And then their tribe doesn't offer the same services, or they can't offer our tribal member services. So I think that's something that I've noticed just growing is the questions that we implement, the documents that we give, our plans and such, it's all kind of westernized. And whenever we're talking about culture, it is more than just what we can do, because like I said, it's a 6-hour commute. I can't be there every day, you know? And so there's just so much more. It starts with whoever, it starts with us, really. It starts within our communities, our homes and everything. There's just so much that could be offered to our children that are in foster care, starting whenever they're at birth, because it starts with their parents, because these parents are going into pregnancy or going into, you know, labor, and they're exposing our children to methamphetamine, amphetamine, all of these substance issues. But who helped them? Why aren't we helping these children? There's just so much more that we could do, I feel like, even just as a whole, not just this ICW department, but there's just so many steps that we need to take. And for me, my resignation is just burnout, and there's no clear direction of what's going to happen next or what we're going to do next. I think that there's more nitpicking at things than sitting down and going into our cases. What can we do specifically for this person? How can we connect them to their culture and who they are as a person? Because our people it's identity loss. And that's why they are who they are today. That's why they're losing their children left and right. They're coming back in, and they already were terminated 4 years ago. No one talks about that. I feel like all that we've been talking about is little the nitpicking things. And personally, I'm ready to grow from that. I'm ready to get another expansion where I can have a range of experience with children in different departments in different ways. Mado.
Yeah,
The department, do you have like weekly staff meetings to see what has been accomplished from the past week to maybe a new workload for the next coming week that you're starting off, and you know what their thoughts are, or maybe some days that they have to take off, that, you know, just to sit down around the table and talk about like what she just expressed here. You know, I've got to visit this family, you know, can't meet with me this week, and just to give you an idea of what, you know, what they're going to be going through for the week.
So I don't do that with the whole department. I would like to do that weekly, but with the amount of cases we have and me also carrying a caseload, that is unfortunately not feasible. I do sit down with them individually. I tried to do it monthly. I put up a schedule, and I had, I believe, 2 people sign up for February, and they didn't sign up. I understand that we're busy. More likely than not, our staffings are them popping into my office when we all have time and sitting down for 10 minutes to 30 minutes to however long it takes to work through the issues on their cases.
Well, I really think that there's a need for you to communicate together as a group.
I agree.
Just to see, I mean,
I agree.
You've got a clinic right across from you. They provide health care. They take the time to meet, to discuss what their workloads, how things are going for the clinic.
So when I first started, I was told that their caseloads were confidential. I am working to make them unconfidential to the office, if that makes sense. But one issue that I would run into with having a big staffing and just all of us talking about our cases is most of our ladies here are Seminole or they're related to Seminoles. So we have cases that are restricted from them.
Well, I didn't say anything about talking about the specific individuals. We just want to look at workload. I've got a new case here. You know, ma'am, you just gave me 2 more. I can't take on 2 more. I mean, they should be able to tell you that or why they're having.
I don't mean to cut you off, I apologize. Not very long ago, me and Ayani sat down and we talked through what some barriers were, and I took cases off of her, and reallocated. I think she's gotten one more since then just because it was in the general vicinity of where all of her other cases are. It's fairly new. I'm not even sure if it's officially started yet, to be honest. But I do not try to come off as hard to talk to or anything like that. If they have issues, I hope that they know they can come talk to me and we can see about relocating cases and getting them where they need to go.
That's just a thought, though. I mean, I think that would, of course, it comes from me, so I think it's a good idea. But, I mean, there's always, somewhere where you can meet halfway and you don't have to look so stern all the time, and, be able to just say, how are you doing today? I mean, that would be great.
A lot of times that we're afraid to speak up because we know that we're going to be part of this or we can lose our job for saying anything.
See, that's what I mean, something like that. I mean,
We're
you
not
want
going to step out of line because some of us have to survive.
Representative.
Let's say anything that's going to step on anybody's toes or piss somebody off because we have to have a job.
I was just gonna tell you that I'm the other one that's resigning, because you cannot go into work and do your work diligently when you're worried about having a job. I have a family. I am an open home. I am a Seminole member, and as much as I hate to admit it, I'm an elder. I love that because I have friends who didn't make it to this age. So I do say it proudly. I think that, we don't know if we're gonna have enough funding at a certain time to keep everybody on. So I kind of put myself in that situation as get out there and hustle and find something so you can provide for your family. I have a 2-year-old son. Yes, no, he's not in my body, but he's my heart and soul. I love him to death, and I can't let him down. I've raised 2. They're still hanging around. But, the point is I love being in foster home. I don't want my home to close. I can find a job, but I don't want my home to close. There is a lot of things that could be said, and I think Ailani said it right. I don't want any nitpicking. I don't want everybody at each other, because there was a lot of that today. And I know you guys don't want to go on with it. The important thing here is not me. It's not them. It's the kids. It's our Seminole Nation children. Because if we don't have them, we're not going to have them.
Representative Destin Harjo, then Dethridge, Chepko, and then Gunville, and then we should have exhausted.
Again, I can't commend you all enough for what you do and the passion you have and the voices you're using to exercise and get your word out. I was always taught that it's only a problem if you have a solution. So I would ask you ladies, if it's a problem, what would be your solution? There has, like my colleague said, there's got to be common ground. There's got to, you know what I mean? But there's got to be a solution. I don't want to be losing valuable employees. And congratulations, Ms. Steve. I don't imagine you're not going to be moving on to bigger and better things. But it's sad to hear you leaving. But again, work should be somewhere you're looking for to come in, because this is obviously work you're passionate about. So I would ask, again, if it's a problem, do you have a solution? And can we find a middle ground?
I unfortunately do not have the solution. That's, I think, one reason why we're here. Along with Ayani going to school to get her degree, I have a degree in psychology. Tina has a degree. Maria has a degree. And Liz does. And she's working on her master's. So, like I said, together, excluding Amanda's couple of years that she has, not to take away from her, but we have 51 years experience. You cannot teach that in a textbook. You can't. Real life surpasses everything. The solution would be for our tribal members to step up and be foster homes. It is hard. Like I said, I'm an elder, but I do it. I have 2 right now that I foster, and I love them dearly. It's something I choose. I know it's not for everybody, but instead of attacking ICW because we don't have the resources, find something. Find something to be positive about. Because I know every one of you care about these kids. Every one of you in this room. You have some family member that has been affected by ICW, or you know somebody that has. We need to stick together as a tribe.
When I spoke of a solution, I meant, what can this council do for you? That's what I mean by a solution. Is it a funding issue? Because I know none of us agree on anything, but one thing we can agree on is the safety of our kids, correct? I promise you not one person would not raise their hand. We care about our kids. So tell me, is it a funding issue? Is it like, what do you need from us?
We need funding. I was told that you guys were supposed to find funding.
And who told you that?
Yeah, who told you that?
So it is me looking for funding, Ms. Shalia. Unfortunately, 3 of my 4 open positions, the funding does run out in September with the LATCF funds. So I am working on finding funds to either make those positions not temporary for 6 months, and I would like to have more caseworkers, especially with how many kiddos we do have in custody. And I would like to see almost all of our kiddos, if not all of them, in our tribal court system instead of state court. I can't do that without caseworkers in homes.
Representative Dethridge, or Representative Harjo, are you done? Representative Dethridge, Chepko, Gunville, and then I can add Pittman.
Ladies, I'm like my colleague over here and these ladies over here. I appreciate y'all being here. Third girl from the left over here, my left right here, in the nice looking outfit right there. She spoke her heart. She spoke her heart a while ago. Third lady from that one right there. She spoke from her heart. I'm telling you, she spoke from her heart. I can see some things. I can see some things that are wrong right now. And I could tell you, but I won't tell you publicly what I've seen from about 3 or 4 of these ladies, just with their eyes rolled when somebody was asked a question or this or that. I can see there's some dissent there that needs to be taken care of. And I think most of these ladies feel like that they've had their finger, somebody's pointed their finger at them and said, "You're not doing your darn job." I think that's happened, and they don't like it. Half of them are burnt out. I'm telling you, burnout is a major deal. The third girl over here, she said, I get frustrated. I'm at, she's burnt out. But she said, hey, I'll stick with it. She said, I'll try my best. We need to help them as council rep. How many people do you need?
I have 4 open positions.
4 open positions. Or can a man apply for these positions? Because, when I was growing up, I'm telling you what, I would rather talk to a man, than a lady. I mean, that's just it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's discriminatory for me to hire anybody based on gender. Anybody is welcome to apply. Anybody that meets the criteria or has the experience or can do the job, I would happily take on.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not that we wanted to leave our jobs. It's not that we wanted to leave our jobs. We love them.
I know it.
But if we're not going to have one, what are we going to do?
Well, we're not gonna disband the ICW department. I'll guarantee you that. We may disband leadership or somebody else. I don't know what we need to do, but we need to do something. And I think that we need to form a real quick committee and visit with these ladies and find out exactly where they're at on this whole situation. And if it's leadership, then, you know, that might be it. I don't know. But dadgummit it, I'm telling you, I do not want a child, you know, or one of these ladies to quit a job that they love because they're hollering into the wind and it's just blowing into their face. We need to help them. I'm just telling you, we need to help them.
Representative Chepko?
Yeah, I was just going to thank them for coming, and for the young ladies going back to school, please do come back and take over this department. And if you need any support while you're going to school, I'll be happy to do it. And I was just going to dismiss them. But if you got other people,
Yeah.
go ahead.
It'll be after Pittman, Representative Gunville, and then Pittman.
I just want to thank each one of you for being here this day, you know, and, I hear about the teaching of the culture and everything, you know, and of course I would ask and everything if y'all would teach them about God, teach them about prayer. You know, I mean, that's first and foremost for me. You know, God is going to be the one, you know, and listening and everything, you know, there's animosity. You know, it's clearly seen and everything, and it seems like it stems from your past director to the new director, you know, so, you know, and it is, it's all about the kids' well-being, you know, so there has to be a solution, and of course, like, that's what we're saying, you know, I mean, I'd hate to see anybody have to go, you know, the kids come first, you know, but hopefully it can be resolved, the money can be there for everybody to be put, everybody can come together, or there's no unity and everything, it hurts the kids. And that's all that it comes out to, it hurts the kids, so. I pray, like I said, that it all can come to a resolution and it'll all be solved.
Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you consider doing employee retreat? And it doesn't mean you have to go anywhere. It just means we need a building and a smart board, because we can help you get there. Well, we'll talk on the side, because we can send you the resources to ascertain what the needs are and the immediate needs, so that we can help your department stay together. Thank you.
I'd like to say something. I think for me, as an outsider, when we first got our new leadership, I expected somebody to come in and say, hey, we got your back. What can we do for you? How can we work together? And that's not what we got. I can't get it out of my head how comparing us to rats is what we were seen as. I go to bed at night with that thought, just those words, and I can't get it out of my mind. I'm already an outsider. I'm an outsider because I'm an immigrant, and that's been brought into question a couple of times. And for anybody who wants to see my immigration card, I do have it in my pocket. I don't like that there's division when there was none before. We walked into the offices and we were encouraged by each other, encouraged by, if one was having a bad day, we would go to the office of the other for just a few minutes, even for 5 minutes, just to say, hey, it's gonna be okay, you're gonna get your case done today, or what do you need help with? We can't even do that. We can't even do that. I'm also looking for a job, not because I want to, because I feel I don't have any backup. I don't have anybody to say, you're okay.
Young girl, there's my card. You share it with these other ladies. Call me anytime, day or night, and I'll listen to y'all, and I'll fight for you.
And I'm afraid of.
Don't be afraid.
No, I'm speaking very clearly right now, because at this point, from this point forward, I know I'll probably be targeted. I know I will be, because I've been targeted before. And that's okay. That's okay. I come from a strong line of indigenous Mexican women, and I do consider myself indigenous. I do. I may not have the blood of a federally recognized tribe, but I promise you I can find my ancestors all the way back to the 1400s on this continent. We need unity. Right now we have division, and not just in this department, not just in this department, not just in this room. We have division, and where there's division, there's no progress. And I just pray that we can all come together, whether we're here, whether we're out in the community, because I don't care if you don't see me as Seminole, I'm still indigenous, and I stand beside you, and I will help you in any way I can, because the Seminole people have always been dear to my heart. Because when Seminole helped me a long time ago to leave an abusive relationship, this was my way of paying it back. And I thank you.
I'd like to know who asked for your immigration card, if you can tell me afterwards, because I had never heard of that before. I want to make sure that I have that handled. Representative Thunder, and then Assistant Chief would like to address the floor.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a comment. This is not a questioning or anything, but this is a comment, and this is also my own, I would say my own experience. Many of you don't know, but I was adopted as a 4-day-old child by my maternal grandparents. My parents were addicts. And so with that being said, you know, I didn't get to actually see it, but I've heard the stories, and I see how my biological mother turned out to be. And so with that, being raised by my paternal grandparents, my dad's parents, I saw them as mom and dad. They were both fluent speakers. They both taught me the culture. They taught me about God. And they taught me to love my people. You ladies right here, I commend your work. I hear what you are saying with your hearts. And I commend you for that, because I know it's not easy. And I know with me even speaking right now, I don't speak about it much, but it also hurts me. And I have children of my own. I have 3. And then I have a husband who also went through abuse as a child that he doesn't even really speak of. And I'm only going to leave it right there. And with this division, I will say this. We are even divided on this council floor. We're not making any progress with that. And to see division in this department, we got to have a common ground, bring it together for these children. Because, you know, like many of you have said up here, they are our future. And I wholeheartedly believe that. Like Iani is my relative. I know she's trying to do better. I commend you for that, Iani. You keep going, and you know you can call me. You, my love, here in the front, you are indigenous. I have a Mexican child as well, but he also has indigenous roots. I recognize you and I see you, and I stand with immigrants. For this whole department, I commend you, Mado, for doing all the work that you do. All of us in this room, whether you're a First Nation, like I also am a First Nation, and some of the people here, or if you're down south, or if you're right here, federally recognized tribe, I stand with you. Let's work together, please. Mado.
Chair, can I just say something before the Assistant Chief comes forward? I just got a comment. I want to apologize, Representative, for out of order for bringing the employees forward. I'm sorry, I said that. But I'm glad you did. Yes. I'm glad you did. This is really touching my heart today to hear this. When this ICW issue first come to this floor, we heard of stories of babies being burnt. What these employees are going through right now and they're leaving us, I can tell you now, you're going to hear more. You're going to hear more because there's not going to be anybody left to take care of them because everybody's leaving because of a situation that was created. Is this the only department? I don't know. Is this the only department? I don't know.
No, it's not the only department that is scared to come forward.
Yes.
It is not. I know that for a fact.
And I talked to you about that, Willis.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies.
Okay. I have several things I want to address, one of which is I've sat on this general council 16 years ago, and I've watched everybody longer than that. But the one word that keeps coming out of every general council, every election, is you want to see your employees accountable. You want to see people take responsibility for what they do. We're short of money. For last, I don't know how many years, ARPA, this LACT funds, it's been plugging holes. There's no money. We're at the end of that rope right now. September 30th, we're going to be looking at a lot of hard things on how we're going to make up this money. And unfortunately, the LACT funds funded more than just the ICW. These are not the only positions that we're going to be losing within the nation. When BIA funds has to come back in and take over, we're down to 3 people. LACT and ARPA has been funding this program and plugging other areas for however long it's been available. Nothing was ever looked at on or planned on what we're going to do when this money runs out. So again, accountability. You want accountability, we're asking for accountability. We have federal funds we have to report to, and those federal funds has guidelines. Do you have your reports? Do you have your home visits? Do you have your data to support the money that we're giving you? And if we don't have that from our employees, and not just ICW, I'm talking across the board, diabetes, CHR, OAP, everybody. If we don't have that data, that accountability from the employees who are working those programs, or if they're not coming to work, they're coming to work or not doing their job, they're here for 8 hours, you're holding us responsible. Just like the tribal people holds you responsible. It's a circle. So we do have to work together. There has been division. Everybody here knows it. There's been division on this council floor since 1969, when there was 42 people who sat on this general council. We've had divisions. We've had opportunities within the nation to further, and because some personal issue, we didn't do it. I sit here and listen a while ago about the water. There was things like Miss Ida said that was brought to this general council, and we voted it down because of personal issues. Greg sat up here and he was answering the best he could answer and trying to pull up jobs that were left unfinished because there was no accountability. Yeah, Chief and I have taken some hard stances, but we're doing that on your behalf because you're holding our feet to the fire. You're wanting accountability. And that's all anybody we hire is asking for. We want those same numbers that you've been wanting. I have to have those numbers so the Finance Committee can look at it for the 27 budget that's coming up in a few months. We need to know how we're going to move forward. We're losing ARPA. We're losing the LACT funds. Our general fund revenues are down because of the cigarette and compacts. So we are looking at some hard times. It's not going to be fun. We're going to lose people and we're going to lose positions. So we have to have 110% from everybody that's working. And I commend these ladies. I know it's hard. I see burnout, not just this program, but other programs. And you know, I explained to you last time about the rat thing, and I still say it. If people don't want to work, they don't serve our people. If they don't want to come together as one,
what good are we if we can't serve one people? And our one people is the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. It's the children, it's the elders, it's you sitting there. So I'm asking every one of y'all, when we start putting out a call for meetings on budgets, show up. Help us decide how we're going to move forward. And understand there's rules and regulations, accountability across the board. And y'all can all, you know, I'm going to tell you this too, and this is getting a little personal away from everything else. I've had a loss. Everybody knows it. We have people in this nation, these employees, these general council members, outside people who stepped up, hugged me, and offered me support. They might not like me. They might not like what I'm doing in office and asking of them, but they still had compassion. And that's what we all need to show and share right now, is compassion for our other tribal members.
To piggyback off Representative Dethridge, we do need to get a committee or something going, because I've heard that we're having to see kids every day. Prior to the director coming in, they were seeing them once a quarter. And we don't, you said it, burnout. So if we don't want them to burn out, and they're about to be dropped down employees, we're gonna have to go back to seeing kids once a quarter and making those home visits once a quarter. Because if, correct me if I'm wrong, they've been seen once a week or once a month. So, and we're about to lose employees, so we're gonna have to push that back. But I need involvement to help the director and to help the staff. What can we do to make sure our kids are safe?
Yes, when I stepped into this position, we were supposed to be seeing kids once a quarter, once every 3 months. I changed that to once a month, because how do you know what's going on if you don't see them 2 months out of that quarter? I also asked them to start engaging with parents. Before, I believe, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe our policy prior to me was you had to make a phone call once a quarter to see how your parents were doing. I've been told that they didn't go see them, and some do have some legitimate concerns because of the reasons that kiddos do get brought into custody. But we still have to make an effort to work with those families to make sure we get them where they need to go or where they need to be so we can place kiddos back in the home with them.
So we're gonna have to have a committee. We're gonna have to discuss what we can do to help this department. Not just funding, but on the burnout and working together cohesively, because it's across the board. I mean, we just had HR asked about terminations. I can tell you, I termed 4 directors, or executive did 4 directors and released too early because we weren't having things brought to us. We were having discrepancies, we couldn't get information. Now, all the other terminations he's listing, I'm the final signature. If a director is terming an employee, then I'm putting my belief that that director did everything that they're supposed to with that staff in that HR, because it's 2 signatures before it comes to me. So all those termination forms, those are directors. And when I came in, there was a folder waiting for me of staff that were already gone. They were already gone. I had to sign off on the forms because it wasn't signed. I only handle directors. Those are the only people I handle, is directors. As far as staff and meeting with them, again, it's been very busy. I know there was a lot of things that they had to get and go through. So we can all have that meeting and talk, but again, we need to make sure that our kids are safe. That's the one thing we need to do, and we need to get involvement. I do believe the former director had asked for foster care homes. I believe that has been put out there many of times. We have to be able to do this for our families. Representative Pittman?
Madam Chair, how soon can we put together this ad hoc committee?
I would say y'all need to do it next week.
But who just gonna work with the director and somebody in the executive office? Or
If,
the
just let
director?
me know when, and we can try to be there, because I know for sure next 2 weeks booked out with meetings. I tried to put them 2 a day, but it never happens. I probably have 6 or 7, because it's not just outside or here, it's directors, it's programs, it's employees, and it's members. And so,
Then we probably need to meet with them first, so that we have a report
Yes.
to bring back to you, and then after you review it, we can meet again. But the seriousness of it is, and the reality of it is, we only meet quarterly.
Exactly.
Unless we have something that's an emergency, or unless finance receives something. But I'd like to have this resolved before June, because that's when you're gonna lose your funding.
yes, no, I agree. I have monthly director meetings, and then I created team meetings, which youth are one of them. And because again, I'm gonna tell you right now, my family service meeting, there were 2 departments. The rest of the directors in there had no clue what they do or services they offer. We are not communicating across the board with one another. What I have issues is when I get members telling me, you're saying there's this director, I called this program, they said there's no money, the person's off, they're not here, you can't help me. I've implemented and told my directors several times, cross-train your staff, because we never should say they're gone to lunch or out of office. We should know what to do. We should be answering those questions. If we don't have the funding and we don't have the information, pass those resources out. But when you have directors who don't even know what another program does within our tribal nation, that's sad. And I have to bring them together to get them to understand and to communicate, because they don't want to, again, just like we've said, people don't like people for whatever reason. They do not want to communicate. They do not want to talk to one another. And so I'm forcing, I say forcing because I'm having these meetings and I'm having us talk about our programs and what we're doing and what can we do to ensure the community is aware of what is for their services. What can we do to help our elders, our kids, and everybody in between? We're setting up all kinds of things. I'm pitching ideas to them. We're talking and discussing, which April 25th, we're gonna have a tribal resource fair in the gym where every single one of our programs are going to be there with the table with their information, and you're gonna be able to see the staff. It's open to the members, it's gonna be all members. They'll see the staff, get any information, because again, when they tell us, well, they didn't offer that application to me, because that's what we're doing. We're not offering complete services even inside our own department. It's just a lack of communication and a lack of willingness to do this. And that's what I'm running into. It collectively is what I've got left, I would say, are the ones that are trying, but they've never had this direction, never been held accountable, I'll be honest. They've never been held accountable. So we're trying, but I need a committee to come together and help them, because again, once they lose these people or we lose that funding, those kids are going to be left at risk.
How many would you like on that committee?
3, 4, 5.
However, it's your council, however you all want to decide to do it. 5?
Can we make a motion for that?
We could do that on other business. Remind me of other business, we'll add
Yes,
that.
ma'am, I got you.
Because I know a lot of people are starving. I don't want my diabetic people to fall out. It's now almost 10 till 2. Come back at 3 o'clock. And then we'll extend our time at that time. I'm sorry, Buffalo Environmental, are you able to come back at 3? If not, okay. So we have food across the North Community. Chiaha's got food sale. OAP is Princesses. Mado. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, we can start taking our seats. We're getting ready to get back in session.
Which one was it?
Okay, it's now 3:05 PM. I'm going to call this afternoon session back in order, and if I can get roll call, please.
Leanna Sampson. Anthony Conley. Eugene Molina.
Here, present.
Regina Tiger Phillips.
Here.
Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez. Shaquan Harjo. Leon Petit. Rick Deer. Patricia Kishkatom. Here. Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Glenn Colonel.
Here.
Timmy Bear.
Here.
Thomas Shahola.
Here.
Dustin Harjo.
Here.
Gabriel Miller. Terry Spencer. Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Joshua Carpenter.
Here.
Joan Randazzo. Ole Dunville.
Here.
Tommy Chupko.
Here.
Danita Harjo.
Here.
Willis Dethridge. Monique Carpenter.
Here.
It's 18 present, 8 absent.
Did you get mine here?
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. 19 present.
Okay, with a count of 19 present, 7 absent, I declare this afternoon session is in order. Okay, next on the agenda, I do have executive session. We did that with treasurer interviews, so we'll move right along. Unless anybody has a reason we need to go in executive session. No? Okay. Going under to new business. Yes.
And I know it might not be the will of the body, but I was going to see if I can make a motion to bump up the my new business for the data center moratorium, just so that we can get full participation in any conversation that it might bring, if that was possible.
Okay. Okay. Let me see here. So we have a motion on the floor by Chabon Colonel for the data center moratorium, and second by Monique Carpenter. So we're taking that out from under other business and bringing it forth now. Okay. If there's no objections and no abstentions of anything, then we'll go ahead and bring that forward. And if you want to elaborate what you're going to discuss.
No, my hope is to bring a verbal resolution just in response to the withdrawn tribal resolution 202637 that explored the possibilities of entering into a data center development agreement of any sort. And so the wording that I'm looking for now, we tried to do everything within our power within just about 8 or 9 days to raise the awareness of the dangers of data centers. We all understand that there's a growing concern all across this country and really the world between Native American communities and even non-Native American communities about the dangers of all of these types of developments, setting aside even the spiritual issues that come with that as indigenous peoples as well, using artificial intelligence, generative AI, those kinds of things. So as we did those conversations, that there was a massive, massive consensus in every direction that we turned, that this is not an endeavor that we hope our Indigenous community will go into. So I'm proposing that, this is my motion, I guess, for the resolution, is to, that the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma implement a 4-year moratorium on the advancement of generative artificial intelligence technology and hyperscale data center development within the Seminole Nation and within tribal lands and territories, therefore barring any inquiries, discussions, and/or developments concerning any entity seeking to develop a data center of any size within the Seminole Nation during the 4-year moratorium period.
You have that written down?
I have it written down.
I know, because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to write too.
AG and Principal Chief, that was just 2 sentences right there for me.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so everybody heard that. Okay, so we have Representative Colonel motion for that verbal, and then I have Representative Chupko who seconded. Roll call, please.
Chair, will we not discuss this first?
Oh, sorry, yes, no discussion, yes. So Representative Petit, go ahead, do you have anything? Yes.
Well, while I can appreciate the moratorium on that thing, that 4 years is gonna pass that on to the next council. Is there a way that we can do that so that if this council's still in order, that they can make the vote on how to extend that or how to accept it at that time? I mean, I don't have a problem with the moratorium, but I just think that we're passing it over to the next council, and those people are gonna be green just like most of these people are, as to how the affairs of what this nation's done.
That's true.
May I respond to it? No, I think in more ways than I can even keep up with, this whole development of artificial intelligence has even, it changes weekly almost. Monthly, weekly. I've been working on this topic for about 8 months, Muskogee Nation, other tribal communities. I'm not even so sure it's going to be around in 4 years. But I do know, this is why I want the moratorium, I do know the damages that it will create will be around in 4 years. So I don't know how much thought, I mean, we can, I'm open to, my only other option was to do a permanent moratorium. But my understanding also is that we could rescind this at any time if we chose to. If it becomes safe, if it meets all the expectations that we bring, or whoever it might be, as a new council. So I just kind of landed at 4 years.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to just make it the language of moratorium of this type of project? And then that way, like you said, if it comes back in 2 years, 3 years, that it's found to be, something more acceptable to the members of our nation, and to protect our grounds, then we could bring it back to the nation.
I would very much accept that friendly amendment of moratorium, and also understand that that's what I wanted anyway, because there's it implies that that is more permanent too, until we bring it before the body. So I would accept that.
Okay, and the main thing is we can study the safety issues and stuff. Now culturally, that's going to be a different story, but as far as safety and procedures in that direction, this council will be better informed as time progresses. So if you'll accept that, I appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the amendment, friendly amendment that was accepted was to take out the 4 years and just.
And it just be a moratorium.
Yes, okay. Any other questions? Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Can you give us the scope of it? Is it absolutely nothing? So if we have Native children that are doing their homework with AI, would that be banned?
That does not reach into private usage of artificial intelligence. This is for the development of the
data
nation
center.
As economic enterprises. These corporations right now, and this is what we've been trying to educate our people on for the past several months, is they're predatory, and they target smaller tribal nations all across the country to get our land, to get our water, to get access to that. So now that's another issue. Now, if you were to ask me as a traditional practitioner, I would always say is that our children should not be engaging in artificial intelligence in any fashion. I'll give you an example, and forgive me, I know we have a long agenda, but we have one of our Ojibwe language instructors who had put everything onto an AI apparatus, artificial intelligence. And they were interviewing her on a podcast or something, YouTube or something. And they were joking around, yeah, I'd rather talk to a robot than talk to my grandma. No, that's counter who we are as indigenous peoples, and that's where these conversations lead us to. There's two ways to answer that. And so that's how I'll answer it, but this does not go into that.
And just to piggyback off that, I was part of a data sovereignty panel, and that's exactly what we discussed about using AI. And so IT and I are working on things that we want to talk to council and the members about and put it out there to what we can do to protect our language, our traditions, our culture, because people don't realize what they're putting into the AI and what it's doing, and that's what we've been working on. Yeah.
That was my question. Forgive me, I didn't hear the entire thing you read. I heard something about all AI, which brings me back to our IT department. Is that putting limitations on our IT department on AI use because it's everywhere? So, that's my question. So when you say all AI, and again, I may not heard it correctly, how's that affecting our IT department and what we're doing currently?
Yeah, and barring, I'm not an attorney myself, barring any type of interpretation from our Attorney General, my understanding is this language that we're using would be for economic endeavors and not to the daily practice of our offices. Now, like I said, that's something that in just conversation, I want us to start thinking about how do our offices operate with these possibilities, because we are being told time and time again that we are married to AI as a culture, as a society. That is not true. We're being told that by advertisements. I just saw last night an advertisement about AI. It had no name on it, it had no company on it, just saying we need it on television, just last night. So,
told that by AI.
Yeah, and it could have been an AI-generated commercial, and that's the danger that we're in. So those are things I think are more internal. We can work through that as time goes on. Just discussing, this is not good. And I will say this: since the beginning of this year, I have been on the campuses of at least 4 universities, talking to at least 3,000 students in multiple classes. And artificial intelligence has came up everywhere. So we're still trying to figure out how do we use or not use all of the 50,000 apps, and there's new ones coming out every day, literally, on how we use that. But for the people that I serve, I'm always going to talk about the dangers of it and how it does degrade our ability to interact as the human species, but then also thinking about the consequences that every time you push a ChatGPT or an inquiry, that you're in essence using about 40 gallons of water just for that pushing of that button, not aside from the millions upon millions that these data centers will create. So that's why I'm before you today taking this as seriously as I am.
Any other questions? Okay, roll call, please. Oh, Representative Carpenter, do you have something? Okay, roll call, please.
Willis Dethridge?
Yes, for the memorial?
Yes.
Yes.
Monique Carpenter?
Yes.
Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Tommy Chupko?
Yes.
Ole Dunville?
She just walked in.
Ole Dunville?
Yes, I'm sorry.
John Randazzo?
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder?
Yes.
Gabriel Miller?
Yes.
Terry Spencer?
Yes.
Dustin Harjo?
Yes.
Thomas Yahola?
Yes.
Timmy Bear?
Yes.
Glenn Colonel?
Yes.
Ann Borba?
Yes, go ahead. It's regarding the data centers. He has put out a verbal for us to be able to not look into hyperscales for economic development of data centers. You want to go ahead and read that, what you have?
Yes. This is a motion that the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma implement a 4-year, and we change that to a moratorium on the advancement of generative artificial intelligence and hyperscale data center development within the Seminole Nation and within tribal lands and territories. Therefore, barring any inquiries, discussions, and/or developments concerning any entity seeking to develop a data center of any size within the Seminole Nation during the, I guess we should change that also to moratorium period. I'll do that on my copy I give you, AG.
Yes.
During the moratorium period, because they asked to amend the 4-year part and just make it moratorium, so I said yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Beard,
Yes.
Leon Petit. Yes. Siobhan Harjo. Siobhan Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
24 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 24 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. Okay. Representative Petit?
Chair, since we've now placed a moratorium on that kind of a situation there, would this TR 2026-37, would it not need to be withdrawn?
It was going to be withdrawn. It was, well, you probably,
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
uh-huh. She had sent out a revised agenda. There should have been email and paper if you hadn't seen it. Representative Thunder?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a way that we can make a motion to go ahead and go past the 5 o'clock hour until business is all finished?
Do you all want to put a stipulation of the time or until we're done? Because we don't say an hour, you just want to do it in increments of 30. How do you want to do that?
We'll just go until business is complete.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion. Representative Chupko?
I don't see why we would go till 5 o'clock anyway. I mean, we know we're gonna vote before we enter this room. So if we read these resolutions and vote on them like we should, there's no reason to discuss or debate anything. So if we can go ahead and just get the business, we can get it done before 5 o'clock. There you go.
Your motion, keep it on the floor? We can bring it back as we get closer to that time. Let it get closer to that time and we'll see. Okay, moving on to new business. Now we have Buffalo Environmental that's here to do a quick presentation for us. If they can come up. Yes. Yes, this one?
Yeah, in an effort to save time, I've just written an opening statement. That way, if you have questions, and I know you guys had a busy schedule today. So to the chief and general counsel, thank you. My name is Billy Nichols. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm just going to read it. Yes, sir. Sorry. Thank you. In an effort of time, I'm just going to read a simple statement here, and then if you guys have questions, feel free to ask them. So, all right, my name is Billy Nichols. I'm an environmental engineer and president of Buffalo Environmental. Buffalo Environmental is an Oklahoma-based tribal company. We're also a Terra certified firm. Our work focuses on helping tribal nations strengthen their natural resources programs and governance systems in ways that work with federal law while respecting tribal leadership and community needs. Thank you for allowing me to present today. Buffalo Environmental has been asked to assist the Seminole Nation in looking at the development of a natural resource management program for the nation. At its heart, this effort is about planning ahead and caring for the land, the community, and the future of the Seminole people. Natural resource oversight already exists throughout the state and federal systems. Those systems operate whether the nation participates directly or not. The question before the legislature is not whether those systems exist, because they do. The real question is how the Seminole Nation wants to organize its own natural resource planning in a way that reflects the nation's priorities and strengthens coordination, organization, and long-term stability. Several tribal nations across Oklahoma, including neighboring nations, have already created programs to oversee their natural resources within the framework of the federal law. This is becoming a common pathway for governments that want to strengthen their ability to plan ahead and manage their growth responsibly. The opportunity before the nation is not about reacting to outside pressure. It's about preparing for the future and making sure the nation has strong systems in place as development continues and new opportunities come forward. Buffalo Environmental has been working with the Bureau of Indian Affairs on a special funding opportunity that is intended to help tribal nations build natural resource programs. Our role in this process is to serve as a technical advisor and support partner. If approved, Buffalo Environmental will work alongside tribal leadership, legal counsel, council members, and the appropriate agencies to review federal options, evaluate the nation's natural resource needs, and to help design a structure that fits the Seminole Nation. Responsible natural resource management and economic development can work together. Strong systems create clarity and stability for everyone involved, including the nation and responsible development partners. Many citizens across the Seminole Nation have shared concern about future development projects, including large projects such as data centers and other infrastructure. Those concerns are important, and they deserve thoughtful attention. A natural resources department can give the nation a clear and organized way to review projects, gather reliable information, and make sure development is looked at carefully and responsible in a way that reflects the concerns of the Seminole citizens. A natural resources department, this is not about stopping development, it's about making sure development happens in a responsible way that respects the land, the community, and the future of the nation. During the previous legislative discussion, several council members spoke about the importance of nation-building departments that can generate revenue and reduce long-term dependence on federal funding, much like the success the nation has seen through gaming. Natural Resources Department presents one of those opportunities. Through permitting, through oversight services, and program administration, this type of department can create new revenue stream for the tribe while also protecting the nation's land and resources. It allows the nation to build capacity, create jobs, and keep more economic value of development within the Seminole Nation. If this incentive moves forward, Buffalo will work with the nation to operate within the federal law, coordinate with the appropriate agencies, and help clear procedures and reporting systems, provide engineering and compliance guidance, and support leadership as the program develops step by step. The long-term vision is simple: protect the land, serve the people, strengthen the nation's ability to plan for the future, and build systems that will support the Seminole Nation for generations to come. Today's vote just simply allows the nation to begin the planning and development process. Chief and council member, we appreciate your trust and placed in us in assisting in this work. If there's any questions from the legislature or the members of the nation, I'd be honored to answer them. Thank you.
Representative Petit.
Yes, just looking through the literature you provided here on that. Mr. Nichols, what is the fee structure for this? Is it an hourly contract or
Great
a
question.
yearly contract? Or?
Yeah, so what we typically do on the nations that we represent, we work off a subscription-based service depending on what the exact needs are of the actual nation. We typically work on a tiered step, so we come in and start looking to see what the nation needs specifically, and then we document exactly what that is, and then we come back with a drawn-out proposal as far as what that fee structure looks like. Okay. And that fee structure basically covers all of the general and operating expenses of the department.
Okay. So initially, you're just going to come in and do an estimate of needs?
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you'll apply whatever your fee structure may be to, you need to, deal with this part or this part, whatever the area is of our mission.
Yes, sir.
And is it not only just our mission grounds here, but it's our whole territorial jurisdiction? Is that
That's correct. All of the entire reservation.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
like I said, right now, we don't know the cost that's going to be incurred.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
What kind of fee would you charge on this service?
talking about?
The monthly fee, typically it ranges, it depends on what the actual need is as far as manpower is concerned, but typically we start with a framework and we start building the SOPs, the codes that require it. One of the things that we want to do for the nation, and we've suggested, is just creating a treatment as a state application for water and air and start protecting those resources. We have some a lot of oil and gas production in this area. It tends to pollute the air, and so putting mechanisms in place for that just really depends. I can't really answer it today because I don't know what you already have in place versus what we are going to offer. So several nations around the state and around the country we already work with. So it just depends if you want a full package or just a small package or whatever, but we can get you a very detailed proposal for that, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Representative Borba?
Been in business I've been around for about 25 years. I actually owned a oil and gas consulting firm, so I worked on the other side. Buffalo's been around for a little over 2.5 years.
Can you give us maybe like a general price for those?
Yeah. But we have two different ways, and it depends on how the tribe wants to work it. We have a a retainer fee. If we perform inspections, for example, that has the fee, but most of the tribes that we selected have just gone between larger tribes are going to be in the $60,000 a month range, and then the smaller tribes are going to be in the $35,000. Yes, and that basically covers up to 8 to 10 different people. And that covers the general operating expenses for those. Yes, ma'am.
Representative Gonzalez?
How many tribes do you work with currently?
Right now, we currently have 4 on contract, and we have 12. We have engagements with 12 other tribes around the country.
And are they smaller than our tribe or larger?
For example, Hikari Apache, Cheyenne Arapaho tribe. We have an engagement this next Muskogee Creeks. So in the state of Oklahoma, we've talked to the MHA out of Fort Berthold Reservation. We've talked to the Navajos as well. So a lot of those are interested in getting this development set up. You bet.
Representative Pittman and then Representative Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. How soon can you have that proposal developed so that we have the full scope of what you do? And we want a rate sheet. So I don't care if it's a sliding scale.
Absolutely.
But rates from larger tribes to small.
As quickly as you need it. We can come in, yes, we can absolutely do that. What I'd like to typically do is get with those that are going to be a part of it, and that way we can generally see what is already, because some tribes already have established departments. And the purpose for that is some of the codes and some of the departments require legislative or council approval. And so that kind of depends as well on what it is. So if there's an established either natural resources land, you can name it whatever you want. Some of that takes a little bit of time, but we can do it in as little as 24 hours if you need it.
No, we'll be back in June.
Yes.
So we would like to have it prior to then.
Absolutely.
So that if there's a really large fiscal impact, that we have time to vet it before our fiscal year ends in October.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Spencer?
Just a quick question. When you say we, how many are you talking about on your staff, or who's doing all this?
Well, I'm the lead engineer, and I'm the regulatory expert. So most of the people that actually work for us come from that regulatory background or oil and gas. So it really depends on how many, how big the nation is, how much need there is. We can have up to 8 or 10 different people for that particular tribe.
Any other questions? Okay, we appreciate the presentation and questions. They've been here since this morning, so yeah, appreciate it. Okay. Moving right along. TO 2026-02, this has been withdrawn by the Veterans Committee, and they will bring it back once they go through some of their, at the Band Chiefs meeting, they had some questions and technicalities they're gonna work out. TO 2026-03, a tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending Title 20 and enacting the broadband internet distribution and regulatory code of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I entertain a motion. Representative Yahola, and then second Pittman, okay. Representative Pittman, okay, questions, any questions? Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we just updating the codes, or are we actually putting we're amending Title 20, but are we amending it so we can utilize it at a broader spectrum?
Yes.
Okay.
So, because we have broadband internet fiber that we are trying to lay, and that we are gonna be having, and then also with the solar that we approved. Okay, with the broadband internet that we are trying to do, and then the solar panels, we are updating the utility code. We had a utility board and utility code put in place, but that board has never been actually filled and utilized. And so that's what we're working on, is amending these so we can start collecting our fees and taxes off of these utilities, getting our board set up, because there should be a self-sustaining program. And so with adding these different resources into us and these different utilities, we need to get this updated. Any other questions? I should have put this in my mouth. Okay, roll call, if there's no other questions. Okay, roll call.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Donita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chacko,
Yes.
Ole Gunville. Yes. Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter, Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba, Karen Fulbright, Patricia Kishkatone,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Javon Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
24 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 24 yeses, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TO 2026-04, a tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending the General Council Code at Title 18A, Chapter 2, titled Burial Assistance Program. I ask for a motion. Motion, Representative Pittman. Representative Spencer, second. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Madonna, are you still out there? I think she's in the very back. Is she? She's coming.
Ms. Williams,
Yes.
you had some discussion this morning about finances and stuff. Are we gonna be able to, is the nation gonna be able to fund a $4,700 burial assistance to all the tribal members?
Not through Judgment Fund, no. It's gonna barely make the 3,300.
The ARPA money that you received from the nation over the past couple of years, the object of that was for us to, the nation to use ARPA funds to fund the programs and to leave with withdrawals alone. have we done that, or did you still withdraw money from?
No, we did not. The ARPA funds helps, I guess, rest judgment fund. So there is a accrue of interest there. But we need a full board to initiate how to proceed with the funding and so forth. Right now, like I said earlier this morning, we do to close out ARPA burial at the 5,000 total amount. We do need a final payment of, let me grab it real quick. To finalize everything and close out ARPA for burial at the $5,000 amount, we need the last final payments totaling $55,651.56. That's going to finalize the last 15. We have 11 pending, the final payments, and then we have 4 pending death certificates. So once we receive the certificates, then we will be totally closed for the ARPA program. Then February 9th, we opened the judgment fund at 3,300. And so far, we have processed 10 since the 9th.
Okay, I guess my next question is going to be to the chief. Have we figured out a way that we can have fund the judgment fund on this issue, or?
No, we haven't. Our funding is strapped where it's at with all our programs and everything that we have right now. We are looking at there are some programs we've come across that are operating off general fund. Take, for instance, the garage. General fund is supplying those parts. We assumed it was set up, that it should set up the garage would take care of itself and sustain itself. The tribe has been paying for everything. And what they make in those funds go into their activity account. It doesn't go back into the tribe, it goes into their activity account. So we've looked at trying to make those changes to where the vehicle maintenance is funding itself, because that should be that will help alleviate some money off general fund there. Other than that, we're trying. It's within our programs that what we have is what we have. I can be with the things that we have done of giving, and I'm agreeant, we should be paying our employees more than what we should. But at the same time, we have not been evaluating them to say that we should up this money no matter what department it is. Right. And so that's another thing. We've increased a lot. So we're top heavy. We are top heavy. We are looking to see what we can do, but unfortunately we're a grant funded tribe and we don't generate a whole lot of revenue, and so it's not really carrying us.
Okay, I've heard that story before, and I'm glad you repeated it today, because we have 13 or 14 new council representatives, and I want them to just realize that we don't say abracadabra and we end up with $5 million in the general fund. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I know that Representative Deere, suggested that maybe we do something and improve this, but if we're going to run out of money, and we're going to run out of money, and so we can't hardly help, with an additional amount. So, that's my opinion on that thing. So I would love to, but if we're strapped, we're strapped. Thank you.
One of the things that we have looked at when Ms. Williams brought this to our attention is that there is interest money, as you're aware, out of the ARPA funding. In order to pay this $56,000, we may have to hit that, but we're looking at those type of resources, so we will be coming back to you on that. So don't be surprised when we hit you for something like that, because yeah, this will close everything out, but, you know, my suggestion right now would be to ARPA's interest, because it was ARPA funds, and the interest money should be able to use that.
Yep. Representative Deere, and then Representative, was it Spencer? Chupko, sorry.
The purpose of this tribe is to help our people, not to have, like you said, top heavy. That's totally out of context and out of balance with our tribe. I mean, if you have a top heavy administration, then there's something definitely out of place. And we sit here for our people. We don't sit here for, you know, just to argue with each other and set that nature. We're here for our own people. And this is one of the issues that needs to be at hand, taken care of. Because our people are dying. And whenever our people find themselves on that category of having to bury their loved one, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in a dilemma because of the fact you don't have enough money to bury your loved one. That's a frustration on the family. And there's a lot of families that are like that, that you may not be like that as a person. You may have your, you know, your act together on all that, life insurance, whatever the case may be, but there's a lot of our tribal people that are not in that case of mine. They all need our help, and this is why we set up the Judgment Fund back then. And just like Brother Terry said, he said that there's never been any increase in that Judgment Fund on the burial at all, ever since it got put in place. So you know, that should have been conquered as time went on to find that more money into that category of that program. But no, you just let it go on and go on and go on, and then next thing you know, you got a pandemic taking place, and increase in burial takes an increase. And what happens then? Well, you still paying $3,000, and then it wasn't for ARPA, you still be paying $3,000. See, that doesn't make any sense as a tribe responsibility. Because the responsibility of a tribe and the board members of all these programs we have, they should be able to see where the problem is and follow up until that's solved. That's why we're here, to try to take care of that matter. But a lot of us are hindered by our own decisions on getting on the boards and stuff like that. And then other people may be your hinder too also, but my point is that you were voted in to be able to help your people in any form and fashion you can. Not to make excuses, well, we don't got no money, well, how can we do that, you know? That's not an answer. That's just creating more of an animosity between your people. And it doesn't matter who you are, what band you come from, you're still creating that because you owe the people that $5,500 for burial. You owe it to them. It wasn't for them, and it wasn't for the people of the past that gave that fought for that trust fund, that Judgment Fund money. That come from the trust fund that the land was down there in the Panhandle of Florida. And it wasn't made for this administration or anything like it. It was made for the people that, the ancestors of them that were down there in Florida at the time, they had to sacrifice to get here. And a lot of them were put on slave ships and brought here, and a lot of them died on the way here too also. So you got to understand that this is not anything about, well, we can't do it because we're going to run out of money. Well, find a way to do it. I mean, that's why we pay you people on the top heavy, right? That's why you get paid $100,000 a year, sorry, a year to try to come up with a plan, you know? And that's what I'm really going to emphasize this because I think the people deserve it. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. And if you don't do it, then maybe you start getting calls from your band members. Thank you.
Representative Chupko, and then Representative Petit, and then Representative Spencer.
So,
and then exhausted time.
How much money is this burial assistance funded for each year?
Okay, now ARPA was a total of $5,000. $300 goes to the family.
Okay, I'm talking about
the judgment fund
The
portion?
judgment fund, yeah.
That is, 3,300 for the burial.
Okay, but like the budget for that? for
Your
the
fiscal
year.
budget, your fiscal year. Do you have that on you by chance, what we did? I don't have my book.
Well, let me make it easier. How much did you get from ARPA?
She made that announcement earlier from ARPA. She got $2.5 million, or $2,350,000 is what she got. From the ARPA, no.
That's from ARPA.
That was ARPA, that was the lump sum they
How
gave
long
her.
did that last?
Until,
You're pending the last, exhausting the last of it.
Yeah, right here.
She's done.
So it's
It
been
is
what,
like
4 years, 5 years?
Over the time period? When did you initially get it?
22,
22? Since 22?
yeah.
Well, I don't see why we couldn't use that ARPA interest money to put into that. I mean, I think that money needs to be used before we buy anything else or pay anything off, because that money was given to us to take care of our members. Now, we haven't had any problems paying any bills yet, so let's continue doing what we're doing and put all that money into burial assistance. I mean, can I make that motion or anything on this resolution?
No, we'll have to do it separate because we have a motion on the floor to approve this.
Well, judgment fund is funded currently at the 3,300 for 198,000 for this fiscal year.
Representative Petit, oh, sorry, are you done?
And I think we need to give more than what, even 4,700, there just be more money in that burial assistance.
I agree. As we've been saying, it's our kids that we should be taking care of, our elders, we should be taking care of. I agree. We have this money here, we got the total now, and we can decide what to do. You all can decide what to do.
So I'll make a verbal resolution after we get done.
When we get in other business, okay, remind me, make sure to call that up. Representative Petit, and then Representative Spencer.
Chair, I think what I just wanted to clarify is, actually what this resolution doing right here is to revert back to the original TO and the ordinance. And we know what we have in money, what she was budgeted, she had $1,002,000 and some change. She set aside $198,000 for burial. So what we're looking at now is to give her authority to go back to paying the $3,300 or whatever it is.
Yes.
Until that point, that amount is depleted. Then at that time, she's gonna have to go back to this council and ask if they can modify her budget before October 1st. Now, that's basically what I understand this resolution is.
Yes.
It's just reinstating the whole.
Reinstating it, yes.
Okay. And like I said, as far as what they're saying, we'll discuss that a little bit later on.
Okay.
When we get to that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Spencer?
We still have, we're gonna have issues with clothing also, but, that's another department. How many students do you think we're gonna finish out on the ARPA with clothing?
The ARPA,
So that's gonna be a first round.
I think you told us this morning.
all fund.
153,200? Okay.
I was just bringing that up because that money, I guess, is obligated. So we can't move that over. The biggest difference is kind of what
Yeah.
Rick said. In 91, when we did this council at that time, there were about just a little less than 10,000 criminals. And now we're at 20,000. So that's a big difference. And we had another thing along the way. So that's probably a problem of the board, probably the council. And we haven't stayed up to that. So that's kind of how we're here today.
Okay, we've exhausted our time, we've been on this 15 minutes, sorry, and I know, I agree, we can We can hash this out all day and try to talk about things, and where there's things that we do need to work on. There's a lot of things we need to work on. But oh, Madonna. Okay. Roll call, please.
Willis Beveridge,
Yeah, John says basically just.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Bordeaux,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
He's out of his seat.
But he said.
Leon Batiste, Siobhan Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugene Lena.
Yes.
It's 23 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 23 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. We're on to TO 2026-05, a tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, amending Title 20 and enacting the Solar Power Distribution and Regulatory Code of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. And this is just, again, going into Title 20, what I said earlier, broadband and solar, just trying to update that code to reflect those. Any other question? Oh, call for a motion. Representative Yahola, and a second. Representative Dethridge. Any questions? Okay, roll call.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo, Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Abstain.
Siobhan Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugene Lena,
Yes.
23 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
23 was somebody out of their seat. Should be 24. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. 23, with the count of 23 yes, 0 no's, and 1 abstention, I declare that measure has passed. Good catch. I was like, wait, where's the other one? Okay. Okay, TR 2026-13, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, reappointing Susie Harjo as an alternate appointee to the Seminole Nation Constitution Revision Committee. I ask for a motion. Motion, Representative Miller, a second.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Who, Representative Chupko, do you second? Or who second? Okay, Representative Deer. Okay, yes.
Can I make a friendly amendment to make it appointing and not just reappointing? Because we are appointing her, not reappointing.
I think mine says appointing. Does it say reappointing on somebody else's? Does yours say reappointing? Mine says appointing. Okay, so that change has been noted to appointing. Any other questions? There was some discrepancies, so we threw it back on there. Roll call, please.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Ole Gunville, Joan Randazzo,
No.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller, Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba, Karen Fulbright, Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Javon Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
No.
Eugenia Lena,
No.
20 yes, 4 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 20 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-14, a resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the reappointment of Honorable Anastasia A. Pittman to the Seminole Nation Finance Committee. I ask for a motion. Representative Pittman, and a second. Representative Monique Carpenter. Any questions? Okay. Roll call.
Willis Dettridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
No.
Ole Gunville, Joan Randazzo,
No.
Joshua Carpenter,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Gabriel Miller,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Dustin Harjo,
Band voted no.
Thomas Yohola, Timmy Bear,
Abstain.
Glenn Colonel,
Abstain.
Ann Borba,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Rick Deer,
I love you, but no.
Leon Petit,
No.
Javon Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
No.
Eugenia Lena,
No.
1 yes, 21 no, 2 abstentions.
With a count of 1 yes, 21 no, and 2 abstentions, I declare that measure has failed. TR 2026-15, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma confirming the appointment of Patricia Kishkaton to the Seminole Nation Personnel Board. I ask for a motion. Representative Harjo, and a second by Deer. Representative Deer, any questions? Representative Dettridge.
Chair, I anticipate that both of these people will be confirmed, and if so, I pray that they study the code, Title 11, their responsibilities as Personnel Board. It is an important board, and we haven't had the representation that I think we should have had in this area, but I hope these two can do it.
Meadow, any other questions? Okay, roll call.
Willis Dettridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Dustin Harjo,
My band voted yes.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Javon Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
No.
Eugenia Lena,
No.
18 yes, 6 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 18 yes, 6 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-16, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma confirming the appointment of Glenn Chabon Colonel to the Seminole Nation Personnel Board. I ask for a motion. Representative Petit, and a second, Representative Harjo, Dustin Harjo. Any questions? Representative Deere? Oh, call for the question. Roll call, please.
Willis Deckers,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Timmy Barrett,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkatone,
Yes.
Rick Deere,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Stephon Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez, Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
No.
Eugene Olina.
No.
It's 20 yes, 4 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 20 yes, 4 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-17, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Yolanda Harrison to the Seminole Nation Older American Program Advisory Committee. I ask for a motion. Representative Monique Carpenter, and a second. Representative Dethridge. Questions? Representative Petit?
Chair, I believe these have been brought back, but in the paperwork that our band received, we didn't see any resumes for these people, just requests for considerations previously that we were able to evaluate. And I would ask that we table these until we get all that information, because we'd like to see their qualifications. But
Okay.
I think that's only fair of anybody, kind of what's similar to what he's saying. These people kind of need to know how this thing works before they just put them on committees.
Okay.
And I ask that this be tabled, make a motion to be tabled 17 through 21, and ask for a second.
Okay, who's second, real quick, sorry. Representative Randazzo, okay, Representative Borba, Chupko, and then Monique Carpenter. Well, go ahead, all that discussion. No, it hadn't voted on, they made a motion and a second to table.
My question would be like, these are people.
Yeah, yes, that's right, there's no discussion, it's been, so roll call for the table.
17 through 21, right?
17 through 21 with having their qualifications brought back to us. So if you vote yes, it's that you're tabling the motion pending qualifications to be brought to us.
Chair, can I just ask you a question? As Dr.
Out of order.
Okay, sorry, roll call, please. If it fails, you can ask me afterwards too.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Gabriel Miller,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Timmy Barrett,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yep.
Karen Fulbright, Patricia Kishkatone,
Yes.
Rick Deere,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Stephon Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugene Olina,
Yes.
14 yes, 10 no, 0 abstentions.
Okay, with the count of 14 yes, 10 no, 0 abstentions, I declare the table has passed. They'll return with qualifications. I don't know if he's in here. Representative Chepko?
Yeah, Chair, I don't have anything wrong, against any of these applicants, but my band wanted a resume also. So, but I know these people are older, but could you please make sure that somebody even helps them to fill
Assist
out
them?
anything? Because I know my resume would only be 3 or 4 paragraphs, if that. So I know, they'd have trouble, so if somebody could assist them in that, would be helpful.
Okay, yes. Representative Tiger Phillips, Tiger?
I wanted to say also too that my band, that's the way they vote too. If they don't see a resume or some kind of, something that they can expound upon, if they have
Yes.
some knowledge, they will say no.
Yes, and I agree. I explained to the director that I needed, resumes and minutes to verify because this will be the second time this happened to this group, so. Representative Borba, real quick.
Do you know the process by which these people get nominated for this committee?
From my understanding, they're having committee they've been an active committee for about 2 years. From what I was told, they had a meeting and voted them in. Now, the minutes, I don't know, was that attached? You seen the minutes? That wasn't attached? So, because I had requested the form filled out with their information and the minutes to support it, because that was a question last time, was if they got on there. There was a little blurb of minutes on a letterhead that stated who made the motion and which was these people, and then the vote and the count. Their forms, well, I vaguely looked at them, I don't think they were completely filled, but yes, no, I agree. But I was told it was in a meeting and they had a vote and a count. Okay, moving right along. TR 2026-21. Oh wait, sorry. My arrow, don't settle down. My arrow just didn't go down past it. No, just kidding. TR 2026-22, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of John T. Narkemy to the Wewoka Service Unit Health Advisory Board and the Seminole Nation Health Board. And I stand me correct, I think that should be a reappointment. He was on it actively. So it's a reappointment of John T. Narkemy. Motion, Representative Yahola motion, Representative Dustin Harjo seconds. Any questions? Okay, roll call.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
No.
Foley Gunville,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Gabriel Miller,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Dustin Harjo,
No. Or yes, excuse me.
Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Jimmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
No.
Siobhan Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugene Olina,
Yes.
You missed one.
That's
15 yes, 9 no, 0 abstentions.
Okay, with the count of 15 yes, 9 no, 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-23, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma confirming the appointment of Heather Napier to the Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise Board. I ask for a motion. Representative Monique Carpenter, and a second. Representative Dethridge. Questions? Okay, roll call up. Representative Grenville?
For candidates.
Excuse me?
I've made a motion to have more candidates
To have more candidates?
for that position, I guess.
So more candidates besides her, or?
Brought up by former chief. What we're doing.
Okay.
Second, that's what our band wants, to make a motion to table this and get more candidates.
So make a motion to table.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion to table, and you second that, and Representative Randazzo, you second it? So we have a motion and a table. Okay, so we have a motion in the table to table this appointment. So if you vote yes, it's to table. Roll call, please.
Willis Leathers,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Oli Gunville,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter, Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo, Thomas Yohola, Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Rick Deer,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Javon Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Madam Chair? This right here, is this to vote to
Table.
table, okay? Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
11 yes, 13 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count 11 yes, 13 noes, 0 abstention, I declare that table has failed. So back to the original motion, appointment of Heather Napier to the Gaming Commissioner Enterprise Board. We do have a motion and a second. Any other further discussion? Roll call, please.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
No.
Oli Gunville,
Abstain?
Joan Randazzo,
Abstain?
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
No.
Glenn Colonel,
No.
Ann Borba, Karen Fulbright, Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Javon Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
My band says yes.
it's 11 yes, 11 no, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, with a count of 11 yes, 11 no, and 2 abstentions, I declare that measure has a tie, and my vote's going to be yes. We need somebody to fill.
Is she gonna stay there? Cause she's been jumping around like a jackrabbit.
I'll stress to her. Okay. TR 2026-24 is being withdrawn. That was a mistake. It wasn't even an appointment. It was only supposed to be the discussion with him, interview today. So moving on to TR 2026-25, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma of approving the appointment of Genesis Talamasi to the Seminole Nation Princess Committee. I ask for a motion. Representative Thunder, Representative Carpenter, second. Question, Representative Kishkaton? Oh, any questions?
Madam Chair?
Representative Colonel? Yes.
Yes, our band had a question about Ms. Talamasi is serving in the capacity as a princess for another organization. And now I'm not familiar personally with the bylaws, but we thought that that was somehow a conflict of interest with serving on the committee as well. So that's the only concern that we had brought up. I don't know if anyone can speak to that.
She is here too if we want to talk to her about that as well. Representative Kishkaton, would you like for her? Genesis, can you please come forward? Yes, and then flip that bottom switch. See it right there where your thumb is? Yep, it should turn green, and then hold it kind of close.
Hello, good afternoon. What was your question again?
Yeah, that's my question from the Miccosukee Band. We understand that you're a princess for another organization right now. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
And I think the concern was just a conflict of interest. So like if you're going to escort or chaperone of some sort, our committee or our group, how would you handle that? And would you be representing both organizations at that event? Or when does that title end also, that kind of thing?
So my title does end in May, and my committee is very supportive of me trying to be on the Princess Committee for the Seminole Nation. And I know how do I explain this? My position and my role if I were to be on the Princess Committee, and I know my role as if I want to go and represent for my title as well. And I believe that was something that if I do get on the committee that we could talk about together, but no, I will not be representing while I am chaperoning. That's not what I plan to do.
Representative Randazzo?
Hi, Genesis. You serve in our band as a secretary, and you really don't come to our meetings. Are you going to be able to come to the Princess Committee meetings?
Yes, I will be able to attend those princess meetings, and I will be coming to our band meetings. I did get sick for a while, and my knee is messed up. I did have ACL surgery, so it's kind of hard for me, but I'm back almost 100% now.
Thank you.
Representative Fulbright?
What is your title to the other?
I am the Miss Oklahoma Indian Bikers Princess.
Any other questions? Okay. All right, no questions. Meadow?
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, just flick that switch at the bottom. Yep. Roll call, please.
Willis Dethridge? Yes. Monique Carpenter?
Yes.
Danita Harja?
Yes.
Tommy Chupko?
Yes.
Oli Gunville? Yes. Joan Randazzo?
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder?
Yes.
Gabriel Miller?
No.
Terry Spencer?
No.
Dustin Harja?
Yes.
Thomas Shahola?
Yes.
Timmy Bear? Glenn Colonel?
No.
Ann Borba?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright? Yes. Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Rick Gear?
Yes.
Leon Petit? No. Chapon Colonel? Or Chapon Harja?
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman?
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
Yes.
Eugenia Lena?
I concur.
19 yes, 4 no's. 1 not sending that.
Okay. With a vote count of 19 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstention, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-26, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Regina Langford to the Seminole Nation Princess Committee. I ask for a motion. Representative Petit, and a second. Representative Pittman, any questions? Representative Fulbright?
Was she a nomination here not too long ago?
On a different committee, I think what was she? It was on something else. No.
I checked it. Okay.
Yeah, it was not Princess. No. Any other questions, Representative Kishkatan? Yes, she's here as well. If anybody has questions, she's here. Yes.
Off and on throughout the years.
No other questions? Roll call, Representative Gonzalez?
Didn't she step down the last time she was on there?
Yes, she's here if you'd like to ask her questions.
Bring her up, ask the question.
Okay, sorry, Regina, are you back there? I thought she was here. Okay. Flip the black microphone, and then flip that little switch at the bottom, it should turn green. Okay.
Hello. Hello, Ms. Langford. This is, Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
The last time you were on the Princess Committee, you stepped down. Was it due to conflict within the board, or was it health reasons, or why did you step down the last time? Mainly because I was concerned whether or not you're going to be able to carry out the duties now.
Yeah, it was a conflict. It's a conflict with the person that was brought on.
Is that person on that board now, or is it different people?
Her term ended in December, and she got replaced by Donita Harjo. We just couldn't work together. She said she couldn't work with me both ways.
Okay.
And she was always going to executives before coming to me, because I was the only person on the committee at that time. So that's why I resigned.
Okay, but you are going to be able to continue the full term?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I'm willing to, yes.
All right, thank you.
Representative Borba?
Yes, why do you want to be on the committee at this time?
There's 2 spots open. One just got on, and the other one, there's another seat. So I put my name in for it. I wasn't expecting to be here because I thought there might be others put their form in.
So more than just a spot being open, why do you want to be on the Princess Committee?
I like working with the girls. I was a former princess at one time. I enjoyed my term, and I just want to make sure that these girls can do the same, have a good time, and work together, and also, serve together with the girls that they're with, and just let them represent at same places together. They should be together. Yeah, we may have different events going on at the same time. We would like for them to be together, but if they get invited to a different one, then one can go this way and the other ones can go this way. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Meadow? Okay. Roll call, please.
Willis Dickers?
Yes.
Monique Carpenter?
Yes.
Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Tommy Chucko?
Yes.
Ole Gunville? Joan Randazzo?
No.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder?
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Thomas Shahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
No.
Glenn Colonel,
No.
Ann Borba. Yes. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Siobhan Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugene Alina,
Yes.
18 yes, 5 no, 0 abstentions.
Okay, with a vote count of 18 yes, 5 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-27, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Karen Fulbright to the Seminole Nation Trust Fund Management Board. I ask for a motion. Representative Borba, second. Representative Monique Carpenter. Any questions? Okay, Representative Petit?
Sheriff, once again, our band didn't receive any kind of resume or anything to outline what her qualifications are to serve on the board. And that's kind of all concerned about that.
It's on the back of the appointment page. It might have been printed as a duplex, so it's on the back of the appointment page. From here on out, I believe that's how they're going to be printed as paper. They're duplexed, so remember to look on the back. We're killing trees, sorry. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, roll call.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
No.
Ole Gamble,
No.
John Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo, Thomas Shahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit, Siobhan Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugene Alina,
Yes.
16 yes, 7 no, 1 abstention.
Okay, with the vote count of 16 yes, 7 noes, and 1 abstention, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-28, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma confirming the appointment of Karen Fulbright to the Tribal Court Liaison Board. Okay. And Representative Borba made a motion to approve, a motion. I need a second. Representative Monique Carpenter, questions? No questions? Roll call, please.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
Danita Harjo, Tommy Chupko,
No.
Ole Denville,
No.
Joan Randazzo,
No.
Joshua Carpenter,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Gabriel Miller,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Dustin Harjo, Thomas Shahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
No.
Glenn Colonel,
No.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Siobhan Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugene O'Neill?
Yes.
11 yes, 12 no, 0 abstentions.
With a vote count of 11 yes, 12 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has failed. Just a reminder, trust fund, I think we still need one more. It's a general counsel seat. For court, I just want to make an announcement, we still need a general counsel seat for that field, as well as our social work person has resigned. She's been hired, so we still need 2 more seats in that. Moving on. TR 2026-29, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification for the tribal courts and incorporation of said budget in the FY 2026 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. I ask for a motion, Representative Thunder, and a second, Representative Josh Carpenter. Questions? Okay, if no, Representative Monique Carpenter?
I think the question my band had was, will the judge be on site full time, so it's getting full salary and benefits? They want to know if it's going to be an in-office setting.
Do we have Ms. Stewart back there? Do you know? Is he gonna be on site full time? Is she coming? Oh, there she is. Just flip that little switch to that line and the green light should come on. You got her close.
Okay, hello? Your question?
The judge that's being hired, will he be on site full time since he's getting full salary and benefits? And it's mainly, to know that the judge is going to be in place if there's ever an emergency, like a VPO or something of that sort. Will that judge be on hand in office all the time?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what we're looking for.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
First, is that, was it going to be cost effective?
I believe so, because right now we're just utilizing our part-time judges, so we're paying them a stipend. So, you know, if they have 2 dockets, and we have to pay them for morning and afternoon.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Borba?
Has this judge already been appointed or employed?
No.
Okay.
No. Any other questions? Representative Carpenter?
I know we had this issue before with the judge not being the 1/4. Does that still apply here? The judge requirement by Constitution is that he be 1/4 Seminole. Is that
Yes,
safe
it
here?
still
Okay,
applies.
that's it.
Okay.
No other questions? Okay, Meadow? Okay, with no other questions, roll call, please.
Willis Deatherage?
Yes.
Monique Carpenter?
Yes.
Danita Harjo? Tommy Chucko?
No.
Oli Goville?
Yes.
Joan Randazzo?
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder?
Yes.
Gabriel Miller?
Yes.
Terry Spencer?
Yes.
Dustin Harjo?
Yes.
Thomas Yohola?
Yes.
Timmy Bear?
Yes.
Glenn Connell?
Yes.
Ann Borba? Yes. Karen Fulbright?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Rick Deer?
Yes.
Leo Petit?
Yes.
Ron Hardo?
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman?
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
Yes.
Eugene O'Neill?
Yeah.
22 yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 22 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed.
What was the count?
22, 1, and 0. TR 2026-30, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing Seminole Nation Transportation to enter into a memorandum of agreement with Seminole County, Oklahoma to contribute up to $73,306.80 toward the cost of materials for the repair of NBI Bridge number 03711 in Seminole County. I ask for a motion. Motion, second? Second, okay, sorry. So we have a motion by Representative Colonel and a second by Representative Pittman. Any questions?
Yes.
Representative Borba?
Where is this bridge located?
Let me see, I have it written down here.
Is it by
I want to say Kanawha, they told us, what number is this, 31? Oh, wait, no, yeah, north-south 3540, it's in Kanawha. Yes, they're having a lot of, they can't really access that bridge, that road. So we have a lot of members down that road too. Any other questions? Okay, roll call.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Benita Harjo, Tommy Chepko,
Yes.
Ole Gumbo,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkatone, Rick Deer,
Oh, yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Javon Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
23 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 23 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-31, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving 207-day continuation budget review period for the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce for all of FY 2025 programs through September 30th, 2026. I ask for a motion, Representative Yohola, and I ask for a second, Representative Chepko. Questions, Representative Chepko, and then Representative Miller?
My favorite would like to make a friendly amendment to, make that the next quarterly meeting.
Amend to the next quarterly meeting? Okay. Do you all get that amendment to the next quarterly meeting? To just extend to the next quarterly meeting? To extend this budget just to June and review it again at June. That's what he's requesting. Any other questions? Representative Miller and then Borba.
Yes, I'd like to make a friendly amendment on the 2025. It was actually before from 2024.
From my understanding, actually, yes, it should be 2024 because if I remember correctly, that's correct. Council, we did not approve a budget in 2025, so that's correct. They are still operating off 2024. So it should be fiscal year 2024 because we did not approve 2025. They've been working off a continuation since September. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Borba.
Yes. I would just like to keep them on quarterly for the rest of the 207 days.
We've got it to work coming back in June, so we can extend it then too when we get to June. Okay? Representative Yohola?
I know it's late right now and everything, so I really don't want to go into executive sessions, but there's a few things about the Division of Commerce over there that needs to be discussed, but it's going to take too long. You know how it's going to drag out. I'd rather not go into it. But as long as we extend this budget, there'll be a chance to actually talk. But I would encourage everybody to go over there and talk to them over there, because there's some things that we can't talk out in the open, contractual-wise and criminal-wise as well. So it'd be best if y'all just contact the office and talk to them, and you know, that way they can discuss you about the situation that we're in. Some of it pertains to long contracts we were put into bad situations, and we're still feeling the blows from those situations that occurred back then. I mean, these were things that happened a long time ago, and if we don't go over there and ask what's going on, and we don't go into executive session and discuss these, and you're not going to know what's going on over there to actually understand, you know, what we're dealing with, what, you know, and what we're going to have to do to fix it. All right, thank you. Madam Chair.
Yes. Representative Dethridge?
Yes, ma'am. Didn't we vote, last year about a no confidence vote in this area here? Yes.
Yes, we did. The previous council did.
Well, we haven't taken any action on that. We need to do something because this is somewhat upsetting about this budget. They turned in a budget, but they're gonna make, and the guy seemed like he's bragging about it. They said, well, we're gonna lose $1.1 million this next year. That's nothing to brag about. So, I think we need to, as a council, look at our options as far as restructuring CINDOC. I agree.
Yes, that's the council. You all need to give that directive and what we need to do with it. We've had that discussion in a meeting, and that's what we don't. We don't have the direction of what we need to go. And so that's what I'm asking of you all to, with reviewing in the next quarterly, you come up with the plan. If we have to, again, add this to our little get-together separately, and what can we do to restructure, so that way y'all can give it to us.
I'll come up with a plan.
Okay. Representative Petit and then Pittman, did you have your hand up too? No, just Representative Petit?
Chair, I just wanted to, did we ever get an acceptance of the friendly amendment from Holland Mayor regarding his making that to the next quarter, was it not?
Yes, I did. Oh, no, Representative Yahola and Chupko made the, yes. Representative, do you accept that to the next quarterly? Yes. Yeah, you did. You made the motion and Representative Chutko second.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll accept.
You accept it?
Yeah.
Oh, so you made the motion and you second? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Roll call, please.
Willis Etheridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
Benita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Ole Gumbill,
No.
Joan Randazzo,
No.
Joshua Carpenter,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo, Thomas Shahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright, Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Rick Deer,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Siobhan Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
No?
Regina Tiger Phillips, Regina Lena, 12 yes, 11 no, 1 abstain.
Okay, with the vote count of 12 yes, 11 no, and 1 abstention, I declare the budget has been extended till June quarterly meeting. Okay, moving right along, TR 2026-32, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma requesting the Attorney General to produce an opinion of the Attorney General on the Constitution and Title 22 of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma with regard to the words descent and descendant. I ask for a motion. Representative Dustin Harjo, and a second. Representative Pittman. Questions? Representative Thomas Yahola?
Yes, Madam Chair. On this right here, of course, it refers to the Constitution as in the word descendants. Now, in the codes, in Title 22, A and B, it shows where it says dissent in D, D. Why can't we just codify, change the codification and to reflect the other two? I mean, why do we need an official AG opinion? What I'm getting at.
I don't know. Representative Gonzalez, can you elaborate? Because Representative Sampson's not here. Both Representative Gonzalez and Sampson had requested clarification, and I'm not sure what.
Well, what I would like is I would like to withdraw this resolution, because this is not something that we should have been voting on. I asked for an opinion from the Attorney General. In the past, our attorney generals have always sent through their opinion on a memorandum, and it was nothing to be voted. Why should we even have a tribal resolution and be charged $250 for this piece of paper when all I want is a response to the question? And so I would just say, withdraw this resolution, because this is not a resolution. I wanted an opinion.
You want guidance, I guess. Is that what I'm hearing? More or less.
Yes, that's what she's saying.
You want an official AG opinion. Okay.
And Representative Deere, and then the Attorney General can answer the question.
The thing that I'm worried about is the opinion itself from the AG. And once that's committed to be an opinion, then that's going to be by law. Once it's by law, in order for you to go back and change it, you got to go to court. That's totally not what we're here for. I mean, we're here to set up laws, but not based on the AG's opinion, because once you start gathering her information and making it, it's not your tribe anymore, it belongs to an attorney based on their opinion. There's nothing against REG or nothing, but it's just the fact that we're the lawmakers. We're the ones that enforce the laws, we are the ones that make the laws, we are the ones, but what her job is that she helps us what we want, not the other way around. We are the ones that we want something done in aspects of what needs to be done on the basis of the law of the tribe, and she sets forth what we need. But as far as an opinion on this, based on this issue, it shouldn't be a difference because of the fact that once you make the opinion, if we want to change it, we got to go to court.
Yes, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is why I believe this is on here, because she would need your approval in order to give that. Representative Dethridge and then Representative Yahola.
Did I understand that Ms. Gonzalez is the one that requested this?
What I saw in an email was asking the AG to give their opinion, and then this resolution came forward. From what I understand is because she cannot give opinion just as stated because it becomes law and doesn't want to interpret or do that on our behalf. That's why this became a resolution. It was an email that I saw for an opinion from Representative Sampson and Representative Gonzalez.
Okay. Ms. Gonzalez asked to withdraw this. You earlier asked them, I'm going to withdraw this, this, and this. We didn't have to do a whole bunch more. She asked us to withdraw this thing. So I think that's what we need to do, is withdraw it.
Okay. All right. Good. Representative Randazzo?
Can the next time she has a question, can the AG just call her instead of going through all of the resolutions and stuff like that? I mean, if she has a question on opinions or something like that, just communicate with her to say, if I do this, then we have to go to court, or I have to do resolutions. What do you want to do?
The day it was asked, I asked if I could give advice or guidance, and they wanted an official AG opinion. And under this, you've all said it better than I could say it. The reason it came to resolution, because I cannot give an AG opinion without, in this instance, without the full approval of the council, because it is so costly and time consuming. But advice and guidance on that day was not what was requested, because I said that. I said, can I give you advice or guidance? And they said no.
Okay, so moving right along, that's been withdrawn. TR 2026-33, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing Seminole Nation Transportation to enter into certain agreements with Thompson Construction, Inc. for the pre-construction and construction of the approved visitor center and transit plaza with funding secured from the Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods Program Grant. I ask for a motion. Representative Monique Carpenter, and a second. Representative Yahola. Questions? No questions? Roll call, please.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Tommy Chacko,
No.
Ole Denver,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Stays.
Tiffany Thunder,
Abstain.
Gabriel Miller,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo, Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Curl,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes or no?
Shupon Harjo,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
Yes.
19 yes, 3 no's, 2 abstentions.
With a count of 19 yes, 3 no, and 2 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed.
Chief, you gotta extend right now.
Oh, I'd like to entertain a motion to extend where Representative Petit, and then second, Representative Lena. Do we want to put a time or until done?
Till done.
Until business is done. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Everybody agree, consensus? Okay. So we're going to extend till done. Okay. Thank you. TR 2026-34, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing the use of American Rescue Plan Act interest funds for the payoff of the Grisso property. Ask for a motion. Monique Carpenter, Representative Carpenter, second for Representative Borba. Any questions? Representative Yahola, Miller, and then Petit. And then I also have Bill in the back if you need him to discuss the plan.
Yeah, Madam Chair, since we're having a discussion as far as using some of these interest funds, as far as pumping it into the judgment fund, so I think it's kind of, we kind of need to find out what's the need first, in my opinion, at the judgment fund level to be, so I would like to table this resolution right now at this time, so I'll make that motion.
Second.
Who, did you second that? Okay. Okay. So I have a motion to table both or one?
I like to do them both.
Okay.
Because it pertains to the same issue.
Okay, just want to make sure clarification. So we have a motion to table both TR 2026-34 and 35. We have that motion. Excuse me. Yeah. Representative Dethridge?
If this motion passes, can we ask that we include, that the treasurer include the financial plan on what we could do and how much we could save or whatever, so we would have a better understanding of
Yes.
why we want to do this or why we don't want to do this?
It should have been in your packet. I thought it was in the packet. We requested to make sure what he wanted to show, what we're paying, how much it is monthly, and the cost. I can tell you, Grisso Mansion this year, taxes have gone up to $14,000 a year. So I know that's the pro. When this was presented and brought to us, that's exactly what I had said was it's ARPA interest. We've been trying to get this amount. I don't think, the council will not, but we, with the pros and cons, and he was supposed to bring up a table that would show you how much a month, how much you're gonna save and everything on that. The table we were originally given does not look like the one you have now. But I can definitely have him clear that up for you and get it cleaner. Okay.
More user-friendly.
Yes. Representative Borba and then Petit.
So if we did use these monies, a good plus side on it, Teresa, would be that we would move probably as quick as possible to get it.
Into trust, yes.
And so that would be a big plus, because we could do, we could put a casino in the casino.
Yeah. Okay, so we have the motion, sorry, we have the table. So roll call for table, we're tabling 34 and 35, Representative Yahola and Representative Miller. So roll call for the table, yes to table.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
Janita Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Chepko,
Yes.
Ollie Denville,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Gabriel Miller,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Tommy Shahola,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Vaughn Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
18 yes, 6 no, 0 abstentions.
Okay, with the count of 18 yes, 6 no, 0 abstention, I declare that table had passed. Moving right along, TR 2026-36, a tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing the negotiation of the purchase of the Tate property with land acquisition funds. I ask for a motion. Motion, Representative Pittman, and then second by Representative Josh Carpenter. Questions? Representative Petit?
Chair, we just previously heard from BCR about how they set money aside into that land acquisition fund. And like I said, I've only been here 4 years now, and I want this other council members that are new to understand the finances. I think we understood today that that fund, which is approximately $250,000 a year that they take in, is set aside, but it accrues. It's not just they wipe it off the pallet at that time to go. What I was always kind of concerned about, and our band was, is that money, as it accumulates more value, what is its intended purpose? Is it by code stated? Because what our concern's been, we received a packet here the other day that it basically says 5,000 something dollars is coming out of that fund. And our concern was that ever the intent of that? Because that's the payment being made on the I-40 property. And once again, as I've stated earlier today, whenever they were present up there, S&GE, we're still at $5,074, we're still losing money on that, because when that note comes due, we're gonna not only owe $5 million, we're gonna owe whatever that accumulated interest is over the next 20 months or whatever. Well, right now, I would say 20 months from today, because I just figured it this morning. Of that, like I said, that payment should be a little over $6,000, and the nation's gonna owe more than $5 million at that point. But that's something this council's gonna have to come to terms with and try to figure out a way to pay it. And like I said earlier, right now, it's pretty good terms, but we're losing probably 5.5%, 6% interest on $3.75 million that's set aside, that we can't touch it. And if anything, that makes that interest rate with them probably, I would say 7 or 8%. I mean, that's something that is gonna have to be looked at. I mean, we're at a crossroads in this nation on our finances, and we need to find out, we need to start looking at ways to address some of these problems, because it's gonna put a burden on not only your office, but the members of our nation, who we owe to be good stewards of their funds.
Yes, yes, I agree.
And that's what I just want to bring to attention, that, this just can't go on. Now, back to the ARPA funds, well, it's not in this resolution, so I'll just keep them out shut for right now.
No, I agree. That's what land acquisition is supposed to be for, there for us to purchase land. But right now, what we're using it is to make payments. Yes, we're using it to make payments.
But Chair, that was what our question was, and our ban was it used, we understood it was to get like surveys and do attorney, opinions and stuff on some of that stuff, but we've never seen in the 3 years that I've been on it, 4 years I've been on this council and looked at budgets, where it's stated in there that money is to be used to make house payments. And that's what needs to be clarified, if anything.
Yes.
This council needs to come back in and put language in there that, directs that this can be used for this, but it's not made, intended to make house payments.
Yes, I agree.
And that was my deal on that. And like I said, I'm just biting my tongue, and I'll tell you all the rest of the money on the
Yes, no,
I'll be gone after today, so y'all can.
Yeah, Representative Dethridge?
Yes, ma'am. The big plan here was to, these first two to be passed. Now they're both tabled. I would ask this. Could we ask if Danielle Atkinson, she's our land acquisition person, she knows these numbers. Can we ask her to come up and tell us whether this is still a viable option to do this without the other two being done? Could we ask her to come up and explain it?
Yes, yes. Can we, Danielle? I know, push that line. All right, right there where your thumb is, yep, slide it over and then hold it close.
So, hi, Danielle Atkinson, Land Program Manager of your Land Research Program. Representative Dethridge, it definitely makes it a little more difficult. I was hoping at the very least that prior to this resolution being voted on, at least one of the two properties would have passed to pay off. And because the program I work for falls under the BCR Commission, I have a little more of a informed perspective of how the Land Acquisition Fund is, one, financed, two, what it's utilized for. And we do use it a lot as a catch-all. We use it for surveys that need to be done prior to boundary surveys that need to be done prior to feed of trust applications. We use it for closing costs sometimes. We use it for title insurance sometimes. We use it for environmental assessments that are a pertinent component of the feed of trust process as well. And so it comes in handy. We use it for ad valorem property taxes on properties that are mortgaged that do not qualify yet to be put into trust. So it really helps absorb a lot of our obligations when it comes to land. So that in of itself helps, one, acquire, one, keep, because if we don't make those property taxes within a certain time frame, they'll go to auction and we're just wasting money that we could have invested elsewhere and losing property because we're not making payments in the time frames we need to. I think that it can be done. I think that we still just need to be mindful of the obligations that are going to continually reoccur from the Land Acquisition Fund. And I wanted to stress, and I think Mr. Treasurer Larney could attest to around $382,000 being in the Land Acquisition Fund today. And that's, of course, pending anything that may have been paid out of it in the last few weeks that I'm not aware of. And so I think hopefully you saw the appraisal, which I would like for us not to say out loud because we're on YouTube right now, and contrast that appraisal versus what the asking price is, sets you up very nicely for an investment property.
Representative Chupko and then Petit, sorry, he had his first.
Is there a plan for that property? I mean, besides just owning it?
Not like a legitimate framework in business proposed plan, no. It's commercial highway frontage.
So you're saying that if those other two resolutions would have passed, you wouldn't be having to take money out of land acquisition, but you still want to spend money out of land acquisition to buy that property.
This is.
Because,
Good. I was just gonna say, this is for us to go into negotiation. He has come to us, the nation, as wanting us to own it, gave us an offer. We went ahead and had it appraised and given us all the numbers of what the business ventures could take place, because that is prime. It's right in front of the highway. As you see, Starbucks has come up. We've got 2 banks coming up. It's right there. It's already cleared lot. It's right next to the pillars of the Grisso. So there's we are in discussions internally and what we can do in plans, and this is just to go forward because they're not gonna they've asked. If we don't want it, then they're gonna sell it where they can get somebody else.
they've given us the courtesy of giving us first rights of refusal, which I wish more property owners who are gonna, before they list it on the market, would give tribal nations, because this property is within our reservation. It once belonged to an original Seminole member and was allotted land. We've lost
Who
it.
had it appraised? Did you have it appraised?
Yes, we had it appraised, yes, by a third party.
And what was that, an appraiser, does he know that appraiser, the guy who owns land?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Because, that's what I do. On the side, I buy houses, sell houses, buy land, and I got appraisers that'll appraise any property that I want at any price that I want.
Representative Yahola, you used to have a question? Oh, Representative Petit, and then Yahola.
Okay, I know we're on YouTube, but you're saying right now, we're told that there's $382,000 remaining in that land acquisition fund.
Yes.
We're currently taking $60,000 a year out of it, plus, so in 3 years' time, there'll be $180,000 out of that. Where will we have the money to buy that additional property? I mean, we're just taking too much money out of the well, it sounds like to me.
It's being overly obligated, yeah. We pay the tribe's portion. Remember, gaming pays a portion, but we pay a portion of the I-40 North property. That comes out of your land acquisition fund monthly in the form of that mortgage, right? And we also pay the self property. And so that's why the self property is positioned as one of the potential payoffs to utilize some of that ARPA interest for. But I know you guys have difficult decisions to make. You have burial assistance to worry. You have several things to worry about. So prioritizing that. But I can assure you this. You do see the commercial development surrounding this particular area. It's a small focal point in the center of Seminole. It has one of the highest traffic counts in the county, period. Those are just the facts. There is a Starbucks, a Bank First, and a Tinker Credit Federal Union. Tinker Credit paid more for a smaller tract than what we're offering you today. Just food for thought.
And I don't agree with it being commercial property, because I've told my band this for a long time. That Grisso Mansion, the property itself alone, because of what you just stated, Seminole's moving north. Commercially, it's worth more than the Grisso Mansion. And that, but we've already spent twice what we paid on it, and the payment now is down to $423,908 per this report. And once again, that report, the Grisso Mansion, the last audit we had in 23, said we owed $1.5 million on it as of March 24. And we've paid that thing down to 423 in that amount of time. Where did that money come from? Because we've just sat here and talked today about we have no revenue coming in. A bunch of us old timers, we kind of heard because it was discussed where that money came from. And to regard these new people, whenever that was brought up on the floor, the AG had already provided this nation with a way that funds could be used, and paying it on the Grisso wasn't an improved way that this nation could use those funds. That's what these nations, this whole council or our bands are going to have to decide on, because we can't. I recognize it may be good money, but I don't think now's the time to go into more debt. We just don't have the money to do it, and y'all are going to face a heck of a dadgum budget crunch come next.
Yeah, I agree. Representative Petit, I can tell you that when the two that we just tabled was brought to us, we didn't have numbers. It was just said, here's what we should do with the ARPA interest. When this Tate property was brought to us, we started discussing land acquisition. Let's use it, because that's what it's for. When we had that meeting, that's when we got told all these payments were coming out of land acquisition that was being done. It took us 2 months before we got actual numbers in front of us to say, this is what we have in ARPA interest, the banks and how it's broke down. Don't even know if those are accurate to this day, because that's, again, I asked for them again yesterday. So then we got the land acquisition total and what's being paid out. We got those just probably 3 or 4 weeks ago to us in a meeting, because we've been asking for them, and that's how we knew land acquisition. But it also got brought up, S&GE, we passed that they're supposed to be paying $60,000 and putting aside toward the Grisso. That's never been done. So that's another thing that's never, it's, as you stated, and Representative Dethridge, we bring things forward and we do these things, and then it just dies, and then we just leave it, and it's never come to fruition. And so that's the only reason why we knew how much or what was actually coming out of land acquisition. Representative Yahola, then, sorry, were you not done?
Well, you've opened the door now, so I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it. Okay, you just brought up the ARPA money and talked about the ARPA interest and stuff. Our band came forward and the AG proposed a resolution for us that in 2024, we were told that we had X amount of dollars. I think it's in 25, that's what we were told. Because 2024 is whenever we asked that we get a monthly report. This council never got that monthly report. But it had all the income and all the stuff, which would include the interest being earned on the ARPA funds. We never knew that, okay? In January of 25, we received a notice that we had like 1.165 in interest accrued in the ARPA interest. And we asked that a resolution be made so that we could set that money aside. Because we just heard, this council, the previous council just heard a family come forward to, that needed funds for food or needed food. And that's what our band looked to do. That's, as Representative Deere stated, that's what we owe. We owe that. We have a moral obligation our people to take care of. And that's why we brought it forward. But now we see on, I don't know who, because there's no date on this form, it said there's $3,030,796 in it, and $1,875,000 was spent on a CD on the I-40 property. I don't remember this council ever authorizing that kind of payment.
We didn't. And
if the Faucetchi band would have known back then that we had that much money in there, because this had to be prior to this money being taken out and bought on that, we would have asked that $3,030,000 be set aside. And then we could have done these things the way they should be done in order, and that way we could have still had funds set aside to do what we want to do, is to have money for our members.
No, I agree. Yeah, we didn't.
And that's all we've ever asked. I mean, but like I said.
Representative Yahola?
I'll yield now.
Okay, Yahola, Fulbright, and Thunder.
Yes, Madam Chair. I get his argument and everything else.
And then you, sorry.
The reason why I table those because we have a need for burial. I think that's really what Representative Deere said, really important as far as those costs. Now, I want to pay one of these off because it's best to have assets than it is to have debt. I get it. We got to choose on which one of these we want to pay off, but we still got to supplement and help the burial. That's just, I consider that to be top priority, giving them judgment and helping them with that cost. Because like you said, there's a lot of them don't have insurance, so you buy life insurance to help with those costs. But yeah, I want to pay one of them off with those funds that we have. And a lot of times, I understand some of these things didn't happen, but if I remember correctly, when I was told the last time the council gave broad authority to executive to do these things, make these decisions with that ARPA funds, and it is the way it happened, and it is the way it is. I understand, but would have, could have, should have. It's not going to serve us any good right now.
Exactly. Representative Fulbright, Thunder, and then Dethridge.
I agree. I wish we would have paid off one of them, and it is tabled, so we can consider, which one we wanted to. decide to pay off and use the other interest money for judgment fund and possibly ICW. I mean, because you guys heard the story today on ICW too, so, but we need to have a big picture of this, the council. I mean, we just get this stuff and then we're just kind of grasping for this information. But yeah, when does this need to be, you're negotiating now or you have negotiated?
I think the negotiation is a term, I think we have a more than fair requested price to purchase. So if the executive office wants to pursue negotiating a smaller amount, a lesser amount, of course, that's always, at their discretion. I would think most of the, what needs to be, the framework that needs to be worked out is it gonna 100% gonna come from land acquisition? Could there be some other supplemental amounts that could come from other places? And then, of course, that final total purchase price.
We need to do this.
I really think so too. We don't get these many opportunities. And I know that we've kind of been left with a sour taste in our mouth because we've all probably agreed that we've overpaid for certain properties that were purchased in a rushed way. Yeah. Sure, but we've done our due diligence on this one and everything there indicates that this is a smart investment.
We've passed things up before.
Yeah.
Stuff like this.
And even if we just held on to it for a while and then put it on the market, I mean, it's going to increase in value, I promise you that.
Representative Thunder, Dethridge, Pittman, and then Spencer.
Yes, Danielle, quick question. So if we were to use full acquisition funds, it would pay for the property outright, correct?
Correct, 100%.
And then how fast of a process can it be moved from fee to trust?
So this depends, right? So if right now you have tabled paying off the Grissom Mansion. So if the council so directs, I need tribal authorization to even start a trust acquisition process, right? Just to start working on the application. I would need you guys to approve a resolution granting me the authorization to move forward with just that 2 acres. Because in my mind, I thought everything could pass today, hypothetically, right? And the Grissom Mansion could be paid off very soon. I was going to request a survey done of that entire Grissom Mansion property and the 2 acres that we could potentially buy, referred to as the Tate property. And that would bolster us up to about 13 acres of Highway 9 frontage collectively. I was gonna do it in one shot. This just creates 2 steps and I'd have to wait until whenever the Grissom Mansion would be paid off sometime in the future. But I could start immediately, well, in June would be the next meeting. You'd have that resolution prepared in front of you. If it passes, that would be my green light to start. And I could have it in trust probably in less than 9 months. We have to wait on environmentals. That's assuring me there's no land use change that would occur, like something being built on it while I'm going through the trust process, because that's what happened with the Phillips property. The transit facility and everything was approved to be built there, and that changed the land use overall. So that triggers certain environmental assessments that weren't required prior. Things like that, I just need to be in the loop.
All right, Madam.
Representative Dethridge.
Oh, goodness, I'm telling you what. I'm somewhat like Leon Petit. I hate borrowing money to pay interest and all this other kind of foolishness. However, if we did purchase the Tate property, which adjoins the Grissom Mansion property, and then we decide to sell the Grissom Mansion property, you could sell the Grissom Mansion property with the Tate property better than you could with just the Grissom Mansion property. So that would be an investment to do that right there, to sell all of it, or we can, the council or somebody, some brain trust comes and says, hey, I can make y'all $10 million on that property you got right there as soon as you put it in trust, and then we can do this all day long, they may not like it, but who cares? I mean, it's just that kind of a deal. Yes, we got a hole in our balloon a while ago when we tabled these other 2. It hurts us. But I reluctantly say, I personally think we need to purchase the Tate property, if we can.
Representative Pittman and then Representative Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because we've been given the first right of refusal to purchase, and we have another opportunity, would you need a increase clause to where if we say this, the price of this property is right here today, but if somebody else comes and counter offers, can we go up to a certain amount to ensure that we get that property?
Not at this time. At this time, we are the only ones involved in this discussion with the landowners.
Okay.
They've given us the amount, that flat amount of what that was their lowest. You always ask, what's your lowest, what you're willing to accept? And that was their response. And then we got the appraisal results through a third party. And that's a good indicator. We also did our own comparable sales, and we should show those to you on that aerial location map to show you.
I don't know why they're talking while you're talking. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry. We do want to get out.
But there are some really great comparable sales that have happened less than probably a tenth of a mile away, just north of Highway 9, that same area, Tinker Federal Credit Union. It just opened for business a couple weeks ago. That's a really good comparison.
Yes. Well, I just know that window of time from now until June.
That's what I'm worried
give you
about.
some more proposed propositions and stuff.
We'll have to, reach out first thing Monday morning and discuss this with the owners and make sure that they're willing to wait a little longer. So far, they've been very patient, and I don't have any immediate concerns that, they're gonna back out or change their mind or go to a higher bidder. They're attempting to do what appears to be the right thing. They want to give the tribal nation in which this land is situated within their reservation first right to purchase.
Thank you. Lido.
Inga.
Representative Spencer and then Chepko.
Well, that was,
No, you're, Spencer, it's you.
okay. I'm just, again, what is the figure, actual buying figure they want for that 2 acres?
They offered us 300,000.
Okay. So have we, what kind of response have,
Just at least don't say the appraisal amount,
What?
okay?
excuse me, that order? So what response did we give at that time? When they offered it to 300, did we have any response to what they offered? I mean, what they,
Do we want to go into this? Initially, they were asking $165,000 a piece, and we've gotten them to go down to the $300,000 that's been presented to you. $300,000 for 2 acres, or $150,000 per 1 acre tract. This is the potential to purchase 2 tracts. Let's just be careful on the amount of money we talk about.
If you want further discussion, once we're done with other business, if we could do a 10-minute executive session, we can disclose everything.
okay.
That's why I'm saying, because it's live, and that's the thing, and so, yeah, exactly, it's a business deal, and we've already disclosed all our money amounts earlier. Okay, well, but I agree, ARPA interest should go better elsewhere, and we've been asking, that's exactly what I told Bill, we've been asking for 2 years for these amounts, and we never got it. So I did not propose to see those 2 go through, because, again, we've been asking for these amounts. We've been wanting to know what they were. We've been asking, and it could have went to these other programs or other areas that we needed it to. But this is what his suggestion was, and this is how we got numbers, is what I can tell you. Representative Josh Carpenter? And, yes.
Everybody should have direction from the band on how to vote for this, so can we just move forward?
Yes. But Danielle? Okay. Roll call, please.
Phyllis Dethridge?
$36.
36. Yes.
Monique Carpenter?
Yes.
Danita Harjo? Tommy Chepko?
No.
Ole Gunville?
No.
Joan Randazzo?
No.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder?
Yes.
Gabriel Miller?
Yes.
Terry Spencer?
Yes.
Justin Harjo?
Yes.
Thomas Yahola?
Yes.
Timmy Bear?
Yes.
Glenn Colonel?
Yes.
Ann Borba?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
No.
Rick Deer?
No.
Leon Petit?
No.
Javon Harjo,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
15 yes, 8 no, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 15 yes, 8 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2026-37 is being withdrawn. And now we are moving into other business. We had, I think, just 2 measures. Well, I know it had something. Well,
Chair, did we not go into other business when we talked about this one previously? Yep. And we came back into
yeah, that's true, and we did, so we'll put those on hold. That's,
Not a problem, but I'm just saying, you get kind of confused. We ran either out.
no, that's why I said that if nobody objected for other business to come up this earlier, and so that did take us out of order, and now we have to flip-flop back to the other measures. Representative Carpenter?
All I want is an update on the RFPs. That's all I want is an update on the RFPs.
Okay, so this, he didn't even say anything. When we issued out the RFPs and asked them, S&GE puts that out, he had asked, what were you all looking for? I haven't seen the previous RFP. He's gonna send that to me so we can look at it. So I don't even know what we asked for. Do you remember what we asked for, or did we even put anything into the previous RFP for S&GE? Okay, so I haven't got it, but that's what he asked. What exactly did we want in this RFP to go out? So he asked for a meeting. I know I'm gonna be there Monday. Are you gonna be there Monday?
I'll try.
Okay, Monday I'm gonna meet with him and talk to him about it. I will get that from him and send it out to you all, because that's what he asked. Was there any directive of what needed to go into, or was it? I haven't seen the last one, so I don't even know what the last one said. Do you have the other initial one?
No, I asked for it months ago, but it didn't come back.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either, so I don't know what we asked. I don't know what we asked for, what they applied. But as soon as I get that, I'll send it to you. Any other? Is that it?
Second.
Okay, motion by Representative Fulbright, second by, well, that's what I asked. She made her announcement.
I second it.
Still gotta vote on the adjournment.
Object to the adjournment, you said?
No.
Adjourn?
Motion made in the second, so.
Okay. Anybody object to adjournment, or consensus is okay? Okay, we're adjourned. 5:31 PM. If I can have Representative Pittman, you want to close us in prayer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, great Creator, we say thank you in advance for you as a provider, you as a protector, you as a healer, and we ask that you will keep our families who are in bereavement in prayer. We come to your throne of mercy to ask you to cover our people as they go through this bereavement process. It is an important part of our program to protect our people. And we ask that you would bless each council member as they travel away from here. We ask you to bless us collectively as a body as we continue to vote on the business of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.